He dreamed of becoming a hero who hid true strength until one day he was hit by a truck. He loved manhwa since he was a child, and every time the main characters disappointed him, they weren't cool enough. It was actually cool to appear carefree in normal situations, but to overwhelm everyone with unimaginable power in times of need. As time went on, the character's main occupation became helping, which no one would know about. As soon as people tried to understand what was going on, he disappeared. For a grandmother dragging a heavy cart behind her, it was somehow suspiciously easy. The hero smiled, hiding behind the corner. He almost got caught. The guy adjusted the frame of his glasses with his middle finger, deciding that that was enough for today. Otherwise, he would get caught. The next day, he was going to help his uncle with the fruit stand. After 10 years of helping, he was hit by that same 8-ton truck. The guy suddenly jumped up, coming to his senses. He looked around, trying to figure out where he was. The beautiful maiden who had descended from heaven replied that she had been waiting for him here, the chosen one with a pure soul. The goddess of this world was called Herja, and she was waiting for the moment when she could reincarnate the hero. The guy was alarmed that she knew who he was. The goddess happily said that he was one of those who helped others not for the sake of being noticed. Many gods were amazed by his good deeds. The boy was upset because he tried so hard to make sure no one found out. Herja was surprised. She laughed, calling the teenager very interesting. The goddess wanted to bestow a blessing on him so that he could become anything he wanted in this world. A hero, a demon king, a dragon, even the ruler of hell. A great opportunity opened up before the guy. He said he wanted to become a PSS, a character who hides power. Gercia hesitated, but the boy insisted. Gathering his courage, he said that this was something he had always lacked. The guy secretly fanned people when they were hot. He cleaned the streets, astonishing the residents with their cleanliness. But it wasn't a real PSS, it was all too simple. A normal PSS is ignored, but he shows great power at the right moment. And no one can recover for a long time after seeing this discovery. The goddess thought, as if pondering this. She decided that the boy would be born a commoner in the new world. And the power would be greater than that of a hero, a demon king, or a dragon. And the guy was fine with that. But once his power is revealed, his heart will break. Just as the boy wished, he will become a man who is forced to hide his strength. He tried to stop the goddess, but she was lost in her thoughts. 2 years have passed since entering the new world. However, that didn't matter now. Urian sat on the grass and told the huge wolf that he was the strongest. He dealt with a pack of wolves in no time. Suddenly, he saw the glowing eyes of the 6th wolf, but it turned around and quickly ran in the other direction. The wild beast became frightened and retreated. The boy's heart did not break when the monsters found out about his power. Urian caught up with the fleeing wolf and broke its spine in a jump. The monster stuck out its tongue, unable to breathe. It was finished with him. The boy was full of enthusiasm. He was going to catch them all. He noticed that there were no more monsters around, and there were no people. It's time to return to the village. There, the red-haired girl he called sister asked where he had gone again. Urian got out of it by saying that he had a stomach ache. The boy was indeed tired, but he didn't show it. The children in the house objected to her words about there being packs of wolves outside, saying that there weren't that many of them. They began to argue among themselves, saying that only the prayers of the priests helped them from the wolves. Urian blushed and smiled when he heard the wish for fewer wolves. Suddenly, a man grabbed him by the hair and called him a piece of shit. He threw the boy across the room. The little sister ran up to the boy lying on the floor, curled up in pain. The man took in Urian because he was small, but he ended up being too weak and useless. Worried, the little sister asked the boy how he was. Smiling so that the man wouldn't see, the boy quietly asked for forgiveness. The director, with a gloomy face, told everyone to quickly take their brooms and get out of here. Urian was glad that no one knew that he had dealt with the monsters. The children happily swept the floor, shouting that the principal loved them. The little sister, smiling, said that the children from the village would give food. Unfortunately, it was all just a circus for the sake of feeding. People heard that the children themselves volunteered to help in the yard. One couple decided to cheer up the children and treat them to some chicken. However, the juicy chicken went to a completely different person. And for the children, empty boiled potatoes. Jurian turned pale. The orphans did not understand how the chicken turned into a potato. The girl asked her sister why this was so if her aunt had given them a chicken. The boy told her to just eat, because it was better than sitting hungry. Urian cursed the director. My sister called the kids to show them something special. These were boiled eggs in a white towel. She hid a few when her aunt gave them to her. The boys were delighted. Their mouths were watering. The girl handed Urian another egg. She was worried that the director might fire him because he was too thin. The boy raised his hands, palms forward, as if to show that everything was okay. But the little sister even grabbed Urian by the hair to force him to eat. Suddenly, she blushed with shame when her stomach began to rumble traitorously. Jurian burst out laughing. The girl resisted, saying that she was not hungry. but the boy understood everything. When Urian first came to this world, it all started with an unpleasant incident. The shop owner threw him away from his counter and kicked him in the stomach several times, because the orphan scared away all the customers with his appearance. Then Jurian learned well that the life of an orphan is hell, because no one will protect you and violence happens all the time. This upset the hero. That was when he first met his little sister. She offered to go with her, telling her that the director at the shelter was bad, but at least there was a roof and food. Ella se sonrojó, porque en ese momento extendió su mano con comida. Su estómago comenzó a rugir. She brought Urian to the orphanage by the hand and began to beg the director to take this child. Ella aseguró al director que este chico haría un buen trabajo. She didn't doubt it for a second. Then Urian thought she was cute. He took a peeled boiled egg, and he shoved it into her mouth, offering to go to the Magic Academy together. This way she can go to classes and eat delicious food until she's full. Other children wanted to try their hand at it too. Ella abrazó a sus amigos y sugirió que todos fueran a la academia juntos. To eat your fill of everything delicious, and study instead of toiling here. Survive at any cost to live together. One day the director announced that Ella was being adopted. This news came as a bolt from the blue to the children. However, the children were happy that their little sister would have a family. This was not the last news. The director told Urian that he would become a sacrifice to the wolf god. Ella was indignant because the man promised to take care of Urian. The director asked the boy if he knew why wolf packs had not been seen lately. The man insisted that it was true. He said that monsters don't appear because they feed them. The wolf god loves young meat, and Urian is short and thin. The sacrifice will save the village. Ella let out a tense cry. She suddenly said that she herself would become a victim. The man swung his fist right at the girl's face. Suddenly he stopped, saying that the goods could not be damaged. Ella respiró con miedo. The director told her not to say such things again, otherwise they would sacrifice more than just Urian. The orphans set to work, except for Jurian. He sat there wondering what to do next. Urian's little sister called out to him, and when he looked back, his face froze. Her hair became much shorter. Urian asked what happened. The girl cut her hair herself to look like him. She blurted out that they didn't have time. They needed to change clothes. Her clothes were for girls, but he was thin enough to fit. Urian covered himself and asked what she was talking about. The girl recalled that she said she would become a victim. The boy asked if she understood what that meant, but she knew, because her younger brother was also a victim. When she first saw Urian, it felt like her brother had come back to life. They are similar, so she wanted to take care of him. Ella didn't want her little brother to die again. Then Jurian suggested that they run away together. The girl objected that they would be caught too quickly. She thought the idea of swapping was great. The director will beat her when he sees the color of her hair, but Urian will manage to escape. She walked up to the boy and took the wreath off him. Ella put it on and said that Jurian should live in her place. Besides, the place of her adoption is not much different from this one. A 10-year-old girl said something like that, and he clenched his fist. Suddenly, the director appeared on the threshold. He was looking for Ella. The man asked what happened to her hair. The man held a knife in his hand. The children turned to look at the principal, and Ella was overcome with fear. The man walked up to the child and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. What the hell is she in such a condition for? Now the price for her will definitely drop. Urian's body was filled with anxiety mixed with anger, and strength began to awaken within him. Suddenly, Jurian's heart skipped a beat. The organ filled with blood and began to beat furiously. The boy remembered the warning that his heart would break if his power was discovered. Looking at the wreath, the man understood everything. He asked if she wanted to become a victim like her brother. The director bared his teeth, unable to hold back his laughter. She didn't understand one interesting fact. He was the god of wolves, and it was he who killed her brother. Having given the meat and skin to the monsters, he sold its organs at a good price. Who knew that orphans are much more valuable dead? The man said her brother was happy to become a victim. The director cursed when he noticed that the girl had died. Jurian, without realizing it, approached the man. The man told him that his little sister was no more. Ella, who always worried about him. Urian recalled the moments spent with her, and the director said that they would see each other soon. The boy asked himself why he hesitated. The man asked again in surprise. Urian remembered Gerzia asking him why he wanted to become a PSS. After all, the fate of a hero or a demon king is much simpler. The character then replied that a hero or demon king should use his power for the sake of humans and demons, and he didn't like it. Urian swung his fist sharply, saying that he wanted to use force for those he himself wanted to protect. The wave from the barely noticeable magical line was so powerful that it blew off the head of the orphanage director from a distance. A cluster of clouds formed in the sky, and among them something flashed in the radiance of space. The man's hands weakened. Ella fell down, but Jurian managed to catch her. The character apologized for being late. Suddenly he heard her sigh heavily. Urian was delighted. He pressed his palm to the girl's hand, and her body glowed with a faint yellow light. The boy applied the healing. He was relieved that it was not too late. The sun shone through the wide-open doors. Urian closed his eyes. He had no regrets left. But for some reason he was okay. His heart wasn't broken. He was delighted. The boy realized that if he killed before his true power was realized, he would not die. He came to this world thanks to the goddess Herzia and saved his little sister from the vile director. These events took place 4 years ago, and now a huge monster, with a skull instead of a head, was flashing its red eyes in the forest. Urian was startled, suddenly remembering that he had forgotten to drink milk that morning. He cursed, because he had hardly grown at all in 4 years. The monster stretched out his hand to reach the boy, but he didn't pay attention. Hearing the monster approaching him, the boy punched a hole in its torso with one movement. The upper part of the monster's body fell off. Jurian wondered if eating deer antlers would make him taller. The nun told the children that they were old enough to enter the magic academy. Sister Arlene asked if they were well prepared. She took in orphans after the director's death. The sister believed that there was a reason why God took the director and allowed the children to live. Arlene hoped that his blessing would help her with the exam as well. The magic academy was their dream place to escape from the orphanage. And also, this is the school that Jurian so wanted to go to. The last 4 years have been too boring for him, but now people will openly ignore him. Urian wondered if killing monsters was the point of academies in a fantasy world. The boy was very excited. The Royal Academy of Magic was founded by the ruling family. She nurtures everyone's talents, regardless of status. And today the entrance exam was scheduled. And Chris, a nobleman, had already managed to appreciate the nobility of the academy. He also noticed that most of the boys had blue brooches, which meant they were of noble birth. Suddenly he noticed a girl with a red brooch, and thought that she was a princess of the royal family. Chris grinned, but sweat began to pour down his face as he realized that the exam would not be easy. The boy noticed someone's voice calling out to a certain Urian. He looked back and saw guys with black brooches. Urian heard laughter and turned his gaze to its source. Chris asked why the lower beings thought they could be here. The rest of the guys also joined in the ridicule. They said that the plebeians should thank Her Majesty for this chance. Urian liked this attitude, because it is a classic plot development for his character. Ella shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter." She turned around and told Urian to follow her, and even more so that he doesn't listen to these guys, because they don't value people, only status. Urian hurried after his little sister, asking her to wait. Soon, the head of the Magic Academy, Magus, announced the start of the entrance exam. He said that the task was simple, to protect all people with sword and magic. Someone in the crowd noticed the black brooch and, surprised by the presence of a commoner, asked if he could lift the sword. The man with dark hair and a white headband is the instructor, Ka Ryun Pin. To pass the skill test, you first need to take a sword, and cut down the target behind him with one blow. The boys were shocked that the instructor cut up the target with paper. Ka Ryun Ping said to come one by one, the first one he called Tien. The girl answered uncertainly that she was here. The instructor said that she could start whenever she was ready. She was worried that she would be disqualified if she didn't cut the target on the first try. The instructor replied that they did not have high expectations, because they will still be at the level of children. The girl swung her sword and suddenly lowered it, closing her eyes. She cut through the target to the middle. Next up was Chris, who also made it to the middle. And Rochelle is the same. Then the instructor called Ella. The girl excitedly replied that she was here. Urian encouraged her. Ella thanked her brother for his support. The girl took the sword with firm determination. The boys were whispering to each other. They were sure that Ella wouldn't be able to cut through even half of it. Now she thought that she had failed to protect Urian 4 years ago. The girl sighed, and with that exhalation she sharply slashed with her sword. The instructor's jaw dropped, and those who mocked the girl kept their mouths shut. This was unexpected from a girl with a black brooch. Ella dijo que ella sería la que protegería a Urian. The instructor was shocked. A magic rod was installed in the middle of the target. Even if they hit it with all their might, they shouldn't have been able to cut it. To make a complete cut, she needed to strengthen the weapon with magic. But this is difficult even for adults, and the girl managed it subconsciously. The instructor thought she was talented and called Urian next. The hero tilted his body, moved one leg back and concentrated. Ryun was curious to see what Ella's younger brother would show. The boy swung and slightly hunched his shoulders as he struck. The instructor covered his expression with a sheet of paper so as not to be unethical. The boys burst out laughing. Then Ryun thought that Urian was not as talented as his sister. The next test was with instructor Chi Li. The gist was the same. To hit an object behind her back, but in a magical way. One boy raised his hand and objected that he could not use magic. Chi Li replied, "The tool will create water for them." Chris started first. He extended his hand forward with a magic staff, and water poured out of it. She rushed towards the target and covered it completely. The conceited man shrugged his shoulders and proudly raised his chin. The instructor asked Chris to return to his place and called the next one, Jurian. Ella was rooting for him. She wished him luck. Chris was supposed to hand the wand to Jurian, but he dropped it on purpose. The bully told Jurian not to even think about getting anything from the nobleman. He called the hero a dirty commoner. Chili told the boys to quarrel among themselves. Jurian picked up a magical item from the ground. He liked that because of Chris, everyone was looking at him. It will be a failure. Jurian wanted to become an ideal character that hides his true strength, so he recreated a superb scene of failure. Suddenly, he felt that he could not control the staff. The instructor and Ella froze. The boys looked at Jurian with big eyes of curiosity and surprise. Jurian looked at the magic item and realized he was in trouble. The protagonist diligently adhered to the tactics of hidden power, but as it turns out, this is not always necessary. The guys asked what happened. They didn't believe that a simpleton had incredibly strong mana. They started shouting that the instrument was defective. Chris claimed that this commoner could not destroy a working one. He was supported. Jurian covered his mouth with his hand and mentally thanked Chris for saving him. However, the hero wondered why the instrument was so weak. After all, he can't get caught at the very beginning. The third test involved dividing into groups of 3 people and having to kill a magical bear and bring back its fang. Mages added that it doesn't matter how good their skills or mana are if they can't defeat monsters. Ella llamó a Jurian. She said that there was only one step left to make her dream come true. Jurian decided to try. They announced that they needed to form teams based on the color of the brooch's glow. Ella had a red one, and so did a couple of other guys. They called the girl to them so that they could go straight into the forest. Chris simply exploded with rage, because how could a commoner end up on the same team as a princess? Jurian was glad that Ella was on a team with the strong. The girl, leaving, wished her brother good luck. He did the same and waved after her. The problem, however, was that his brooch had no glow. It would be a shame if he didn't have a team. Suddenly 2 guys approached him. Their brooches didn't glow either. Rishal was watching Jurian during the test. He introduced himself and offered to try together. Tian, blushing, also introduced herself shyly. The hero felt relieved. The nobles mocked the fact that black and green were on the same team. Rishal was upset when the guys started shouting loudly that this was his 4th attempt to pass the test, and Tian is generally an abandoned noblewoman. Great team. However, Jurian was not aware of this. He told his guys that they could still pass the test. They looked away from their mockery and at Jurian. Richel just beamed. He admired the hero's calm behavior. Richel believed that Jurian must necessarily receive recognition from others. Tian doubted that they would succeed. Just now the realization dawned on Jurian. If he's on the same team with them, then he's failed. He became worried about his little sister. Richel was glowing with confidence. He said that there was nothing to be proud of here. But after the 4th time, he knew everything here. For example, that the previous tests can be failed, because hunting monsters gives the most points. Jurian felt relieved. In the forest, the grass glowed green and the sun caressed the treetops. Our team played tag with a bear, and the bear was the water. They managed to escape from the monster. To pass the test, you need to defeat him. But Jurian can't hunt while these 2 are around. Alone, he could have dealt with even 100 of these monsters. Rishal said that if things continued like this, they would not be taken. He couldn't fail, so he suggested simply pulling out the bear's fang. Rishal explained that the test's objective was to defeat the bear and take the fang, but they were too weak for that, so you can just take the fang. Jurian approached the boy and asked if this was even possible. However, there was one way, and if they listen to Richel, the plan will definitely succeed. This year he was lucky, because the monster bear is the easiest enemy. The guy handed the lady a bag and asked her to apply the contents to her body. It was deer blood, and bears are very sensitive to smells. Tian hesitated, because that meant she would be used as bait. The girl admitted that she is not a very good runner, but Rishal assured that they would cope in any case. Because the bear monster ignored attacks while it was eating, Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Jurian grabbed Richel by the wrist, stopping him. He raised his hand, and he asked if he was really suggesting that she die. However, Rishal did not understand what was wrong, because Jurian himself wanted to get into the academy. He said that there was no way to avoid casualties. Rishal asked if Jurian had any other options. He insisted that they had no option. They are not endowed with powers from birth, so commoners must unite. So Richel thought it would be a good idea to go through together, sacrificing just one noblewoman. Ever since she was sent to this weak team, it became clear that everyone had abandoned her. The girl remembered the maid saying that she heard that Lady Tian had failed the test again, and that her brother Ricky is so good that she doubts whether they are of the same blood. Jurian stood up for Tian. So it is not for Richel to decide who is useful and who is not. The guy stood up from his knees, his teeth clenched tightly in anger. By that time, he had managed to open the bag and immediately poured blood on his team members. He shouted that Jurian would die with her. The bear's eyes flashed, and he immediately jumped towards the smell of blood, spewing flames from his mouth. Tian froze, her mouth hanging open in fear. A scream caught in her throat. Jurian just chuckled. Tien turned her gaze to the hero and thought that he was very weak. She came to the conclusion that she needed to destroy this monster herself. The bear was already quite close. Tien froze in fear, but remembered how the maid called her the shame of the family. The anger came out. The girl tensed up and erected a blue windshield in front of the monster. She stated that she was also a noblewoman. Tien simultaneously created a windsword, and dozens of blades headed straight for the monster. Now it was her turn to show the world that he was wrong. However, this attack did not leave a scratch on the bear. Urien stood rooted to the spot, amazed at the monster's strength. He was surrounded by white air that was turning cold, and Tien warned that the landing might be hard. She could launch things, but she hadn't yet learned how to land them safely. Covered in deer blood, she said it was better than death. She waved her wand and threw Urien into the air. Tien thanked him out loud for giving her this courage. She hoped that Urien would be able to escape, and at that moment, flames flew at the bear. But the girl no longer saw this. Her body was pulled towards the ground. The hero grabbed Tien by the shoulders. He said that it was her time to shine. Urien noticed that the bespectacled man ran away because he was afraid of getting hit. But he was able to save Tien. The bear recovered and, turning around, approached the boy. Urien punched, tearing the monster's body to shreds. The bear roared, and the hero thought whether it was worth playing a joke on that idiot when he returned. By the way, it was unknown where Rishal had run off to. It turned out that he somehow managed to come to an agreement with another team and joined them. Ricky, Tien's brother, told these guys that they should only draw swords and sticks against monsters. But they did not listen to him. One boy called a commoner to him under the pretext of helping her pass the exam. Ricky objected that only the director of the academy could decide that. They wanted to force all the nobles to fail the test so that the commoners could pass. The boys accused the nobles of wanting them to fail. Ricky decided to clarify whether they really thought that Ella could win if she was on their side. The boy burst out laughing and replied that he would not be the one to defeat the nobles. The monsters they use will do everything. Ricky looked at these idiots with a calm expression on his face. He noticed that many more commoners were taking the test this year. They seemed to know that the monster bears could be attracted by the smell of blood. As a member of the ruling family, she wanted to express her regret. After all, the future uses monsters for such things. She ordered Ricky to capture them alive. An investigation needs to be conducted to find out who used the last part of the exam. Blue Eyes jerked from his place, holding the sword in his hands. His movements were smooth and elegant. He swung his weapon in the air, directing a stream of magic towards the commoners. The white and blue lines made it impossible for them to move. Rishal shouted for everyone to start throwing blood. The deer blood flew straight at Ricky, but he didn't even flinch. On the contrary, the blood itself trembled, freezing in the air under his gaze. Rishal was horrified. The blood began to evaporate. The princess's fingers sparkled with magic, and she recommended that the boys surrender. She said their plan had failed. Ella was amazed that she didn't even have to intervene in this situation. Rishal was against it because this year was their last chance, and if they get caught, it's all over. He tilted the sword and ran the blade across his hand. This simply blew up the fighting spirit of the common people. They disobeyed the princess and cut themselves. She didn't understand why she had to go that far, but the monster had already reacted. Ella stepped back slightly, her breath caught in her throat in panic, because there were 4 bears right ahead. She doubted that the children would be able to do anything about it. The common people ran away, shouting that they would not be caught so easily. With a couple of deft moves, Ricky cut off the heads of 4 monsters. Rishal raised his head. Ella was stunned by this nobleman's skills. Ricky told them that there was no need to hurt themselves just because things didn't go according to plan. Soon the conspirators were tied up. Ricky walked up to Rishal and said that his sister was on his team. The boy with glasses raised his head and grinned loudly. He replied that it was great that Ricky and Ella were here together, and then announced that their brother and sister were already dead. The bears tore them to pieces. The princess told Ricky to go to them because there should be traces left. Ella ran after him, excitedly shouting her brother's name, but the princess asked her to stay there. The girl froze and asked why. After all, her younger brother is there. The princess understood what it was like to hear something happen to your family. However, it will only get in the way. If everything happened as he said, then the place could be covered in someone's blood. The monsters will sense it and start gathering. 10 or 20, it's hard to say. But Ricky was skilled enough to deal with them, and protecting her at the same time would be problematic even for him. So Ella had no choice but to trust Ricky and stay. Ricky raced through the forest at full speed. In the meadow, he found his sister lying unconscious. However, that was not all. The boy slowed down when he saw a man with a helmet on his head. Urien turned around and was even a little upset that it wasn't the bespectacled man. Ricky saw the black brooch and thought that they hadn't caught everyone. He turned his gaze back to his sister. Realizing what had happened, he jumped into the air screaming, "How dare this guy!" Without ceremony, he brought the sword down in a dash towards Urien. The hero parried the blow. Ricky was surprised that his attack was blocked so easily. Urian asked if it wasn't too dangerous to attack so suddenly. Ricky said the boy wouldn't go unscathed after he injured his sister. He noticed that the unknown commoner in the mask was able to strengthen the sword with magic. Urian asked Ricky to calm down for a second and listen. He didn't want to harm Tien in any way. Ricky jumped back and summoned the wind. This was dangerous for Jurian, as the attack almost blew off his helmet. Ricky walked up to his sister and raised a windshield over her. He said that he saw a suspicious helmet, his unconscious sister, and a commoner. But the guy didn't look like the attackers, and Urian thanked him. To acknowledge the amazing moves that allowed him to dodge 2 of Ricky's attacks, he decided to introduce himself. He did this by identifying himself as the Viscount's eldest son and a servant of the wind spirit Vi. The hero put his sword over his shoulder and replied that he was pleased to meet him. Urian identified himself as Yurisoken, and Riki asked him to answer the question. Who did this to his sister? The hero winced from the wind, although it was not visible under the mask. He thought for a moment and, as if uncertainly, answered that he himself. He had to be cut off. Riki stood up from the ground and, enveloped in a cold wind, said that this time he would definitely break that ugly helmet. It seems the misunderstanding was not so easy to resolve. Urian lowered his sword. He still needed to find his fangs, so he quickly dashed in the other direction. Riki admitted that this guy was fast. Night moves at the next level, or even higher, but he could foresee them. Riki's sword is faster. He already put it to Yurisoken's neck to knock off his helmet, and he slashed with his sword, confident that he had cut it. I soon discovered that it wasn't. The commoner disappeared. Before Riki could turn around, a dull pain pierced his head. Eyes rolled back. The boy was drawn to the ground. Urian knocked it out with the edge of his hand. This was its residual mark. The 29th exam was completed, and the report included an incident in which applicants attacked others. During the incident, the princess dealt with them and poisoned the royal investigators to investigate. Mages said everyone did a great job, and the teachers were amazed at the standard of the students. However, Professor Jerry didn't think so. He said that this year was a complete mess, and it was caused by the common people. Chi Li asked the professor to refrain from such words, since this year the academy does not look at status. Jerry grinned and said that it was just for show. The Royal Academy of Magic was a place where nobles could fulfill their duty. That was exactly how the sage's words sounded, and then Chi Li simply exploded. She shouted at him not to mention her father here. Magus stopped the argument with his deep voice and asked for the report to continue. The boy, whose ears were blocked by the shouts, announced that 29 people had passed. Soon the students were able to judge the top 10 list themselves. In first place was Princess Saseruti. On the second one is the clan of wind spirits, Riki, who kept wondering where Yurisoken was. Third place went to the magical swordsman Jade, who thought his mother would be pleased. Fourth and fifth place were taken by sisters. The younger one, Sia, the older one, Muv. In sixth place was Ella. She wanted to share the news with her brother. Seventh place goes to the Home Secretary's son, Chris, who bites his nails out of nerves. Eighth place is the bully Rizo, who was furious because he had to take some tests. Ninth place went to the princess's fan, Hina. 10th place, the bangs-headed Goliath. 24th place was taken by Tien from the Wind Spirit clan. She thought her brother was amazing because he came in second place. The hero chuckled nervously. Everything was bad. He failed. However, the boy brought a fang. Perhaps the results were influenced by those tests with the sword and magic. Ella escuchó que su hermano estaba atrapado y era grande que no se había lastimado. She wanted to rush to his aid immediately, and Urian apologized for making her worry. The guy was glad that she took 6th place. He heard that there are advantages for the top 10. Ella hoped that luck would be on her side next year as well. Urian didn't understand what she meant. My sister decided that she would not apply, and they would do it together in a year. After all, they initially wanted to enroll here together. Hearing this, Chris laughed out loud. For him, it was great news. He put his hands on his hips and couldn't stop laughing. That arrogant laugh that he was actually forcing out of himself. Urian wanted to beat the crap out of Chris right then and there. Chi Li protested at the meeting. She did not agree with the results. However, for Magus, everything was as expected. It wasn't about the top 10. Chi Li didn't agree with Urian's failure. The guy said that Jurian brought the bear's lower jaw, but it is unlikely that he got it himself. Kar Yunping supported. Chi Li said that he has great talent. Very soon, a man burst into the hall with an urgent announcement. He said that one more student would be chosen from among the 29. This is Urian with a magical profile. The nobles were indignant. They gasped loudly and expressed indignation. Ella congratulated her brother, but the hero could not believe it yet. Chi Li defended him to the last, saying that this boy had enough magical power, so he was still able to instantly limit the force, preventing a catastrophe. And if they miss him, it will be a huge loss for the kingdom. Jerry said that if Tien hadn't pushed Jurian away when the bear appeared, they would have died. He insisted that the boy had little real experience, to which Chili shouted that it was earned at school. The professor looked down at her and asked where she got such love for common people. Chili believed that it was not Urian who did not deserve a place in the school, but Professor Jerry, who was clearly discriminating against the student. Magus stopped them again. He reminded them that the School of Magic is a haven for talented warriors, and status does not matter. Besides, he trusts Professor Chili, because she is one of the few heroic mages in the country. Seeing how she pleads for her student, it would be foolish to ignore his talent. The head of the academy decided to use his power to accept Jurian for training separately, but with one condition. If he fails to deliver the results expected of him, Urian will be excluded. Ricky approached the hero and said that Yuri-Sokun was this tall. Urian tensed. He recognized the guy he had encountered during the test. Ricky looked at Urian carefully. He remembered how the guy had performed in the first tests, and decided to leave so as not to waste time. Ella asked what was wrong with him, but the hero didn't show it. The next day, there was news that there were top 10 students, and a special student in the advanced class. Ella was too worried. Even Jurian pointed it out to her. The boys entered the classroom together. Ricky and Cheruti sat together. Sisters Sia and Mu too. Jade sat separately, and below on the desk together sat Goliath and Haina, blushing at the very thought of the princess. Ella asked Jurian where they would sit. The hero was interested in how training takes place in this world. Everything would probably be less developed. The bully Raizo shouted at Ella to move. The girl stepped aside. Chris jumped up from his seat, calling out to Raizo. He asked him if he had just arrived. Raizo didn't see a problem with this. Chris shouted that he should set an example for the low-born students. The bully cursed at Chris. Chris, for reference, clarified that he was in 7th place. So Raizo 8th place, better not be late anymore. The bully raised an eyebrow skeptically. He asked just in case if Chris really thought he was stronger because he was higher in the rankings. Such a test can in no way judge his abilities. Ella was scared when she saw the boys fighting. Chris and Raizo started fighting. But Jade wasn't interested in that. He was interested in something else. Or rather, some people. He walked up to Ella and introduced himself to her. The girl formally introduced herself in response. Jade said it was cool that they were in the same class despite being commoners, and it was the first time something like that happened. Flashing a smile, he suggested that the guys be friends, regardless of their status. Urian noticed how the bastard was trying to make a bed. The hero said that he was not Ella's brother. Then Jade squeezed his hand and changed the subject, praising the girl for her handling of the sword. He couldn't wait to see what Jurian could do. The boy raised his eyebrows and looked at Jade with a forced smile. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. There was nothing special on the first day. Normal classes are scheduled to start tomorrow. Ella le recordó que estaban en una escuela de magia, so it's worth enjoying before the rest of them get here. Suddenly they heard someone behind them surprised to meet commoners. In their time, it was unthinkable for commoners to study at a magic academy. Urian blushed at the sight of such second-year scum. The blonde said that they should have greeted them properly. Ella stepped forward and greeted him, bumping her elbow into Urian. The dark-haired sophomore told them to undress. They believed that common people could not wear the same clothes as the nobility. The brunette grabbed Urian by the collar. The second-year student suddenly froze. He looked down at the first year and slowly called him a bastard. Urian smiled. Jade, out of breath, called out to Sunbinim. He said school was not a place to discriminate based on status. Ella jerked towards her brother to free him, but Urian found what was happening funny. Jade asked the Sunbae to let Urian go. The blonde was indignant. The sophomore punched Ella in the face as she tried to pull her brother away. He shouted for them to respect their elders. Jade was horrified. He saw the girl begin to fall and a trail of blood followed her. Urian was amused by what was happening until Ella was touched. He looked at the second-year student, asking with his eyes how this stupid creature dared to do this. The president of the hero class, Hai Wan, was invited by the head of the academy to his office. He thanked the girl for taking on the advanced class. She replied that she did it because she had nothing better to do. The principal said this year's class will be one of the most compelling causes in the school's history. The president guessed that they were talking about a brother and sister. Despite the fact that the nobility was against it, they acted in a special manner. Hai Wan understood why they took the girl. She was a commoner, but she instinctively charged the sword with mana. If Ella had been an aristocrat, her place would have been assured. However, the president could not say the same about her brother. Chili insisted that he had hidden talent, but Urian was unable to show it. However, the head of the academy received him in a special manner. It must have something to do with that very reason. The man asked Hai Wan if she thought this school was what it should be. This place was supposed to nurture talent regardless of status. Hai Wan said that since childhood, she had only been taught how to fight, so she would take his word for it. She decided to rely on the chief's judgment and the reason he had mentioned. Mages saw how the boys were being bullied right under their windows, but Hai Wan suggested that they wait and see how they would proceed. because she is very curious about the reason why Urian was enrolled here. Jade ran out into the road and took a fighting stance in front of the second year, yelling at Urian to take Ella to the infirmary, and he himself will take these bastards to the administration. The blonde was outraged by this insult. He said that they were 15 years old. His friend froze, not understanding when the commoner managed to escape from his hands. Ella's eye was bleeding and the girl was unconscious. After examining his little sister, the hero discovered that when that bastard hit her, it resembled a mana fist. Urian was angry that he couldn't give the second year a good dressing down because he couldn't show his powers. Jane and Sunbae Neem clung to each other. The second-year student noticed that Jade was stronger than him, despite being shorter. The boy was not going to give in. Then the boy shouted at Nigel to use magic. His comrade picked up a magic wand. However, the use of magic on school grounds is prohibited. While these idiots were fighting each other, Urian also used healing on Ella. He told Jade that he had cured her, so she shouldn't worry about the infirmary. The head of the academy and Hayawan were shocked. They saw everything that happened and how Ella came to her senses. Now Jurian wanted to show these bullies. However, when he looked at them, he froze with an expression of surprise. Nigel fell to his knees and the big man was shaking, holding Jade's hands. The president asked the chief if he had accepted Urian knowing this. The hero didn't understand what was going on. Jade didn't understand how Ella could recover so quickly. Urian calmly replied that he had cured her, so what was the problem? There is such a thing as common sense. Healing is used to heal a wound. Depending on your ability, this can take anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. In general, even a priest needs at least 5 minutes for this. Urian didn't know this. Everyone, including Jade, was angry. The second-year students gasped, and the guy's classmate was indignant. By that time, the president came out into the yard and began by saying that fights between students were strictly prohibited. Urian guessed that she was watching them. The girl looked at the two, and she smiled with the thought that there are a lot of interesting students this year. Everyone asked the teacher for forgiveness, but the big guy didn't calm down. When everything was over, the boys went to their rooms and were surprised to find that there were beds. Urian looked around happily, but he didn't feel the same joy from his little sister. She suddenly said that she didn't know he was so talented. Ella had never heard of a complete instant cure. The girl, dejected, said that he would definitely be accepted into some cool place after graduation. For some reason, it seemed to her that their paths would diverge. She cheerfully declared that she would not lag behind. Because her brother is very close by, in an advanced class, she suggested supporting each other until the very end. The next day, Hayawan introduced herself as the leader of the advanced class. The guys were shocked to see the hero as their classmate. This news was pleasant. The teacher asked the children if they liked their beds. Students who fail to get into the elite class do not have privileges. From this day on, delicious food, new uniforms, excellent equipment. Everything is at their disposal. And if they can hold out here until the very end, then the school will look at them with envy. However, there is a screening system in this class. If their performance declines, they will be transferred. They must take into account that the number of students in the final year of study in the advanced class was 0. Urian waited impatiently when Haiwan said that she was curious to see how many of them would be able to graduate in this class. After a short introduction, she walked up to the board and began drawing with chalk. Urian smiled. Because the grade in the advanced class is absolute rather than graduated, the number of students changes each year. Unlike regular students, the advanced class receives a lot of support, and after graduation they are guaranteed a successful career. However, if they fly out, they immediately transfer to a regular class. The question was whether Urian would be able to graduate from the advanced class. When Haiwan drew something on the board, the boys' faces changed. They were clearly unhappy with the math example. Chris raised his hand to ask a question. He asked why they needed mathematics in magic school. Haiwan asked a counter question. Why does he need magic? The student replied that he wanted to become strong and help the kingdom. The girl called this answer wonderful, but to become stronger, they do not need mana, but knowledge about the world. The teacher asked her what she should do to make the fire bigger. Chris replied that more mana should be used. This statement turned out to be true. This is usually done by using a lot of mana. But what to do if there is no more mana to add? Hayawan asked the girl with the bun to answer. Hina replied that other sorcerers needed to cast support spells. The teacher said that this is one of the sure ways. But the best way to increase fire without mana is wind. A small fiery hurricane arose and swirled in the classroom. When fire combines with wind, the fire begins to grow rapidly. This is knowledge, so guys shouldn't focus on increasing their mana reserves. You need to learn? Start with simple tests. And the students began to obediently complete the assignments. After a while, Haiwan suggested checking the answers. Chris was nervous because he gave 2 answers at random. Princess Saruti did the best. Hina blushed, admiring her. The second was Raizo. Chris turned pale. The bully only asked not to tell him that Chris had made mistakes. After all, he is an aristocrat with an advantage in admission. How can that be? Reizo clarified that the rating changes once a month. He was not interested in the places, but he told him to try from tomorrow. Chris lowered his head and gasped nervously. The teacher was about to announce the last one who had succeeded. This is Jurian. Ricky and the other students glanced at him, especially Chris, whose face was dripping with sweat. Even Ella was surprised. The hero smiled, mentally triumphant. In his past life, he was a student who suffered from private education. He could count such examples in his head without any problems. For him it was elementary, Goliath said, smiling tensely. That was cool. Jade shouted at Urian that he would not lose to him. He-won announced that the simple tests were over. The president snapped her finger and tokens flew from her hand into the air. This was an advanced class badge. The kids had to attach it to their vests. With them, students have access to everything in the school. For example, to the best food, exclusively prepared for the advanced class. When Ella and Jurian saw the tables filled with meat, drool began to flow from their mouths. The girl tore off a piece with her teeth, and it simply melted in her mouth. Ella dijo que quería quedarse en la clase avanzada para siempre. You had to work hard to get good grades. After lunch, the monster hunting lesson began. Unlike the morning test, this lesson will affect students' grades. Ella was burning with impatience. The teacher reminded them that they were still newbies. That's why she invited their elders to this lesson. These were the same bullies who had picked on Urian and Ella. Haiwan warned that teamwork will be taken into account when calculating. Then Jurian thought he was finished. Nigel stuck out his tongue, teasing the little ones. But let them not be afraid, because second-year students can be both good and bad. Jade hoped the boys would listen to them. Even though it was very unfair, he wanted to stay in this class at any cost. The guys too. But the question is whether their elders will appreciate their efforts. Urian grimaced as he saw the two of them giggling. He addressed the elders, calling them respected, and he offered them to make a bet. Nigel was outraged by the commoner's proposal. Urian said that they would show them that they could do it. He was confident in his decision. Nigel cried out as if to say, "As you wish." He walked up to the barrel of weapons and grabbed it. The elder threw the barrel to the boys. They stood in stupor at the sight of the swords. If the younger ones win, then they will recognize them. The big guy said that the little ones need to be more careful about their injuries, because teachers can't tell whether they were hit by a monster or a human. Urian broke out in a cold sweat. Nigel grinned at the boys' confusion. However, the trio were relieved to have a chance to stay in the advanced class. They laughed and cheerfully chose swords for themselves. Nigel told his friend not to hold back. Ella was the first to enter the battle. She surprised the big guy by blocking his attack. The elder felt that the commoner had filled the sword with mana. Ella thought that last time she couldn't protect herself, let alone Urian. But she won't screw up today. The elder told Nigel to cast a protective spell quickly. Nigel used protective armor. Jade tried to act as quickly as possible. He flashed unnoticed behind Nigel. He didn't even notice how his staff broke. The elder looked at the magic instrument with fear, and then to a first-year student holding a demonic sword in his hands. Jade stated the main rule: deal with the sorcerer first. The big guy gasped. But he decided that since it had come to this, they would destroy the sorcerer of the children. Ella rushed after him, saying that this would not happen. Urian smiled, standing still. As soon as he took a step forward, a clot of dark energy could be felt from him. The elder felt uneasy. His body began to go numb. Ella shouted at Jurian to be careful. There was a monster behind the hero, and it was he who was radiating this energy. He reached out with his clawed paw towards Urian, and he slashed across the back, but not Urian's, but Ella's. The guy froze, gradually realizing what had just happened. Jade shouted the girl's name. He flicked his wrist, summoning a demonic sword. The second form, a spiral. Without thinking, Jade jumped into the air and drove the spiral into the monster's body. It pierced his carcass right through. Pieces of the monster fell to the ground. The senior was shocked not so much by the monster itself, but by the fact that the first-year student killed the monster with one blow. The big man saw that the commoner was in perfect order. It was an instant cure. The elder now understood what an advanced class meant. He clenched his teeth and hissed in irritation. The big guy shouted to the little ones that they had passed, but he was going to report the mud-blooded idiot. Nigel supported his comrade. They went crazy, shouting at Urian that he couldn't do anything on his own. The hero didn't deny it, he just laughed. Haiwan, drinking tea in the hut, said that this wasn't supposed to be a combined lesson. The teachers smiled warmly and said that they sometimes do the same. The president looked at them intently, asking if this was allowed, but they insisted that teachers also needed rest. The theory lesson was suddenly changed to a monster hunting lesson, and these people are trying to calm Haiwan down. She asked if her freshmen would suffer since they had such wonderful seniors. The teachers visibly tensed up and replied that no. For Haiwan, it was obvious. She wondered what to do with them. Maybe praise their courage or do something serious. The two of them simultaneously felt Haiwan's aura change. However, the president decided to wait for now because this is an advanced class. However, the sword fight did not end there. The elders brought Jade to authority. Jade kept wondering what was going on, and the reason was in him. In this sophomore guy who holds the #1 spot in the rankings, L'Oreal. Now the second course is called the Demon's Lair, because he is the top one who immediately told the others to listen to him. The guys were against this. On the day of the senior year's entrance ceremony last year, there were 10 people in the advanced class until one moment. Until L'Oreal beat everyone else half to death. 3 of the subordinates remained in the advanced class. The rest were hospitalized. So now there are 4 people in the second year, and there is a strict hierarchy among them. Jade didn't understand why the entire second year would be here together. L'Oreal told him that he had heard something about his family, namely that the Jade family uses a demonic sword. L'Oreal guessed that if Jade couldn't pass the advanced class, his family would fall. The boy remembered how his father was outraged at why people used mana swords. The magic tool is becoming more and more popular. A magic wand that can create water with ease, and a magic sword that can produce fire. The demon sword family was in decline, and Jade's father had taken to drinking. He reached out his hand to his son, and he yelled that Jade had to finish the advanced class. The boy must do this no matter what, otherwise his mother, sister, and father will die. L'Oreal told Jade that he would let him finish the advanced class. He added that this class is currently being monitored at Heights. They gave the seniors a task, and guaranteed that they would not be expelled if they helped complete it. For people like them, finishing an advanced class is a normal thing. So L'Oreal wanted Jade to go to these commoners and do as he said. It's much easier than fighting for a place in the class. Jade has the opportunity to become a worthy son. When Jade returned, the guys asked if he was okay. He had been gone for so long that they began to worry. The guys bombarded him with questions, but Jade didn't answer them. He silently began to take out the demonic sword. Suddenly, Jurian's eyes darted around in horror. Jade loomed over his little sister with his sword. The hero ran forward and covered Ella with his body. Urian said it was a bad joke. He called out to Jade, but he told him to be careful, because there is high voltage between these swords. Urian smiled and called the boy capable. Jade apologized and asked the guys to stay here for now. His elders told him that he could monopolize the points. He wanted to stay in the advanced class. Jade promised that he would let the boys out when the lesson was over. The guys couldn't even guess what Jade was going to do. The guy fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Is Jade trying to disobey the people above? The first-year student's entire face was covered in bruises. His cheeks were bleeding. The task L'Oreal spoke of was to cut off the limbs of commoners, because the people at the top refused to accept the fact that they are studying with the nobility. Therefore, their task is to kill the mudbloods. Other teachers could not get here, but people from above gathered them for this mission. Jade needs to complete a task to stay, so as not to disappoint the top brass. This was Jade's chance to save his fallen family. L'Oreal sighed and said that he didn't understand him. After all, he did so much for these poor common people. Jade looked up at L'Oreal, protesting that they weren't poor. They were Ella and Urian. L'Oreal asked if a couple of days was enough to get close to them. Jade replied that he wasn't saying that because they were close. Because Ella is a talented swordsman. Urian is weak and lacks skills in magic, but he is smart and will definitely be a wonderful adult. Plus, he has amazing healing abilities. Jade shouted that they both had a future, and they will be more useful than an aristocrat who discriminates against them because of their status. L'Oreal did not deny that the boys could be useful. He reminded him that his family would then be doomed to despair. Disobeying high-ranking aristocrats is a crime. L'Oreal mentioned a naive brother and sister who knew nothing about this world. Jade thought about his younger siblings. His sister Seed and brother Hazel congratulated him on his admission. They assured him that his father would smile again. The guy was taken by surprise. He leaned over to the little ones and hugged them tightly. Jade promised that he would definitely finish the advanced class. L'Oreal told him that it was not too late, because what's wrong with prioritizing your family? L'Oreal assured Jade that the commoners would die today. He extended his bloody hand to the freshmen, saying that he wasn't angry, just let Jade kill them. And then they will live successfully. Jade slapped L'Oreal's hand, pushing it away from him. He told the elder to disappear. Jade will protect her family and friends, all of them. For the authoritative blonde, rejection was an unpleasant thing. He told Jade that he would regret it. The guy didn't want to admit it, but L'Oreal was strong. But Jade decided to fight anyway. If he loses, Jurian and Ella will be in trouble. L'Oreal took out a dagger and announced that he would stab Jade 10 times and then kill the commoners. The guy tensed up when he saw the cold weapon. He took out a demonic sword, but his body suddenly went numb. Jade couldn't move, and L'Oreal calmly plunged the dagger into his stomach. Pain shot through his body and blood rushed to his throat. L'Oreal used to use long swords, but if he uses a dagger, he can look at his victim up close. He pushed Jade to the ground, A second-year guy said that the ability to restrict movement looks creepy. The second said that they also did not obey at first. L'Real doesn't fight, he beats. He warned that he would hit Jade in 10 seconds and started counting down. Jade tried to summon the demon sword again. He used the fourth form, the whip. L'Real simply put his hand in front of him. The Elder activated the numbness ability again. Jade received the second blow from the dagger on the shoulder blade. He gasped in pain. L'Real enjoyed that expression. Jade was doubled over on the ground, his body shaking. A bloodstain appeared on the back of the freshman's vest. In the last seconds of the countdown, he tried to attack L'Real with spears. The black spears hit their target, but L'Real stopped them. His classmates applauded Jade's attempt. However, this did not help the guy in any way. For the third time, L'Real pierced his wrist, and he suddenly pulled out the dagger. 10, 9, 8, the countdown has begun. Ella told Urian that Jade said something strange about the glasses. The boys guessed that the elders were threatening him again. Urian said that if it was those two idiots, then Jade was okay. But for some reason, the hero had a bad feeling. After being injured multiple times, Jade fell to the ground. The big man shuddered at the sight of this spectacle. L'Real approached him and said that if they were going to be cowards, then let them leave. The elder winced and hastened to apologize. L'Real approached Jade and asked if he was alive. He said that he was going to kill his brother and sister now. L'Real called the freshman's actions senseless. The elder sat down next to Jade and asked if he would regret it later. He asked why his family had to suffer. L'Real said he could still save them. Jade was sprawled on the ground. He quietly said that the skill that restricted movement had a recharge time of 10 seconds. L'Real asked what this would change. He swung his dagger and approached Jade. The boy screamed in pain. L'Real cut his arm above the elbow. He asked Jade what he was even thinking about. Why does he do so much for the common people? Jade chuckled. He quoted L'Real's questions, and he said that the Elder One has no real friends. Jade couldn't even put into words how pathetic it was. These words struck a chord with L'Real, and he swung his dagger with all his might. L'Real's attention was diverted. The dagger was knocked out of his hands and flew into the air. Jade looked up hopefully. He was asked about the monopolization of glasses. Urian told the boy to never think about that again. The bruises and hematomas instantly disappeared from Jade's face and body. The elders were convinced that the rumors about instant healing were true. L'Real looked at this little thing with skepticism. Urian said they wouldn't get away with it that easily. He smiled, telling him to get ready. This only made L'Real more excited. He used his numbness skill. L'Real was going to kill Urian right now. The hero looked him straight in the eyes and smiled. Urian seemed to be unfazed by anything at all. L'Real found this amusing. Jade, having recovered, summoned a demonic sword. He jumped between L'Real and Urian with a spiral. The elder was able to see instant healing in action. Jade gasped, sweat pouring down his face. Undoubtedly, L'Real caused him to be afraid of animals. The boy asked Urian why he came here. He must know that it is dangerous here. The hero approached his classmate and told him that he was seriously injured. Urian thought he had cured him, but apparently he had missed something. Jade replied that everything was fine. Ella was also normal. The hero was protecting the princess's team. Enraged, L'Real asked what they were whispering about. Urian chuckled. However, Jade felt that L'Real's aura was full of killing intent. The boy told Urian to get ready to run away, but the hero said that he had just arrived. L'Real released his stupor. Jade felt this ability. He tried to figure out who the elder would immobilize. And who will it attack? L'Real was too fast. Jade extended his shield in front of him, the 8th form of the sword. Naturally, L'Real immobilized him. The elder cursed as his dagger pierced the demonic shield. Urian appreciated the versatility of the demonic sword. L'Real asked Jade if he had predicted this. The guy walked around the shield and shouted at the freshman to just look at himself. L'Real froze with his eyes wide open. Urian said that if he saw him again, he would kill him. The authoritative aristocrat felt a sense of fear. Urian cast healing on Jade again. This was their chance to finish off L'Real. L'Real shouted to the boys. He had enough. He gave his time to finish them all off. The boys were just waiting for this. Jade forgot that there was more than just one enemy here. He didn't know if he could escape from L'Real alone. What can we say about the entire second year of the advanced class? Horror ran through my entire body. Jade had no idea what to do in this situation. He pulled himself up sharply. I had to think about how to escape. The guy lowered his hand, palm down. Urian told Jade that was enough. The hero hit the guy on the head with his hand sharply and accurately. Jade sat up straight, his head spinning. Urian picked him up, asking what happened, as if he had nothing to do with it. The Elder One was ready to explode with laughter. Urian told his comrade to leave the rest to him. Ricky's sword was stuck into the ground. The boy sat on a rock and said that Jurian was late. Ella found it strange too. After all, her brother told her that he would return very soon. The princess suggested looking for him. A chase began in the forest. The freshmen ran away, and L'Real rushed after them. He couldn't believe that the rabble had run away with someone on their back. The guy looked up. He braked sharply when he saw a strange man in his path. The elder told him to quickly get out of the way. The guy in the mask only said that he hadn't exercised for a long time. He wore a suit that completely covered his skin. Laryl activated the numbness, asking for the second time who was standing in front of him. The hero almost said his name, but quickly corrected himself. He is a brilliant swordsman. 3 second-year students jumped on him to kill him. Laryl grinned crookedly. Zik Khan fought him most stubbornly in his time. Ilo was the first to give in, a weird brat who enjoyed killing others. Kelly is the weakest of the three, but he is a bloodhound who will complete any task. They were all great guys who were suitable as Laryl's henchmen. They will tear off his limbs one by one. Laryl smiled as a loud crunching sound came from behind him 3 times. He turned around slowly. His so-called henchmen flew into the trees, only their butts sticking out. Yurisoken said that immobilizing Laryl doesn't work on him. No one had ever insulted Larila like that. He bit his lower lip, clenching his jaw. The elder tried again, but the swordsman grabbed the tip with 2 fingers. Yurisoken asked if this was by any chance the only thing the guy could do. What a pity. Laryl tried to reach the swordsman many times. The hero only mocked him. Jurian was faster. In the end, he broke Laryl's dagger. The best second-year student was left with nothing. The swordsman said he was a little disappointed. Larila broke out in a sweat when he saw the state of his dagger. It had been 4 years since he had held a longsword in his hands. Now it's time to use it. Urian felt his opponent use numbness again. Laryl asked why the swordsman thought that was the only skill. The second-year student quickly switched sides, leaving a bloody mark on the hero's shoulder. The swordsman looked at the cloak stained with blood. A year ago, there was a reason why the magic school couldn't hold Laryl accountable for the crime. They concluded that his abilities could not be ignored, and he has the skills the kingdom needs. Laryl asked if the swordsman really thought he could match his speed, but he admitted that the enemy had tough skin. He was lucky to escape with just a cut. Urian looked at the shoulder and said that it was not his blood. Laryl didn't understand. He felt his clothes become sticky and looked down. The guy instantly fell and bent over, coughing up blood. Laryl clutched his stomach, screaming that he was a valuable asset to the kingdom. Attacking him is an act of aggression against the kingdom. Urian thought about poor Jade, how he lay on the ground, barely remembering himself. The swordsman made Laryl raise his head by calling out. He said it wouldn't end that easily for him. Laryl asked the swordsman who he was. The hero would have to kill the guy if he found out. When the boys rushed to the scene, all 3 felt a strong concentration of mana. Ricky immediately guessed that this was the work of Yurisoken. The princess realized that he was the one who initiated the incident at the entrance exam. Ricky summoned a tailwind and climbed the hill in an instant. When he arrived, he saw the best second-year student lying face down on the ground, and above him stood that same Yurisoken. Ricky called him. The swordsman raised his head. Ricky couldn't believe that even Laryl couldn't match him. The guy didn't understand how someone who possessed such enormous power was going to kill students. But Yurisoken refused to answer. However, it didn't matter. Ricky told him to think again. The boy pointed his sword at him, saying that he was using the power of Vi, the spirit of the wind. Not that Jurian thought about it, but he remembered the words of the goddess, listing who he could become in another world. It turns out that there are other species besides humans. Ricky turned to the mighty spirit, and he asked him to grant him his power. For Jurian, this was impressive. Ricky directed 1,000 swords of wind at the swordsman, and he waved his hand, letting them go. Urian felt it definitely get cooler. Many blades came together at a single point, and only then did the swordsman reflect them. Ricky should have come up with something better. The boy noticed how Yurisoken had lost his guard. It was a chance to finish him off with one blow. Ricky attacked again. Urian said he better watch his rear. The guy thinks that the swordsman is in front of him, but in fact he is already behind his back. The hero hit Ricky on the head and knocked him out. Just like last time. Because this guy is better than Laril. The joint predator hunting lesson was cancelled. This happened because Yurisoken was the prime suspect in the incident. The one who used the beast to attack the nobles appeared again and attacked the students. Hai Wan yanked the door open and entered the headmaster's office, and the man greeted her. She hoped that mages had already been informed. The head of the academy heard that this incident happened when she was called by other instructors. Hai Wan replied that they didn't let her return to class. She didn't expect her students to get injured. Hai Wan suspected that this incident was orchestrated by someone of high rank. Mages also believed that the true mastermind was a high-ranking official. It seems the boss didn't get the hint. The room became cramped, and there was a strong sense of tension in the air. Hai Wan then said outright that she prayed that he would not be involved in this incident. Mages told the girl that she was not the only one who felt offended by this. He is also very outraged by the fact that the students were seriously injured. The chief swore that he was not involved in anything. Mages was currently undergoing a thorough interrogation. Hai Wan recommended that he look into the second year. They were under medical observation due to their injuries. The president wondered if Yuriso-kun could be an imperial spy. Nothing had been confirmed yet, but they had no time to waste, because he is a threat. In fact, this Yuriso-kun wasn't thinking about anything like that. He was wolfing down the meat. The hero had already eaten his fill, but he couldn't stop. Jurian thought that now they wouldn't have to worry about being demoted anytime soon. Chris told Raizo to watch how these typical poor people eat, and the boy mimicked him. Chris looked at the long-haired man and asked him to leave. Raizo replied that he had made an appointment for the boy at the hospital. Hina heard that the boys were also attacked, but they seemed okay. Muv said she wanted that too. Jade walked into the dining room and called the boys. He was glad that Jurian and Ella were okay. Jade himself lost consciousness, but his body is fine. Ella escuchó que él se sacrificó a sí mismo para protegerlos. The girl asked him to stick together. Jade blushed like a fool, and the only thing he heard was together. He was delighted and agreed, and Urian said that in terms of rank, Ella valued Urian first, then the lunch menu, and only then Jade. The guy froze. Even at lunch, a seemingly peaceful time, tensions between students grew tense in the room. The joint hunting lesson came to an end. A few months later, the hero was warned that if he failed the exam, he would be expelled. Urian was in danger of being kicked out of the academy. He was initially admitted to the academy as an honor student. However, the director was confident that Urian would pass the exam. The man coughed before explaining his thoughts in more detail. He announced that it was time for midterm exams. Each student will enter the Forest of Fortitude, and if they score 20 points, they will pass. Reizo cursed when he heard the number of points. However, the man thought this was an excellent remark. He said that animals are divided into a total of 5 classes, and wolves, bears, and tigers belong to the first level. Animals in the form of weapons, such as swords, bows, and axes, belong to the second. The beasts of natural disasters, typhoons, earthquakes, and torrential rains, are the third level. Animals in the form of various diseases, for example, depression, belong to the 4th level. And finally, the only 5th level beast that exists in the world is time. The strength of the beasts increases along with their deadly ability to kill people. The very connection between animals and people remains unclear, but they are the enemies of humanity. Reizo asked why it was necessary to score 20 points. The director smiled. He understood this indignation. He deciphered that the first level is equal to 2 points, the second, 5 points. Mages was sure he might miss details. The students had 5 days to spare. The exam will be conducted on an individual basis. Urian thought about how he could kill the beasts without revealing his abilities. Student Muv asked, "Sir, what about the points for level 3? Among the first-year students who asked him this question, she was the third. The man replied that third-level beasts were worth 20 points. But if they encountered such a beast, they had to run away. A third-level beast cannot be defeated alone. In this exam, instructors will work with such animals. Hai Wan assured that no one would be able to interfere this time, because she will personally supervise this exam. So her little ones had to concentrate. This made things more difficult for Jurian. The director was finishing his speech. Urian initially thought that the exam itself would be very simple, but there will be many eyes watching him, especially her. Chris asked if Urian knew that this was an individual exam. After all he has is the ability to heal. Ella told her brother not to worry and promised to help somehow. The hero smiled. Instructor Ryun reported that he had sent the students to their assigned places. At this time, Chi-Li was tuning the magic balls. In one of them, one could already see Princess Saruti. She made sure that all the magical tools were linked together. Mages took one of the balls in his hands and looked into it. He was curious to see who would pass the exam first. The teacher assumed it would be Her Highness. Ryun Ping bet on Ricky. Chi-Li also said that all the freshmen this year are excellent. The teacher asked about the honors student, and Professor Jerry clarified that he was a commoner who was unlikely to pass. Chi-Li objected excitedly. President Hai Wan said that they just need to wait. It was she who was watching Urian. The guy even asked to stop watching him, because Hai Wan's eye hung in the sky like a warden. The hero said out loud that he would be expelled if he didn't get enough points. He became curious about the standard of durability of his skills. Isn't full healing an incredible skill in this world? Is the standard of force only applicable in combat? While Urian was thinking about this, a rodent-class beast quietly approached him. The guy looked at him and called him disgusting. The rat opened its mouth wide. Urian understood that he was being watched, so he couldn't remain idle. Chi-Li was delighted by the hero's water attack. Even Jerry thought it was pretty good. Ryun Pin admired Urian's mana. However, it was too weak. The animal was simply doused with water. Urian laughed. The use of such a quantity of force did not trouble the hero's heart, although at first any manifestation of it caused acute pain. But that was because he was trying to exert more force at once. The manifestation of magic for Urian at this moment will not be fatal. More rodents arrived. 2 came from behind. The first stood in front. Suddenly, a sword appeared behind the rats. He had black wings and red glowing eyes. The second-level beast attacked the first. Urian didn't even have to do anything. Very soon, the sword dealt with all the rats. The teachers were clearly not happy. They kept a close eye on Urian. Chi Li was happy about the student's complete recovery, and Jerry was intrigued by this resilience. The guy remembered that 5 points were given for the second level. At this time, Ella fought alongside Jade. The guys also got the second level. It was an axe beast. They wanted to deal with the beast quickly in order to find Jurian. The boys froze as the axe swung. Jade managed to block the attack by forming a shield out of his sword. However, the pressure of the beast increased. It was becoming difficult for the boy to hold the axe alone. And then Ella joined the work. Jade looked at her face. The guy turned his gaze to the beast and clenched his jaw. Suddenly, they dropped their shield and repelled the attack. Jade thanked Ella for her help. The girl asked not to remind him about this, because they are friends. Ella's hands were still shaking. She clenched her fist tightly and asked Jade to quickly go to Urian. Jade smiled. He was all for it. Ella and Jade gained confidence. The beast was strong, but not invincible. But soon the two fell into despair, because a third-level hurricane beast appeared. The teachers had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the magic balls cracked. Chi Li was scared. The head of the academy received a report that a third-level beast was spotted in each square. In total, there were 3 such animals. It was strange because the forest was meant for freshmen. He gave orders to Hai Wan, Jerry, and Ryun Pin to go to the places where the beasts were spotted. They must protect the students. The hurricane beast spun in the air and howled. Suddenly, it started raining. The situation has become very dangerous. Ella and Jade were stumped, not knowing where to start. Jade was the first to pull himself together and shouted at the girl to concentrate. He knew that the teachers would arrive soon. Ella entendió todo. However, even in this situation, she was worried about Urian. The wind became so strong that it began to lift the students off the ground. Jade held onto the demon's sword and extended his hand to Ella. She grabbed the guy by the hand. Despite the strength of the sword, it was still difficult to stay on my feet. The axe also began to attack with the hurricane beast. The boys barely dodged, and the ground behind them exploded. The students fell on the grass. Jade sat up and chuckled at the situation. There were 2 monsters hovering in the air at once. They took up arms again. To save themselves, they must break through. The axe beast was not going to give in. Jade looked at him as he shaped his sword. Suddenly, the guy put his shield forward. He was glad that he was able to block the beast's blow. Ella turned out to be no slouch either. She swung her sword straight at the beast. The girl ran the blade vertically along his body. The axe was wounded, but it was not enough to finish him off. Jade shouted that he was okay. He remembered his mother asking if it was true that he intended to sacrifice himself to save his family. The boy claimed that he was not afraid at all. Then the woman said that it was not true. He doesn't have to sacrifice himself for his family. Rather, he should use his strength to protect himself and his comrades. This is the role of the wielders of the demonic sword. He thought he hadn't done his best when he met Laryl. Jade believed he had to sacrifice himself. He remembered Urian coming over and noticing that he was in pain. How grateful Ella was to him. These gave Jade the power to transform the sword into its first form. A black skull appeared in the sky. Ella no tuvo tiempo para entender qué tipo de arma el tipo estaba utilizando. Back then, Jade seemed incredibly stunning to her. This angered the hurricane beast. The two were suddenly lifted into the air again. My head was spinning. The ground was slipping out from under my feet. It's just the wind, but the higher you fly, the harder you fall. Ella looked down in horror. She remembered her brother and shouted his name, but very soon the two slowly began to descend to the ground. Jade fell headfirst. Urian was surprised by the third level. Jade was glad the boy was okay. He shouted that the teachers were already on their way, but this beast was worth 20 points, and Urian suggested that the guys try to deal with it. Jade didn't understand how Urian could think about this. Ella de repente se sintió avergonzada de que había estado asustada del bestia. Urian was already drooling at the thought of those 20 points. He could use a certain limit of power. While the hero was testing his capabilities, the observing eye cracked. It was very strange, but it only played into Urian's hands. The rat managed to sneak up from behind. Without turning around, he threw her away with his fist. It was then that the hero became convinced that there was no pain from his attacks. He wanted to conduct an experiment, and he asked the sword if it understood this. With one movement, he destroyed the beast. The hero was refreshed that no one was watching him. Chi Li tried to fix the magic balls as quickly as possible. The breakage of instruments was a great concern. The renovation didn't go so smoothly either. The hurricane beast began to blow harder. Jade was lifted high into the air and thrown back. He hit his back hard into a tree. As he fell, the boy called Urian amazing as always. The hero used instant healing. The guy thought that Urian didn't mean defeating the beast. Jade jumped into the air and Ella ran with him. The real meaning of the proposal was that the boys would face danger. Even if they try to escape, they will get more hurt. So the guys decided to attack. However, this is not what Jurian meant. They should have just run away. But now it was too late. Ricky fired one huge weapon. With his attack, he pierced the hurricane beast. The sword flew through, creating a hole. He called the guy's attempt to deal with the beast worthy. Ella was delighted, but Jurian was not thrilled. Jade asked who the guy thought he was, stealing their victory. He shouted that they could easily defeat him themselves. Jurian called the guy who saved them a thief. Ricky calmly said that he would gladly give the glasses back, because giving points to those who bring it is not a waste of time. Last year, Ricky would have ignored the black color of the brooch, but now the guys have to prove to him that they are worthy. If Jurian shows similar abilities, Ricky will immediately give up the points. This year's freshmen were completely different. For example, a skilled swordsman. Ricky wanted to guide them before they went astray. Suddenly, a voice behind the student asked if he had killed the third-level beast. The guys were struck by something at the same time. This creature in a three-headed suit said it didn't want to die. Suddenly, Ricky, Jade, and Ella, unable to control themselves, pointed their swords at themselves. Blood gushed out and Jurian became a spectator of his friend's attempted suicide. He immediately used instant healing. The hero asked the creature what it was. This beast had the ability to make people kill themselves. The fourth-level beast, Darkness, made the students tremble. Ricky put a shaking hand to his throat. Right now, he almost plunged the sword into his neck. Marak suddenly realized that the guy in front of him had not committed suicide. Jurian thought this remark was abnormal. However, for Marak this was the order of things. Ricky grabbed the guy by the shoulder. He was convinced of his strength. Everything was healed, from self-inflicted wounds to psychic attacks. Ricky said he would protect Jurian. The boy summoned the Great Spirit Vi. His strength increased hundreds of times. Marak was surprised that this man was under protection. Jurian's cheeks were puffed out by the wave, his hair combed back. This definitely falls under the fourth level. But why is it within the kingdom? The beast approached him and repeated that it did not want to die. The tip of the sword was at the guy's throat again. Once again, the blood of 3 guys gushed out at once. The hero told Marak to stop this. The healing restored the students completely. The beast now has another target. Marak approached Jurian from behind and said that he would definitely kill him. Ricky shouted that he would send that monster back. Jurian withstood the attacks of a level 4 monster. Every ability of the hero was superior to that of the student. Marak extended his long arm towards Jurian. Ricky cried out in fear. The first form of the sword pierced the beast's hands in the form of dozens of blades. Marak waved them away. Jade cursed. The spell didn't work. The beast pointed his open palm at the students. Ricky used the power of the wind and lifted all 3 into the air. When Jurian saw this, he immediately remembered Tien. Marak asked the student why he didn't run away himself. The guy would never have been able to escape from the beast. Ricky said he would buy time and that there was a warrior here. But the beast said that the guy looked like a coward. 3 seconds later, the student shouted loudly, calling out to Vi. The wind spirit in the form of a dragon was released. It turns out that he has never attacked directly before. He easily dealt with the guy's attack. Ryun Ping just encountered a serious opponent. The instructor grabbed Ricky under the arm. The beast had no intention of answering the teacher's question about the level. Jade and Ella gradually regained consciousness. Ryun Ping immediately recognized this beast. The 4th level is the main power of the beasts. The situation turned out to be extraordinary. Runpin activated super wind speed. Ricky grabbed his ears, which were hurting from the sound coming from them. Mages felt Ryun Ping's strength right from the academy. Chili said that something was wrong here. She reported with excitement that there was interference in the communication, which meant that a strong enemy had appeared. Majis tried to connect with Hyawan. The chief's eyes sparkled. The unnatural destruction of the communication device could only indicate one thing. There is 4th level intelligence involved here. Mages didn't understand why this happened during the exam. The man said that one shouldn't underestimate him. He was about to go to the scene of the incident. Majes prayed that Ryun Ping would not die. Marak thought that he and Ryon were the same. Long arms reached out to the instructor. The man threw off his cloak and rushed forward. As he moved, he summoned a wind sword, and flying into the air, he waved it. The monster's huge hand almost touched Runping's head. The tendons in the hand tensed. But Ryon found himself behind Marak. Another attempt to grab. The instructor repelled the attack. He told Marak that he was too slow. Ricky looked at the teacher with admiration. At this rate, he would be able to defeat the 4th level. But the beast suddenly said that he did not want to die. This phrase was a way of influencing the psyche. Rune stabbed himself in the leg with a knife. He bit his lip in pain. It became too difficult to stand on my feet. The beast asked the instructor what happened to his arrogance. Words came into the man's head, filling him with despair. Ryun bit his lip until it bled. The instructor overcame himself and stood up, asking Marak why he had appeared now. The beast was amused that Ryun decided to change his strategy. The 4th level responded that they were going to destroy all humans. Ricky shouted at the instructor that he had to run. He bought enough time. The student's words reminded him to remain sober. So far, not a single student has died. However, the beast used suggestion again, and the man fell to his knees next to Ricky, and they both began to strangle themselves. For Marak, it was a stunning sight. Tien felt that something had happened to her brother. Maraku was not allowed to complete his plans. The six-winged wind spirit, Vi, appeared before him. The beast recognized her and named her. She didn't like it and cut off Marak's hand. Among the four great spirits in this world, Vi was the most selfish being with a disgusting personality. Marak admitted that he had been rude to the great spirit. However, why does V, who supposedly does not interfere, do this? The spirit hovered in the air above the bodies, looking the beast in the eyes. The beings that control the nature of the world are called the four great spirits, and one of them descended to the ground. In order to come to an agreement, Vi asked the beast not to kill those two behind her back. Instead, she will not interfere. The beast was amazed that such a creature was negotiating with him, and all for the sake of two sweet little people. The girl replied that they both looked good. Marak said that the spirits would not interfere directly. You rushed him to make a decision. Marak understood that fighting the great spirit was not in line with the goal, but she appeared to protect them. The beast thought that it would be better if he decided to stand up to the great spirit right now. Vi extended her palm and pulled her middle finger like a bowstring, and then she suddenly released the tension. With one such flick, she knocked Mark's torso off his feet. This is because the beast does not know how to negotiate. The punishment is to die 4 more times. Vi said she could destroy him right there on the spot. Marak suddenly straightened up and finally agreed to negotiate. But he wanted V to know that he was making concessions for the sake of the goal. Hearing about the concessions, the spirit told the beast to quickly disappear. The darkness evaporated, afraid of being hit. The spirit shrank in size and pressed itself against Ricky's cheek. She hit the guy on the temple with her fists, asking him to wake up. Ricky mumbled something unintelligible, and V was glad that he was safe. And not only him, Ryun Ping too. Marak was simply furious at this humiliating situation. He couldn't waste any more time. The goal had to be completed before anyone got out alive. Suddenly, a powerful pillar of energy erupted from the clear sky. Urian. He hesitated again, even when his sister was injured. The hero came close to darkness. The beast was surprised that the man did not run away. Marak raised his long, stick-like arms and told Urian to disappear. The monster grabbed the student by the throat. Marak said that the hands of the one who is trying to kill the guy are more desperate than the hands of anyone else. The hero suddenly grabbed the beast by the hand, pulling it away from himself. Urian tore off his hand, asking him to stop talking nonsense. Darkness cannot kill anyone because it is nothing. This touched the beast to the quick. Urian correctly assessed the power of the darkness. From now on, he will not hesitate. The hero concentrated his strength in his fist and struck sharply. The darkness was destroyed, but the kingdom called an emergency meeting. King Brehidden listened to the report. It was said that teacher and student Riki protected the students from the beast. After this, they lost consciousness but remained unharmed. Viscount Drade assumed that the spirit had entered into battle with the 4th level. He asked if others had seen the incident. It was difficult to imagine the struggle that led to the change in the landscape. Viscount Reyes was tormented by the question of whether the 4th level had become stronger. The subjects whispered. Another Viscount asked everyone to calm down, because they stand before His Majesty. Xialeftin said that they too had become stronger. The system has become more reliable. The commander of the Royal Knights said that humanity would not yield to such creatures. The king agreed with Xialeftin. His Majesty asked the head of the academy to find the 4th level penetration route and take action. He told the commander that everyone must be thoroughly prepared to protect citizens. Mages had one more question he wanted to discuss. Every year they held a friendly competition with the Empire, but the leader would like to postpone it this year. The king asked if the students there competed with the students of the Empire in skills. Mages confirmed, however they should postpone it this year. Viscount Reyes called it nonsense. Have they forgotten the Empire's recent statement? The Empire expressed confidence and hope that the competition would not be postponed. The Empire has suffered a series of defeats over the past 3 years, so they want to win. Mages objected. For 4th level monsters have high intelligence. Reyes started yelling, asking how others would treat the kingdom then. Either way, they couldn't put the students in danger. Viscount Zerdus agreed. Mages argued that their overconfidence put them in danger. Reyes asked if that meant that if monsters attacked, they would lose. His Majesty ordered the dispute to be stopped. He said holding the event might be a bad idea, but if they refuse to compete, their refusal will be perceived as an excuse to engage in political maneuvering. The kingdom is faced with a dilemma. In this case, you should ask the students directly. His Majesty asked to bring to him the teacher Ryun Ping and the student Riki. The king also singled out a special student of magic, Jurian. Very soon, Mages and Ryun bowed with their students, and the head of the academy introduced them. His Majesty asked them to raise their heads, because their calmness deserved praise. The subjects began to whisper when they saw the black brooch on Jurian. Brehidin said that their rewards would be prepared gradually, and that was not the reason he had called them now. He announced that a friendly competition with the Empire was planned for a few months. It not only strengthens friendship between countries, but is also an important event. However, the truth is that this show evaluates the strength of each country. The country that wins the competition will receive more sponsors. The kingdom is considering withdrawing from the competition because of the 4th level. The king wanted to hear the opinions of those who had encountered this monster. Ricky turned pale, and His Majesty noticed this and asked what was wrong. The king propped his cheek on his hand and told them not to be shy about speaking. But all three remained silent. The subjects began to talk among themselves, saying that everyone was silent out of fear. They believed that in such a state it would be better to postpone the competition. But suddenly Jurian spoke. He was going to answer His Majesty's questions. It was a great honor for him to be invited here, and if the king allows, Jurian will express his opinion. The guy started by saying that the three of them met with the 4th level. However, they were never afraid. Ricky's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard such a bold speech. Jurian claimed that if the 4th level appeared again, they would show it to him. Xertus was no less surprised by the boy's speech, and the head of the academy himself turned to Jurian and froze. One subject chuckled, asking Reyes what was wrong with this commoner. Zialifdin, on the contrary, was interested in what the guy was saying. When Jurian finished speaking, there was a short silence, and in it, like thunder, came the royal laughter. Brehidin thought it was the right decision to invite the guys here. Jurian felt awkward and a little tense. The king ordered the student Jurian to become the representative of the kingdom and take part in the competition. This shocked everyone, especially the subjects. Reyes asked His Majesty to change his mind. After all, competition is a source of pride for the kingdom, and making a commoner its representative is at the very least shameful. Then Mages glanced at the Viscount and made it clear that Jurian was not a commoner, but a special student. Ricky also stood up for the hero. He said that Jurian can overcome a level 4 attack thanks to his instant healing. He was confused when Ricky said that he would play a great role in the competition. Marquise Riqueso said that instant healing is impossible. It's more about helping with regeneration to speed up healing. Now Jurian understood why people were so surprised. The Marquis assumed it was illusion magic. Magus interrupted the student's desire to speak by placing his hand in front of his mouth. The head of the academy answered Riqueso that the magic he knows is not the whole world. Mages offered to demonstrate it to prove it. The man asked Jurian if he could do it, and the hero replied that he could. The guy didn't understand how everything turned out like this, but he closed his eyes and confidently declared that instant complete healing was possible. The Viscounts gasped simultaneously. Xertus rolled up the sleeve of his jacket and shirt, revealing a scar on his arm that he had received on the battlefield 4 years ago. It was originally twice as big, but the scar never healed. Mages asked the Viscount to wait, since Jurian's healing was the ability to heal wounds. But healing a scar is a completely different matter. Reyes asked irritably if the leader was really suggesting that anyone here be harmed. The Marquis added that a scar is also a wound. Mages asked how dare he, but Jurian told him to let him try once. He himself was curious. Even Rian Pin and Ricky stood up. The hero extended his palm forward, suggesting that they begin immediately. Jurian placed his palm on Xertus's scar. Imagine the surprise when the scar actually disappeared. The man said that instead of a scar, he had the skin of a 3-year-old child. Needless to say, this caused a strong reaction among others. Even the king was amazed. The subjects did not understand how a commoner could perform such magic. But Jurian healed not only the scar, but even the sore throat, which was similar to a cold. The Viscount confirmed with firm confidence that this was neither an illusion nor a delusion. The commander told His Majesty that this was not just a surprise, but a whole revolution. After all, if you use this ability on the battlefield, it will have wonderful effects. If they can commercialize the cure, it will advance medical technology. The Viscount suddenly shouted to the special student. He asked Jurian how many times a day he could use healing. The hero did not give an answer right away, because he had not kept track of the quantity before, but he could use healing about 3 times a day. A shocked Reyes asked if Jurian could also heal the scars on his skin. His other subjects told him not to talk nonsense. This is more or less what Ricky expected from Jurian. The king had to calm everyone down again. Brehidin felt that Jurian was qualified to serve as a representative. Before his abilities can be revealed to the kingdom, Jurian needs to graduate from magic school. His Majesty turned again to the special student, and the hero responded respectfully. Kroll said that Jurian should still represent the kingdom at the upcoming competition. The boy replied that he accepted His Majesty's order. Somehow the situation got a little worse. Suddenly the king asked Jurian to befriend his daughter. Chris couldn't believe that a commoner was recognized as His Majesty. Jade and Ella supported Jurian. For Chris, this was terrible news, simply humiliating. He couldn't put his pride on the line and agree to this, so he suggested that Urien defeat him first. Jade reminded Chris that His Majesty himself recognized Urien, but the hero accepted the challenge. He didn't mind fighting Chris. His friends did not expect such a decision. So Chris and Urien were about to duel. Ricky watched them as the red-haired boy made his demands. Reizo held popcorn in his hands and watched the boys with interest. Jade was rooting for Urien, and Ella was worried. Hina asked the princess if it was okay not to stop them. But Suruti spoke as if she herself was not sure that everything was all right. The teacher entered the classroom. The princess looked straight at Urien, wondering if he had received recognition from her father. Then she decided to keep an eye on him. Hai Wan wasn't against the duel, but it had to be conducted according to the rules of the magic school. She asked if the students were okay with it, but Chris told Urien that if it weren't for the rules, he could have gotten seriously hurt. The hero replied that Chris was indeed persistent. A Hai Wan began to explain the concept of fighting. She showed a coin between her fingers and said that the concept was in moving it. For this purpose, boundaries had already been outlined on the floor. To win, you must move the coin towards your opponent and hold it there for 5 seconds. If the coin stops after 5 seconds, it's a loss. However, the coin can only be moved by magic. If the coin goes beyond the rank, it is also a loss. At first glance, it seems simple, but to win, you need stronger magic than your opponent. Jade said that they both can intentionally reduce their power halfway through. This match required taking everything into account, both strategy and control. Chris told the commoner that he had long wanted to crush him. The hero suggested that he try if he could at all. Thanks to the duel, Urien will be able to experiment. Red thought about making quick decisions. He thought that he would cover the coin with his magic right after the match started. Urien will start to get nervous, and then it will be possible to act. Namely, to fix the position of the coin with the help of strong magic. And then you can enjoy the puzzled expression on the commoner's face. Chris was going to do all this in 5 seconds. Both players were ready. As soon as Hai Wan announced the start, the nobleman immediately released magic from his wand. The boys were surprised that Chris began to press the coin with force. Reizo said that a commoner should have weaker magic. However, the coin was on Chris's side. Hai Wan started the countdown. A classmate called Urien fast and accurate. Her sister said he wasn't as good as her, but he was quite impressive. At the 4th second of the countdown, Chris tried to move the coin, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The nobleman was angry. The coin began to move. Ella began to worry about her brother, but Jade had no doubts about him. Ricky laughed, asking Urien if he was the one moving the coin. Chris began to swallow letters in rage. It was as if Urien was drawing some kind of symbol on the arena, and the nobleman tried to decipher it. The hero chuckled, saying that the meaning didn't matter. Chris gritted his teeth. The countdown began, and the nobleman strained all his efforts. He screamed from the strain, and Reizo called him an idiot. Chris's body was filled with magic. The guy lost control of himself. Hina said it was a magical rampage. Jade stepped forward and told Ella to stay behind him. Chris's power burst upward and began to fill the entire classroom. An explosion could have occurred. Grinning, Urien told Chris that he was still the best. The hero raised his palm and, after holding it for a moment, clenched it tightly into a fist. It was as if he had absorbed Chris's uncontrollable magic. The magical frenzy has ceased. Herzia, watching Urien from the sky, giggled. After all, the guy finally realized something. What she told him about the limits of power. Very soon, the students realized that the special student had curbed the magical rampage. But it was impossible. After all, the power of magical riot is much stronger and unstable. When Urien first took the test, he was unable to control his power. At that time, there was someone who noticed this, but his heart was not broken. The same thing happened today. Urien looked up and asked Herzia if what he had done could be the standard of a hero's strength. The goddess smiled. He was right, because that's exactly what she meant. When someone shows a power greater than a hero's, their heart breaks. Because of demons, humans, and monsters. Also dragons and other creatures. In one small world, many ecosystems are precariously supported. And when the human side gains enormous power, the balance in the world collapses. Urien's power will bring an incredible powerful being into this world, who must walk a lonely path. The hero used healing on Chris. The nobleman barely remembered himself when he regained consciousness. Hai Wan asked him if he would admit defeat. Chris looked around and remembered that he was in a duel. And for some reason Urien was happy and his friends had gathered around him. Even Ricky was smiling. He was angered by the realization that the competition was an important event for the kingdom's pride. So the result was more important than status. It was his defeat to the special student. Chris recognized him. Hai Wan said that people should be able to admit defeat. She told Chris that it was a good duel. And Urien mentally thanked him, because thanks to the duel he learned about the standard of his strength. So, the friendly competition with the Empire was confirmed. The president announced that 10 students from the school would participate in this competition, and she was going to name 5 representative participants. The first one recognized by His Majesty was Jurian. The second was named Saruti as the best first-year student. Ricky was third. Next up are Sia and Muv, who are at their strongest when they team up together. These 5 students became the representatives of the first year. Raizo inquired about the selection criteria. He thought he was stronger than these guys. Haya-1 replied that there were no selection criteria, because, with the exception of Urian, the other 4 in this exam directly defeated the 3rd level. Jade was stunned. He didn't think that besides the princess and Ricky, the twin sisters also defeated this monster. Haya-1 continued that they initially set detailed criteria to select the representatives. However, beating a 3rd level freshman doesn't need comparison. This is such an exceptional achievement. So far, there has only been one case where a first-year student has defeated the 3rd level, and that was Deos. Ella prometió que definitivamente se volvería más fuerte. The hero was embarrassed by his appearance. The design of his clothes seemed old-fashioned to him. Move came up from behind and called out to the special student. She tilted her head slightly to the side and asked if he wanted to be with her. For Sia, it came as a bolt from the blue. Ella even felt a vein appear on her hand and face from such a proposal. Muv claimed that with Urian's abilities, they could become the strongest together. And if he wants, she will make him a nobleman by marrying him. Urian didn't like this. He asked the girl point blank, like, is she stupid? Because marriage is something you do out of love. The hero hissed and called Move a child. Shell walked up to her classmate and rested her head against his cheek. She asked Urian not to insult his sister. Muv agreed with his idea about marriage. The girl looked at her twin in surprise. Haya-1 interrupted them, saying that the explanation was over, and that they should pack their things now because they were leaving now. Hina was surprised and asked where they were going. The teacher replied that to the Empire. The hero grimaced at the events unfolding too quickly. The Empire was calm and peaceful, with its beautiful expanses, waterfalls flowing down from the rocks and the singing of birds. Citizens were riding in gondolas, waiters were distributing spices, and everything around seemed so sunny and pleasant. Ella was so captivated by the views that she couldn't take her eyes off them. Jade stood behind her, blushing, his heart skipping a beat. Haya-1 said before that the representatives needed to do something first, and the rest would go to the Empire first. Jade was trembling at the thought of going on a date with Ella without Jurian. He approached the girl and asked if she had ever tried grilled clams. He told her that the Empire was famous for its seafood. Jade suggested that the girl go and try something quickly. The guy assured me that it wouldn't take long. Chris came up behind Jade and said that clams were good, but this body wanted shrimp. Ella was no less delighted by this, and Chris was surprised by her reaction, asking if she had never tried them. Jade immediately felt uncomfortable. He had just found an opportunity to be alone with the girl when this guy intervened. Then he stepped forward and told Ella that he knew where they made grilled king crab that was better than shrimp. Ella beamed when she imagined the taste. The guy said that this was a dish that suited her dignified image, and besides, he was treating her. Chris told Jade that he loved king crab. Jade replied that only 2 people could go there. Chris put his hand on his head, sarcastically asking if there was anything he couldn't do that he could convince the owner to do. Raizo simply moved silently, cursing at the noise. Hina told the boys that they would go ahead. Jade mentally asked Chris to leave too. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. 3 boys from the Empire recognized the kingdom. Jade also guessed that these were Imperial students. The guys were amused that Ella had a black brooch. Jade shouted at him not to speak so rashly. The Imperial boy asked how Jade dared to claim that a commoner was better than them. They were the elite class of the Imperial Academy, the blue-haired one. 9th place, Li Irtel, the bespectacled one. Li Jedek, 6th, the one with the bandage. O Bahru, 3rd. The guys just kept silent. Chris said this guy came in 3rd, so is he one of the representatives at the friendly competition? This is a lie. Rizhik winked at Bakr, saying that a scumbag like him could not possibly be part of the distinguished Imperial elite. Obaru mimicked Chris. He invited the boys from the kingdom to show their abilities. They started waving their fists. Ella dijo que podía manejarlo sola. Chris didn't want to admit it, but maybe it was all because of the argument with that guy this morning. To him, the guys looked frivolous, but before he could really say it, Ella dealt with the guys with 2 blows. The bespectacled man's nose started bleeding. Ella dijo que él era demasiado lento y débil. Bahru called his people stupid fools. He decided to show them everything properly with the help of his stone sword. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a black skull towered over the boy. Jade said that if it was just a fight, then they would accept it. But let them just try to cross the line. Bahru sweated, trying to understand what kind of magic this was. He stammered as he asked Jade why he wasn't with the distinguished members. Jade and Ella exchanged glances. The guy replied that they had many outstanding friends. Bahru was already doubting that the kingdom lacked talent this year. It was an absolute lie. Suddenly, a girl's voice asked if Bahru was scared. Ru Se, who was ranked 1st. The boys immediately clung to each other upon seeing her. Ryu clenched her fist, saying that they would pay for showing disgrace. She lunged forward and released a crimson stream of energy. All three guys froze in place. Bakru asked her to wait. Jade put up a demonic shield. He protected the boys from the Empire. Jade began to lecture. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. She was just entertaining the illusion that he had blocked her attack. Ryusei called Jade a fool, shouting that it was a real attack. It all started to get out of control. Jade raised his shield again to stop the girl. Chris said he couldn't completely block an attack of that level. He directed his magic at Jade's shield, strengthening it. To Ryu, these words sounded like the word redhead says that to some extent it can stop her attack. She concentrated her power and struck. Jade saw a purple ball sparkle in front of him. The shield has been broken. He couldn't believe that his defense was broken by one blow. People on the street began to whisper because of the loud sounds. The girl's eyes were sparkling. She was already creating a new wave for the attack. Ryu said that only despair awaits those who bring shame to the Empire. A blast of magical power flew straight at Jade. But in front of the guy, this power simply disappeared. Ricky intervened. He jumped down when he told Jade to step back. Ricky sent a hurricane at the girl, and her body was thrown back. Ryusei managed to break in time. She asked who just made her magic power disappear. Ricky replied that it was him, but for the girl it was a joke. She said it was a more powerful force. There, among the houses, stood Jurian. Ryu immediately knew it was him. She told the hero not to stand still and to come forward. Haiwan said that she also enjoys watching fights. She placed her palm on the girl's head and added that the real showdown would take place in a competition. Ryusei froze in place. She ran to the gondola and jumped into it, the Imperial students running after her. As she sailed away, the girl told the inhabitants of the kingdom that they would see each other at the competition. Urian helped Jade up while Ricky watched as the Imperial students sailed away. Right now, it felt like Ryu's magical power had disappeared in an instant. It was like someone had flicked a switch. Jade's eyes widened as he realized that Urian had eliminated the explosion of magical power. The hero looked at the guy questioningly. Ricky just saw the state his sword was in. When he jumped, he used a strike without magic power, but something destroyed the sword. Ricky told Urian that they couldn't let their guard down. Representatives of royal magic gathered in the exchange hall. Seeing these guys, Bakru glanced at them. The hero's mouth was already watering when he saw that there was something to eat in the hall. Deus, the third year's first seat, greeted Princess Charuti after a long break. The princess was delighted to see him. The boy chuckled and said that Charuti had grown up. Move whispered to Urian that this guy was the only outstanding student in the third years. Haiwan changed into a suit. Among the representatives, there was only one third-year student. 4 from the second, 5 from the first. The teacher made sure that everyone was gathered here. Deus told Haiwan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the teacher said that she had high hopes for him. Haiwan gasped when the start was announced. Firstly, we welcomed all the guests from different countries. Then the professor from the Imperial Academy introduced himself. His name was Kizar. He gave the opening speech. He also mentioned the recent incident with monsters in the kingdom. But there was no need to worry about the honored guests from other countries, because the Empire has power. Kizar announced that from this event until future battles with monsters, the Empire will take the lead in protecting everyone. Then Professor Jerry gave his speech. As he spoke, the Empire Director praised Kizar for his performance. The professor shot a glance, certain that the kingdom had definitely taken a blow with his speech. Jerry said they came here today knowing 2 things. He indicated the first one with his middle finger. The outstanding students of the kingdom who successfully passed the 4th level alone. This achievement will go down in history, once again proving the greatness of the kingdom. Second, the Empire is currently on a 3-game losing streak against the kingdom. Jerry also said that through the competition the Empire would be able to learn a little about the kingdom's magic. He wished that this friendly match would become a realization that in order to protect others, an empire must first become strong. At this point the kingdom's speech ended and rest began. Hee-won asked if they should go get something to eat now, and Urian came running. The second-year student told his teacher that he was a little nervous, because the second-year elite class is in the hospital after being attacked by Yuri-sokun. That's the only reason they became representatives. Moreover, the Empire is in the midst of a series of defeats. The boys didn't know what tricks the Empire had prepared. Urian asked the boys if that didn't mean they just needed to win. The second-year students were stunned by Urian's calmness. Ricky assured them that they would never lose, even if the game was unfair. Muv said foul play sounded funny. The boys glanced sideways at the twins and were speechless. Haiwan said that the strength of humanity lies in the essence. It doesn't matter whether they belong to the elite class or not. They are participants, not substitutes for the elite class. The guy missed these words, and he said thank you. 2 days flew by unnoticed. The arena announced that the moment everyone had been waiting for so long had arrived. The first match was a third-year match. As Deus entered the arena, Hiwan reminded him that he would die if he lost. The guy replied that he never loses. The headmaster of the Imperial School said that Deus is a strong opponent. Baga Nuzag entered the arena to show the power of the Empire. The opponents stood opposite each other, a total of 3 rounds. Chili was flushed with tension, and Mages guessed that this was her first time watching the competition. The man asked her if she knew why they had been defeating the Empire for all 3 years. Chili guessed that it was because their students were strong. But the head of the academy surprisingly said no. This is because Deus was born in their kingdom. Baga said he has become even stronger since last year. The match was announced, and he said that after this day, Deus would not forget his name. Baga began to impose various effects on himself. Blood started coming out of his nose. Baga used an 8-fold buff, which is a huge effort. Chili wanted to see it up close, but the director was looking at Deus. The boy said that he saw that the enemy did not want him to forget him. A weapon appeared in Deus's hand. Nuzag saw in the hands of his opponent a Reaper's scythe that cuts through magic itself. If this fight drags on, the depletion of his magic will be a failure. Ricky asked what kind of pose Baga was in, and Urian said it looked like a running stance. The guy stood up from his chair and bent over, trying to figure out what it was. The director of the Empire thought that the guys from the kingdom were surprised, just like him. When he first saw it, Baga told him about the charging pose. He trained because Deus is strong. For the past 2 years, Nuzag had not had a single chance to stand against him, but the man believed that everything would be different. After all, 8 buffs is powerful magic. Strengthening by 5 or more times increases strength, but Bagi's body could not cope with such a load. Baga is now able to deal with 8 buffs in 30 seconds. Deus watched his opponent closely, waiting. At that moment, Baga said about 5 seconds. With the charge he developed, he could reach Deus in 5 seconds. Nuzag emanated such a powerful buff that it could blind one. The director decided that the guy had come up with a plan for those 5 seconds. And now he said that Deus should not even think about avoiding Baga. Frozen in a pose with his arms outstretched, the guy prepared the charge. The stance he developed was the best posture for running. And with 8 buffs, Baga's destructive power is equal to, or greater than that of the hero. Deus also wanted to end this as soon as possible. Mages was amazed by Baga's terrifying technique, but he said that Baga is not the best opponent. In combat and sports, every second counts, and Deus confirmed it. The director shouted out the name of the student who had been training for so long. The blue-eyed boy with the Reaper's scythe told Nuzag not to be afraid. He had just cut the magic, and Baga was already on his knees. The winner of the first match was determined. Deus, from the Royal School of Magic. He told Nuzag that it was a good match. After this, the director who bragged about the student got into trouble. In the operational hall of the friendly competition of the Imperial team, teachers beat the table and said that this was a disgrace for the coach. They have to win this year. A 4th defeat is simply unacceptable. Baldy said that while the kingdom was captured by monsters and the empire was under suspicion from other countries, they had to win. But right now, the ace of the magic school, a 3rd-year student, was defeated in less than 30 seconds. The director thought he could get to Deus. The man interrupted the hubbub by declaring that they, the empire, would win the remaining matches of the 1st and 2nd years. Now the real competition begins. Baldy warned that if they lost this friendly competition, the blame would fall on the director. Hai Wan looked at the list of participants. She was full of enthusiasm. She told the seniors not to let the chance to win fall into the hands of the younger ones. The 2nd year was already set on winning, especially that boy who was recently shedding tears because of his worries. He remembered the events when Laryl declared that he would dominate the elite class. The boy vowed not to run away from that day last year. For him, it was an opportunity, a chance for rebirth, and he boldly met the enemy face to face. Opposite him stood Vul Zaha with a scar on his face. He considered his opponents a mistake, asked where Laryl was. For the 2nd-year students, this was no mistake. The guy replied that Laryl was currently having fun with Vulzai's mommy. The enemy did not appreciate this joke. Seeing how the boys were determined, he said he would kill them. So it's Kingdom versus Empire in the 2nd match. A fierce friendly competition begins right now. The commentator fueled the audience's interest. The decisive match to level the score 4-on-4 has begun. The stands cheered for the Kingdom and the Empire, and shouts echoed throughout the arena. The students shouted at Zaha to show everyone his pride. The guy took a closer look and noticed that his opponent didn't even have an elite course mark. This made Vul even more angry, and he told his opponent to call Laryl. Streams of magic began to emanate from Zaha, and the 2nd-year students grimaced. Closing their eyes, it was hard to resist. The boy in the bandage told the others not to retreat, because they are here as representatives. The Imperial students were amused by the fact that the kingdom was afraid, but Zaka was still going to win as mercilessly and cruelly as possible. All the 2nd-year students in the Empire had a scar on their face. The reason lay in last year's competition in Laryl. The match was over, but Laryl took great pleasure in leaving marks on their faces with his dagger. The Imperial second years spent a year honing their skills to take revenge on Laryl. The royal boys took their positions. Zaka asked his people if they were really going to fight these children. He took one step and found himself right in front of the second-year mage. The boys didn't even have time to blink before it happened. Volzaha said he would not be able to wash away the humiliation until he dealt with it himself. And bugs like the kingdom's second-year students won't be able to stop him. 3 of them jumped at Zaka to attack, but he didn't have to put in any effort to throw them aside. The guy in the bandage didn't even have time to understand what he was hit with. He got up from the floor and told the others not to get distracted. Wool really couldn't believe that they were sophomores like him. Their level was absolutely not up to par with his. The magician approached the leader and told him that no one had attacked him. He instinctively distanced himself as Zaha approached. It dawned on Alal that the enemy had a skill that allowed him to attack people nearby. The Imperial boys stood aside. They wanted to join the fight too, but the director ordered them not to interfere, because the team leader will conquer the kingdom alone. Elal, taking up his sword, declared that this match would end in their victory. The guys weren't so sure about it. Elal didn't know why, but Vulzaha was fighting alone, so this was their chance. The leader shouted that they only had one enemy with the ability to attack at close range. They needed to prepare a third formation to keep their distance. Zaka heard them and asked again if they were really saying this about him, that he was weak against ranged attacks. He turned to the second years and said that he would not counterattack for 30 seconds. Let them try to win. The boys thought it was a trap. The magician shouted that they needed to attack the enemy faster, time was running out. 3 swordsmen ran towards Zaha at the same time to launch a jumping attack. The guy stood in place and counted the seconds backwards. He clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating his magical power. Without moving, Volzaha punched the air, and the boys flew into the air again, their swords hitting. The magician began to worry. However, Zaka walked past him as if he was floating by, and said that the magician should worry about himself. The guy didn't even have time to notice this appearance. And it was a shame. The loss of vigilance turned into a blow to the gut. Chili noticed this huge difference in skills. Mages, who is also worried about the boys, said that this is the difference between the elite class and the regular one. Chili asked if it was okay to continue the match in this case. Mages reminded them that their coach was Haiwan, and they should trust her judgment. However, the smile disappeared from the former warrior's face. 30 seconds passed, and Volzaka did not hesitate to stain his uniform with blood. He beat up poor students from the regular class, pushing them against the wall. Elal's face was bleeding and his eyes were rolling back. He fell face first into the floor, unable to keep his body upright. Zaha said that no matter how hard the likes of them try, they will never surpass the elite class. Let them crawl on the ground like beetles and beg him for mercy. LA mumbled that he knew he was a bug and that he would never get into the elite class. He raised himself up on shaking hands, continuing to say that everyone was watching this match and laughing. They wonder why LA would pick a fight he couldn't win, but he raised his head and shouted that he wouldn't give up. The one who once ran away in fear no longer exists. He evolves, and if he escapes again, he will have to live as a weak person again. Elal didn't want to run away anymore, so he got punched in the face, turning it into mincemeat by Wool's hands at his own will. The enemy had no intention of resisting this. The match turned into an act of violence, with the lower tiers of the arena covered in blood. But Elal still managed to get back on his feet. Covered in blood, he repeated that he would never give up. Zaka swung his fist, replying that he would break Elal's legs. Suddenly, his magical power weakened, as if it had been blown away by the wind. Jurian walked into the arena and stood before Elal. Volzaha asked if this guy also wanted to lose his legs. Jurian smiled. Elal was surprised by the appearance of a special student. The director shouted for Zaka to stop right now. The opponents are already out of action. This match is over. The second announced the end of the match. The winner is the Empire. Zaka said over his shoulder that the commoner was lucky. The Imperial boys were jubilant with victory. Nothing worse could be expected from their leader. They believed that even if the opponent was Laryl, Vol would win. The leader stood to the side, looking at his palm, shocked that he couldn't control his magic. Ella no esperaba que Jurian hiciera esto. Era completamente inesperado. Jade saw with his own eyes that he was not mistaken. Jurian can actually nullify magic in an instant. The hero told the elder that he did not run away until the very end. And this is really impressive. Elal sat in the arena and gasped. Despite the fact that he did nothing, the guy did not run away for the first time in his life. He lost consciousness, and people started calling for a doctor from the stands. Jurian looked back. He had already dropped to one knee to help Elal, but Viscount Reyes called out to him. The man asked what the special student was going to do. Jurian wanted to cure the elder. The man shouted, "No way! His healing has limited uses." Jurian explained that if he doesn't cure the boy now, he could have complications. Reyes screamed that this place was not made for this. The medical team has already arrived. Doctors used the technique of gradual healing with sticks. Ella was horrified by this sight. Haiwan crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes flashed with anger, but her face expressed composure. 4 second-year students lay in the arena, unable to recover. The young doctor confirmed that the students were in critical condition. Another one said to move the guys right now. The man thought that the Empire had become much stronger this year. Jurian stepped forward. The doctor told the student that the boys were undergoing treatment. Ray's breath caught in his throat. Urian promised to use his power to help others. The Viscount screamed. Urian applied healing to all the wounded. A bright green flash blinded the young specialists. All patients came to their senses at the same time. The doctor grabbed the young man by the collar and swung his fist. The princess winked at Jurian. Muv leaned towards the guy, confessing that the more she saw him do it, the more she wanted him. Sia sighed heavily, covering her face with her hand. Ray's couldn't keep his mouth shut. Hiwon, who was passing by, forcefully hit the man with her shoulder. She apologized, explaining that the place was too tiny. The warrior told him to get out of here, because only officials were allowed in here. Ray's hiccuped loudly in fright. Haiwan approached the Empire and asked if they could start right away. The cute girl holding the microphone hesitated. The Imperial students began to rebel. The director could not give a clear answer. Ryusei did it instead, declaring that the Empire was not running away. The representative team of the first year of the Empire was ready. Obaru came out, captivated by the atmosphere. Omiham expressed admiration for Urian's ability to heal. His older brother Omijin agreed with a sad face. Lee Hebi said that Ricky, that son of a bitch, is dead. Ryusei warned the boys that if they couldn't prove the Empire's bravery, they would all die at her hands. The young doctor helped Alal to his feet. Without turning around, Urian politely asked the elder to leave the rest to them. Elal went forward and told them to fight. Shili couldn't take her eyes off the arena. Mages also stirred. The woman said there was no doubt about their victory, but she was worried about the Empire's intentions. Now they have decided to wash away the humiliation of defeat. Haiwan warned the students that in this match, the Empire will try to win by any means necessary. The final round has begun. The commentator announced that this was the decisive match. The struggle between the kingdom and the Empire will end today. The stands shouted in support of their guys. Ryusei said that Urian won't be able to escape this time. The hero pointed his finger at himself, as if asking whether she was telling him this or not. Lee Ailes snatched the microphone from the commentator and greeted everyone. He noted that the competition is just as fierce this year. Therefore, the Secretariat added a special rule for the players for the final match. Chili was outraged that the Empire suddenly decided to change the rules. Mages decided that they made it up because they were losing. Als announced that the first-year 5-on-5 match is a continuation of the second-year match. The goal of the match is to draw the sword at the top of the tower, but you can't just get to the top. The tower was divided into a total of 5 rooms. Each room will house 1 participant from each empire and 1 from each kingdom. The winning student can move up, and the more teammates that rise up, the more advantages they will have. The coach of the Royal School of Magic, Sormini, said he objected. The group from the kingdom consists of members who specialize in team competitions. The Empire's director replied that their members were selected in a similar manner. The Secretariat's decision did not accept any objections. Hayawan told those Empire bastards that they had planned this in advance. So they start the game, because her babies won't run away. Students in the kingdom admired the president's decision. The second secretary asked the participants to enter the tower, and they all headed towards the entrance one after another. A discussion was taking place in the Empire's competition situation room. The men were informed that the participants had entered the tower, and the bald man grinned maliciously. A commoner who can only use healing and sisters who become stronger together. These guys are unlucky. The bald man exclaimed that the team of the Great Empire was wonderful. When Jurian entered one of the rooms, the light blinded him. It seems the hero has found his opponent. Oh, Bahru. Everyone entered together, but were scattered. If Sarudi defeats Ryusei here, he will be able to go upstairs. For a girl from the Empire, the princess's attitude was too self-confident. Charudi also asked which of them was the self-confident one. Sia sighed. She felt sad being away from her sister. A rabbit-like smile appeared on the enemy's face. Omiham joked that he would rip out the girl's hair so that she would be like him. Sia asked her sister to wait. Omijin expected his opponent to be Muv. She yawned. Ricky found himself in a room much more spacious than he had imagined. Lee Hebi gave the middle finger to the guy, repeating that this idiot would die. Ricky ignored the provocations. The red-haired man was infuriated that his opponent simply ignored him. Hebi said that Ricky thinks he owns the world simply because he received protection from the Great Spirit. But this provocation hurt Ricky. The guy said it had become noisy here. Lee froze, his body frozen by the wind. He laughed, sticking out his tongue. The guy was glowing with a fiery aura. The wind sword melted. Hebi said that Riki was not the only one who received the protection of the Great Spirit. The red-haired man's body received the protection of Al, the spirit of fire. Ricky looked at the loser calmly and chuckled. The bald man blushed, enjoying the spectacle. The man clapped his hands, pretending to support the man. The bald man was exhausted with pleasure. The director at this time believed that his analysis was correct. They had planted a spy in advance to analyze all the first years in the kingdom. The strengths and weaknesses of each player were analyzed. The commentator suddenly announced that the player was already climbing up. The director tensed up according to his analysis. The twins could rise the fastest. Jin's style is to win straight away, without any mercy. But the younger brother is one of those who enjoys brutal victories. Urian opened the white door. He looked around. The hero cursed because he got here too quickly, so he decided to come later. The director was so shocked that he seemed to have been struck by lightning. The man told Bakru all the data he had collected about Urian in advance. He said that the guy's ability itself was unique, but the match would be individual, so his healing would be useless. Bahru's mission was to completely subjugate the common man. The boy replied that the director might ignore the student because he was a commoner, but he would never let his guard down. Since Urian is the representative, the guy recognizes him. The hero believed that it was burdensome to light up from the very beginning. Bakru refused because he wanted to take at least 3rd place. If he doesn't finish quickly, he'll end up in last place. Jurian agreed with him, and then he realized that 3rd place suited him just fine. The hero wondered if it would be too early to get up now. Bakru replied that no, he was already ready to leave. The kingdom's representatives thought they could play to a draw, but the difference between an empire and a kingdom is in strategy. Jurian's friends have already become victims and may have suffered. Bahru shouted that they were so arrogant. Urian quickly thanked him for the explanation. Soon after, it was announced that Jurian had won 1st place. The director hoped that Bakru had stopped him. He cursed. There was still hope for the twins. Jin told Muv that he and his sister had already been fully analyzed. It was rumored that when the 2 of them were born, they killed their mother and sealed away their magical powers. Therefore, to use true power, they must stick together. Jin said that they were much better as twins. The boy activated his power. Ham sensed it from a distance. His brother's power was transmitted to him. Their strength was common, even if they were far from each other. Ham grinned, because the twin girls didn't have anything like that. And even the power that one of them shared could be passed on again. Jin said that the twins' differences had been confirmed. Lihebi licked his lips, asking Ricky to attack again. The guy waved the blade through the air. The redhead acknowledged Ricky's speed, but none of his attacks worked. The sword melted again. Hebi noticed that his opponent's confidence was starting to fade. He kicked the air and directed a fire attack at Ricky. The guy put up a windshield. The fire reached the dome and gradually began to penetrate into it. Ricky failed to defend himself, and the pillar of fire captured him entirely. Blushing, Hebi said that the fire was being fueled by the wind. Chili became increasingly nervous. The leader suggested that the new rules were putting students at a disadvantage when fighting. The man felt he had to stop the match immediately. But when he sees that confident expression on Haiwan's face, all doubts instantly disappear. The girl said that now the kids can start winning little by little. Ricky escaped from the fire. Hebi laughed, telling the boy to continue to resist. Ricky summoned the wind sword again. The enemy opened his arms. Lee increased the firepower to maximum. Ricky quietly and politely asked the wind spirit Vi to give him strength. Hebi mimicked Ricky's request. On the battlefield, one must not lose vigilance, even if the enemy seems weak. After all, defeat can happen at any moment. Lee immediately froze, wondering why his fire wasn't burning. Before the competition, he told his father that he had been chosen as a representative. The boy said that he would prove that their fire family was the best. Father told Hebi that there was no need for that. He cried out that they would never defeat the wind. Among the 4 great spirits, fire and wind give power to people. The greatest of them is the wind, and the great spirit of fire does not like them. He failed, saying that their blood was unloved. His father had always served the great spirit of fire, but 3 years ago he experienced despair. Now Lee understood the despair his father had felt. He fell to his knees, feeling real horror. Ricky didn't understand what happened. He reminded his opponent that he wanted to melt his bones. Jin concentrated his magical power into his hand. He was about to strike, but Muv dodged. A powerful stream followed Jin, hitting the floor. Muv complimented this striking power, calling it useful. Jin grimaced, replying that she hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. After all, she can't even use her power. Muv won't last long, because everything went according to Ome's plan. The girl giggled. The individual match was starting to become annoying for her. Muv guessed that given her opponent's character, he was clearly not popular. The girl gasped that it wasn't just the guy's hair, he also had no eyes. The doors of the room opened. Urian said that he was lost. He asked the guys if they knew where his room was. Seeing the hero, the girl blushed. Urian thought he was in trouble. This could have been a violation of the rules. The girl froze in surprise. Suddenly, a realization came to her. One day her sister asked her if she had heard about the prince on a white horse. Muv hadn't heard about it, but asked if he was strong. Sia responded that instead of being strong, he recklessly does everything he can to protect the one he loves. To Muv it was bravery, but to Sia it was stupid. And now Urian suddenly entered the room. Jin was not happy, but he just had to beat them up. Omiham suddenly grinned. He was sitting astride C when suddenly he felt a sharp surge of strength. The guy said he wanted to play longer, but apparently his brother wants to finish. The girl was breathing heavily. The strength of the brothers united into one heart and one strength. The time that Jin could maintain this state was 2 minutes and 22 seconds. During this time, he will finish off both of the kingdom's students. Urian was glad that he could join this battle. He raised his palm, and a second later he squeezed her. Jin's power disappeared somewhere. He gasped in disappointment. It sounded like there was a battle going on all around, and Ryusei suggested that they begin. Chiruti was thinking the same thing. She looked at the girl and gave her an assessment. A talent that appears once in 100 years. Her specialty is Jirugi. Ryu said it was a greeting and directed her attack at the princess. This girl attacked with a blast of magical power, but Chiruti blocked the shot with ease. The girl suddenly became interested in what the princess was planning to do after graduation. The princess asked again. Chiruti is a member of the royal family, so what kind of life is she going to live next? Maybe spend your days tending to flowers in the castle. She doesn't even have to graduate with honors to do that. The girl is right, since Chiruti is not the eldest daughter, and her brother will inherit the throne. The princess was no longer her former self, who resembled a houseplant. Chiruti also greeted her rival. Her blow was so strong that Ryu was pinned almost to the ceiling. There was a huge dent left in the wall. Chiruti answered Ryu's question. She will use this power to save the world. The opponent fell down and landed firmly on her feet, or survived this attack. Ryu used Magic Blast again, but Chiruti could control its power with just one finger. Li Als prayed that Ryusei would be more careful, as the tower was supported by his magic. If she had attacked with all her might, the tower would have already collapsed. Jin kept repeating the plan. Muv asked where Urian was going, and he told her they had to go up. They left Ome alone to kiss the floor. The director was outraged that the kingdom's students were cheating. Ricky came in second, Sia came in third. Ricky said that foul play is a sudden change in the rules, to prevent them from drawing the sword. The guy replied that the sword could be pulled out along with the leader, and drawing a sword without a leader is grounds for disqualification. Ricky couldn't listen to this nonsense any longer. Sia was worried about her sister, who had not yet gotten up. Ricky thought about it too, but about Urian. More important was how much longer he would have to play along in these games of the Empire. The guy looked down at Haiwan, who was already starting to get angry. She froze warily, looking somewhere up. Her body was paralyzed with fear. Adrenaline filled every vein. Ricky looked in the same direction as the teacher. The fourth level hung in the air. Urian and Muv got lost and ended up in the room they left from. This was starting to get on my nerves. The girls' legs even started to hurt due to the number of steps they took. Urian said that this time they would find a way up. The girl leaned against the hero's shoulder and said that she didn't mind if they continued to be together. But their friends will be at a disadvantage. Muv turned the other way. She suggested that they split up, then at least one of them would go upstairs. Ryu said that the princess is good at running away. However, for Chiruti, the girl was too obvious in her attacks. However, Ryu's power could not be blocked without a barrier. She asked why the princess didn't stop dodging. Chiruti noticed that the floor had become quiet. She raised her index finger, concentrating magical power in it. Ryu put her fist out. The real fight was just beginning. The princess said she uses telekinesis. The opponent's hands were bound by magical chains. Chiruti was going to crush Ryusei. Now she won't be able to dodge. The girl jerked, trying to free herself, but the chains gripped her tighter. Ryu could release explosive strikes not only with her fist, but also with her foot. The chains were broken. The princess was amazed by Ryu's skills. She didn't have time to dodge. Ryusei finally gained complete control of her body. Chiruti stopped her attack and Ryu was worried about how she did it. With such a barrier level, it was impossible. In the past, people were very weak. Even though civilization developed, people were still weak. Then God, who loved people, gave strength to one man, filling his fingers with it. It takes terrible luck to get the middle finger of a god, a power, a divine blessing, passed down through generations. Suddenly, Ryusei's legs buckled as she recognized that very power in the princess. She decided not to waste time and strike. This jerk was too fast. Her thumb lit up. The princess could use control. Chiruti managed to bend over, and Ryu's fist passed within a couple of centimeters of her head. It was too close for the princess, and therefore uncomfortable. The princess used telekinesis and lifted the girl into the air. Her brother told her that there was no need for magic school, but Chiruti was determined to use this power to save people. Ryu concluded that the princess had received this power and escaped from the greenhouse. However, she too, because she has her own power. Ryusei was thrown from a warm world into a cold one. The girl admitted that she would like to be as weak as the princess. Chiruti had no intention of falling for such a cheap provocation. Suddenly, the doors of the room opened and Ryu said that some idiot had gotten lost. The girls were simultaneously gripped by animal fear. The fourth level stood directly opposite them. It was a disease. The monster said he would kill the girls immediately. Haiwan noticed the fourth level before everyone else and couldn't move. And soon after that, the sky darkened from an unknown magical force. She was so unpleasant that she prevented everyone from thinking normally. It is said that the arena was the quietest place in history when this power enveloped the sky. Where the magic was most concentrated, they appeared, the fourth level beasts. All the competition organizers froze. Even ordinary viewers experienced this sticky feeling. 2 minutes passed like this. By that time, the monsters had reached the top of the tower. Everyone who fell under the influence of the dark force held their breath, sweat pouring down their faces. And the first one to move was the fourth level disease. The boys couldn't move. They just watched with wide eyes as this monster walked inside the tower. The door slammed behind him, and the horror and anxiety from this began to intensify. Haiwan jumped onto the tower. She glanced meaningfully at Deus. The guy understood everything and immediately rushed to the tower. Haiwan could rely on him and leave the situation to him. She stood on one knee at the top of the tower, charging herself with energy. Next to her was a cute girl with a magic staff in her hands. The warrior was distracted by a girl named Nellie, who studied with her in the same group. Nellie couldn't believe she was seeing Haiwan like this again. The girl asked if the warrior remembered her, and Haiwan replied that she could not forget such a person. Nellie asked Haiwan why she killed them. This question, why, responded like a painful blow to the heart. The girl's face began to melt. Her appearance changed. A green face, blood from her eyes, holes in her mouth, and the same question, why? The monster blamed Haiwan for everything. He convinced her by influencing her psyche that she had to die. The teacher said that depression was still playing its nasty games. The time-space has been distorted. It cracked and broke into pieces, and behind it stood a monster. Depression expected no less from the former hero. Haiwan is good at withstanding mental attacks. Depression concluded that the warrior was not very happy to meet her comrades. The monster saw those burning eyes and said that they did not come here to fight. She just needs to shut up and not move for about 5 minutes. Haiwan didn't understand what was going on. The higher the level of monsters, the stronger they are, but their number is smaller. Initially, there were 2 depressions. Now there is 1. Haiwan didn't know who killed one depression, but she asked why the monsters came then. Depression hovered over the tower. She asked to refrain from unnecessary provocations. 5 minutes will be enough for the monsters. But if they don't listen, there will be consequences. The hands gathered in a ring behind the fourth level's back separated. The monster tore a small virus from one wrist. It was a threat to kill everyone in case of disobedience. Haiwan said out loud that the monster's movements were planned. Ricky clenched his teeth in frustration. He asked the Great Spirit Vi to help him. But last time she made a deal. Therefore, it cannot interfere. The disease asked which of the 2 girls was the princess. He saw no difference between his rivals, because all the pests looked the same. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Ryusei nervously replied that she was a princess. The girl came to her senses and asked what would happen if she said that. The monster merely said that pests are fundamentally evil. They lie like they breathe. But the disease could not find out whether the girl was lying or not. Chiruti was fully aware that she was afraid of this creature. Besides, he came here because of the princess. However, if he didn't need them alive, he would have killed them from the very beginning. Ryusei suggested that Disease go and find out who the princess was and then come back. And they will wait here very quietly. But Disease had a good idea. Cut both in half and take half with you. Ryu suddenly quietly told Chiruti that she would give her a choice. The first is that they join forces, push back the monster and run away. The second is when the princess uses Ryu as bait and runs away. The second chance has a greater chance of success. Ryusei was about to voice the third option, but Chiruti suggested revealing herself so that her rival would run away. However, the girl replied that this was not an option. Then the princess declared that there was no other way out for her. Ryusei declared a temporary truce, starting from now on. Meanwhile, Jurian opened another door and found himself in another corridor. He was finally convinced that this tower was a labyrinth. This made him want to go up even more. The boy grinned, wondering if he should go and find the boys. Lee Ailes, shrouded in a dark haze, did not understand what was happening. He was unhappy that the monsters decided to invade when he was the director. The man thought that they needed to get rid of the tower immediately and take action with the knights. But the power over the tower was taken away by monsters. The disease stretched out its hand forward and put forward its little finger and ring finger. A purple path with protruding corners on the sides formed in front of him. She moved like a raging wave in the sea with protruding crests. Chiruti was stunned when she saw that this monster was attacking with magical power. Ryusei managed to dodge and took the princess with her. Saruti pointed her finger with a divine blessing towards the 4th level. The monster asked if this was magic that weakened strength. He raised his palm. Charuti replied that this magic does not only reduce strength. A star sparkled in the Imperial student's eye. The monster stood at the door, his smile never leaving. The illness sent Ryusei's strike to the side. The girl couldn't feel her right hand at all, it turned blue. Then the princess grabbed the monster with telekinesis, and she threw her against the wall, asking Ryu if she was okay. Ryusei asked not to make a noise. More importantly, they made the exit as planned, breaking through the wall. Before this, the girl told the princess to listen to her carefully. Ryu wasn't even sure they could survive, since the plan only had one try. That's when she suggested making a hole in the wall. Ryusei felt that a dark magical power surrounded this door and wall, so they will have to make a new exit. It ended up being more difficult than Ryu thought, but now they'll be able to get out. All that was left was to move on to the second part of the plan before the monster returned, but no such luck. Blood started flowing from Ryu's mouth and nose. Saruti too, their hearts skipped a powerful beat. The disease said that they were born to kill people, so let them not dare to look for a way to survive in front of his eyes. The entire arena was taken over by dark energy, enclosing the area in a cube. All the students, including the Empire students, couldn't breathe properly. It was difficult even to speak. Sia suggested that the purpose of the barrier was to hold people hostage, to restrict teacher Haiwan's movements. The girl was amazed by the monster's tactics. They definitely had a goal. Ricky immediately guessed that the target was the princess, who had not yet arrived. The guy grimaced in irritation. He said that right now there is something more important than these lives. It's time to make a wise decision. Ricky declared that he was ready to die for the kingdom. The woman then asked him if he really thought she was that incompetent. Haiwan moved her hand to the side, concentrating her power. Depression laughed. Haiwan told the monster to stop talking because she was already angry enough. There was no sudden movement, but the monster's head slowly began to fall from his neck. Haiwan's movements were so polished and professional as a warrior that no one even noticed her attack. Depression reached for his head. The monster thought that Haiwan had become very weak, and eventually all the people here will face death. A monster in a bird beak mask has activated the plague virus. This creature only wants the end of humanity. Haiwan said that if he was going to kill someone right in front of her, he should have at least brought a level 5 with him. The warrior slashed the monster's bodies in the air with one attack. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and only after that the students woke up, not understanding what had happened. Now Ricky understood what the power of a former warrior meant. However, Haiwan's nose started bleeding. Depression burst out laughing, amazed that the woman was still strong. Both monsters simultaneously returned their body parts piece by piece. It was instant regeneration. Haiwan asked if those lowly bastards really thought she couldn't kill them. The monster in the mask said that she is the stupidest one here. Haiwan shouldn't think about how to destroy them. A couple more viruses fell towards the tower, and the princess inside suddenly found it hard to breathe. Her body became colder. Her head was spinning. Her heart was beating loudly. Soon, Charuti realized that the problem was not in the respiratory system, but in the heart itself. Disease began to bleed even more heavily from the sockets where his eyes should have been. Ryusei reasoned that this attack was not intended to kill them. If the monster had fought seriously, they would have been dead long ago. She suggested changing the plan before the monster figured out which one of them was the princess. Ryusei stated the reason why she had to sacrifice herself. The probability of them surviving was 0. The princess clenched her jaw. She recalled greeting her brother after his hard training. The girl said that she envied her brother, but he did not understand it. He wanted to rest for a few days, and Charuti pestered him with questions about what he had learned today. Maybe a powerful sword strike or some amazing magic. When the princess said she was going to magic school, her brother asked her to stop talking nonsense, because she doesn't have to learn all these things. His Highness went to take a bath, neglecting his sister. The maid Melissa was empathetic. She understood what Charuti was feeling. Without turning around, the princess asked if she would be treated differently if she got good grades at the Magic Academy. The girl began to cry, saying that she didn't like being in the castle forever. She didn't want to be called a flower in a greenhouse. The maid also began to cry. The girl said that she was sure that Charuti would live the way he wanted. They hugged her, telling the princess to keep trying. However, even her father told her that she could not go to magic school, because she has no reason to visit this place. But the girl insisted on her own. Berhaden said that everyone had a role to play, and she couldn't save people. Charuti asked if it was because she was a girl, but the king gave her an answer, because she was weak. Saving people does not always involve physical force. My father believed that a strong monarchy was also important to protect the people. Charuti didn't want to be a flower in a greenhouse, and then one day God answered her. The girl screamed that under no circumstances should anyone be sacrificed. 2 years ago, thanks to divine blessing, she was able to get out of the greenhouse, and she made a promise that she would protect everyone with her own hands. Charuti used telekinesis. She planned to crush the monster on the floor, but it was too heavy. The princess ordered the monster to lie flat on the ground. Disease's knee buckled under the pressure and touched the floor. It took some effort for Charuti. Even if the monster dropped to one knee, that was the level of her current strength. The fourth level realized that she was the princess. Ryusei shouted for Charuti to move away from her. Standing on one knee, the monster raised 2 fingers and brought them to his eyes. The girls went blind and blood started flowing from their eyes. The monster recognized this very hand that had received God's blessing. He told the girl to give it to him. The monster needed this hand. Ryusei placed her hands in front of her, telling the fourth level to move away from her. The monster put his index finger to his head, and the girl's brain was damaged. The princess asked what happened. She called Ryusei to answer her. The monster came very close to Charuti. The princess recalled her father's words, that if she entered into battle, there would certainly be casualties. The girl thought that everything would have been different if she had not tried to get out, and if only she didn't dream of anything. The disease said it didn't matter what they tried to do. All that was before Charuti was darkness. Suddenly, a green light appeared in the darkness, like a flash, and Charuti could see again. Jurian called the princess stunning. The princess opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked what about the monster. The boy asked again about the monster in surprise. He thought, looking ahead. Urian ended up in this room because he was wandering through the corridors. He wondered if he could get through this complex labyrinth. Magical power was visible in the distance. The hero grinned, curious about what was hiding in this place. He decided to check it himself by punching a huge hole in the wall. Urian didn't realize what was standing in the room. The disease told me that another pest had entered here. No one was supposed to come in here. Jurian approached the blind princess. The girl stood opposite and did not respond. Then the guy thought that she had lost consciousness. The monster approached Urian from behind and tried to affect his brain, then his heart. He put his fingers to the eyes to blind the pest, but Urian continued chatting to himself as if nothing had happened. He then turned to the monster and asked if the monster had created the labyrinth just for this purpose. The fourth level has strengthened its dark aura. While Urian was chatting, the monster's nerves couldn't take it anymore and he was about to strike directly. The hero felt the movement and waved his hand sharply. This attack was so powerful that the fourth level body simply disappeared. Urian was tormented by the question of where this guy came from. He said that the fourth levels are all so ugly. After that, he healed both girls. It was a miracle to her that all the wounds were healed in an instant. Ryusei told Urian that she knew he was the strongest. Charuti froze, looking at her palm in surprise. She experienced Urian's healing for the first time. The princess wondered how many people the boy could save with this ability. The girl thought that he had truly earned her father's approval. And at that moment, Urian expressed words of admiration to her, because she stood up to the monster. The princess blushed. Urian tensed, deciding that he had praised her too suddenly. Ryu asked Charuti if everything was okay with the divine blessing. It turned out that yes. Ryusei thought it was strange that the fourth level didn't take away this ability. Perhaps he had another goal. Anyway, it was a miracle. I had to leave before he came back. However, Ryu's jaw dropped when she saw the huge hole nearby. The girl assumed that this was the work of the fourth level. Ryusei grabbed her head, thinking she had gone crazy for a second. When she thought about it, she realized that she almost died. If it weren't for the healing, this would have happened. Despite her anxious thoughts, Shurei was somehow calm. She looked at the huge hole in the wall. The princess asked Urian how he got here. The guy said he just saw a hole. Ryusei walked up to the hero and placed her hand on his shoulder. The boy tensed, afraid that she had realized that he had made the hole. The girl suddenly said that she understood. This was his healing. It's normal for her and the princess to panic. Ryu screamed and asked if Urian understood what a great thing he had done. The princess looked at the two of them in confusion. Urian also eliminated psychological trauma. Suddenly, Ryu shouted in fear to the princess that something was behind her. Level 4 is back. He told the princess not to even think about resisting. The monster stretched out his hand towards her, saying that all efforts were in vain. Ryusei cursed as she rushed towards the princess to help her, but her run was too slow. The dark aura dissipated, giving way to a green one. The veins in the monster's head were already tensing because he was being interrupted again. Urian clenched the fourth level power in his hand. He was afraid that the tower would break, so he lightly hit the monster. Ryusei ran up to the princess and jumped with a swing of her arm. The monster said that her pathetic attack wouldn't work. The mask fell off the girl's face, and a second eye with a demonic appearance opened. A red flash lit up the room. A huge magical ball flew into the fourth level. Jurian admired this attack. The girl grinned, but the disease still stood there as if nothing had happened. Ryu felt ashamed because she had just used all her power. The princess said that she had nothing to be ashamed of. Ryu said that if they rushed at him with the determination to die, they wouldn't even be able to touch the collar of his clothes. They needed something that matched the monster's strength, possibly a neutralizer that would completely remove the 4th level of power. The girls told Urien that it was now his turn to act. With one gesture, the body is destroyed. Acting as if nothing happened after such an attack is a critical situation. But people who are cornered find clothes even in despair. Jurien's strength was the only hope in this fight, and the strength of a monster is determined by its ability to kill people. Ryusei shouted for the special student to begin preparing an attack spell. The princess decided to lend the guy her magic wand. The monster became even more angry and told the guy to know his place. Ryusei told Urien to just gather all his magic power and attack. The girls were sure that he would succeed, even if it was his first time. They urged him on as the monster began to move again. Jurien's expression darkened at the attention he was receiving once again. He wondered if he should go for it. One way or another, the guy decided to give it a try. The 4th one raised his finger up. He said that no matter how hard they try, the situation will not change. The princess ordered the monster to lower his hand. She combined the power of telekinesis with dominance. A chain was wrapped around Disease's hand. Saruti, carried away, asked if the monster was not afraid of God's wrath. The monster replied that for them, the gods were simply the root of all evil. The princess frowned. Ryusei told the princess that was enough. She asked to provide it to them. Ryu concentrated a powerful cloud of magic, while Urien stood at a distance. He prepared to attack with her, but he was worried. Now he had no choice but to attack. The guy understood that if he showed himself well now, his hard work could be in vain. Urien shouted, "No way!" The hero used a completely lousy attack spell. Urien's original magical power was meant for a powerful life as a bouncer. Before coming here, the guy dreamed of surviving to the end and being active. But he always left the game at the early stages. The hero's original attack magic was created from such regret. The guy blushed slightly, glad that he had hit the target. The power control was also perfect, but the 4th level was still okay. Urien turned on the acting. He grabbed his head and began to apologize for the fact that everything turned out so badly. Thanks to this, his life is safe. He was upset that those 2 people were disappointed in him. Saruti recognized this attack spell. It was called Sphere. A magic crystal ball, a round fruit, a carriage wheel. Even the best has never created a perfect sphere. No, the technical capabilities of humanity did not allow it to be created. She turned to look at Urien, hesitating that he had created the sphere with his magic. The nature of magical power is such that it is like water, always flowing without stopping. There is no point in transforming such a magical sphere. And Urien just took it and threw it like a child throws a ball. Only the ball didn't fall. It attached itself to the neck instead of the head. And then he swayed to the side. Urien took the head off the 4th level. Contrary to expectations, these 2 rated Urien higher. The hero told Ryo to quickly take the princess and run away. A long arm in a suit pressed its palm to the guy's head. Having regenerated, the monster pressed Urien into the wall with all his strength, so that it cracked. The girls glanced sideways at the 4th. As expected, one attack was not enough to defeat the disease. The princess broke out in a sweat. Her breath caught, and fear for the boy's life gripped her body. Only his legs were sticking out from under the rubble. Ryusei quickly grabbed the girl in her arms and ran away. This was their chance to get out of here alive. The monster turned to them and told them not to get their hopes up. Disease had a motto: never give up. Find a way to live longer. Find people around you to survive. A dead pest is a good pest. The monster wanted them to beg him for death, because it was their only salvation. A voice behind him told him not to be angry. The bouncers were just a joke. A huge stream of magical power illuminated the room green. Urisoken appeared, and now the hero could play to the fullest. He said the attack before was not real. The 4th level body was striped and cut. The explosion of Disease's body sent out a shockwave that left its mark on the walls and floor. This attack was so strong that it went beyond the tower. She burst out beyond the dark square. Only the feet remained from the 4th level, and this time there will be no restoration. The monster told Depression that Disease was dead. The barrier was also almost broken, and the masked monster itself was injured. Depression asked if this explosion was created by divine blessing. The masked monster didn't think so. Now they no longer had to leave hostages alive. Deus clutched his head as the tower shook from the attack. He found that the lower floor had become a complex labyrinth, believing it to be the work of the 4th level. However, due to the explosion that had occurred earlier, he could guess the approximate location. The guy ran towards the green flash. He decided not to turn back despite the obstacles. With the scythe of death, Deus cut through the walls, freeing a passage. Nothing could stop him. His confidence was soon replaced by fear. He saw a huge and all-consuming magical power. Deus' breath was taken away by the magical force that was sucking in the air. Urisoken asked why the 3rd-year student was downstairs. When he turned around, Deus was already attacking him with the Reaper's scythe. The guy thought that the fourth level was right in front of him. Deus brandished a magical weapon. Yurisoken asked the third-year student to calm down for a while. The knight realized that the guy didn't want to talk to him. Was he really that scared? Yurisoken asked what Deus was afraid of. He thrust his sword forward as the death scythe, which could drain magical power, moved towards him. Urien wondered if he could suffer after this. Apparently Deus wanted him dead. The hero thought it wasn't worth getting hit a second time. With one skillful movement, the knight ran his hand across the boy's face. The magical power left behind a trace in the form of a crack. Yurisoken understood how Deus cuts through magical power. But this magic only reduced the power. It did not completely eliminate it. Deus dropped to one knee in instant powerlessness, and asked with acclaim what the monster was going to do with the princess. Yurisoken responded with a question about how he knew about the plans of the fourth level. Then the third-year student asked who was in front of him. Yurisoken didn't think it mattered. The main thing was that he wasn't a monster. Deus had no doubt that no first-year student would be able to block his attack. However, the guy was sure that the knight in front of him was younger than him. It was like a blow to Deus. The guy called the knight a monster and Yurisoken snapped. Deus decided that he was a monster disguised as a student. Yurisoken asked in surprise how he could look like a student. Deus shouted for the stranger to take off his helmet if he was not a monster. It is clear that the hero did not intend to do this. For a moment, Deus doubted the possibility that there was a monster in front of him, but he immediately changed his mind and was determined to kill him. It was a special move at full power, and the image of a reaper literally emerged from the scythe. This technique was called the Reaper's Dance. A dark cloud of magic flew at the hero at breakneck speed. Deus fell to the floor, having spent all his strength on this attack. Yurisoken squatted down opposite and asked the boy if he had calmed down. He told the guy that if he were a real monster, he would already be dead. Having cooled his ardor, Deus said that he had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness for it. Yurisoken showed him the direction in which the princess had gone. Deus said that the knight should also leave. The guy was so shocked that his jaw must have hit the floor. Because the fourth level is, one might say, the maximum power of monsters. Deus squeezed his hand and asked if Helmet, as he called the knight, had by any chance seen the mark on his body. Some kind of coat of arms in the form of a sword. The guy said that this mark appears on the back of the hand, but sometimes it appears on the shoulders, wrists, or buttocks. Yurisoken claimed that he had nothing like that. Then Deus asked him directly if he was a hero by any chance. Urien asked again. The coat of arms appears on the body of the person chosen as the hero. If a hero loses his power, you must immediately select the next hero. After the former hero, Haiwan, lost her power, they were unable to choose a new one. If everything were as usual, a new hero would be chosen within a week. That's why Deus believed that the man in front of him could become one. The guy told Helmet to take off his clothes. He wanted to help him find this coat of arms. Yurisoken called the third-year student a pervert. He became scared, but he kept quiet about it. Deus wanted to ask what Helmet's name was. When the man said his name, the boy recognized it, because the whole academy was already buzzing about Yurisoken. The knight turned around, preparing to leave. To make your dreams come true. At the top of the tower, the battle was in full swing. Haiwan swung her sword without stopping. The woman asked the monster if he hadn't said it was a full-scale battle. Is this really the same as running away for 4 levels? Sia, who was watching the battle, was convinced of the teacher's strength, and the girl would like to fight with her too. But she knew that she would only get in Haiwan's way. Depression showed the former warrior that she was too self-confident. There was no point in talking. There was no point in keeping his distance from the former warrior. Among all the heroes, she had the best abilities. She could interfere with space and time. The apple rolls down. Having fallen in front of the tree, it rolls for about 10 seconds and is then stopped by a stone. Usually the apple that people see stops after it rolls down a bit. However, the apple that Haiwan sees has the ability to interfere with space and time. It probably looks like a stretched version of a fetus. If Haiwan hits a tree, it will be like hitting an apple. Until today, no one could fully understand this. She is the only one who has encountered the 5th level, time, and posed a threat to the monsters. The image of a young man appeared before her and said the code phrase, "I don't want to die." Depression took several people hostage in those few seconds. The monster warned that if she responded recklessly, they would both die. The younger man, as a young man, killed a man. But having paid for his sins, he lives diligently for the sake of his family. The old man dedicated his life to his country and saved many people, but his time is running out. Haiwan could only save one thing, a young criminal or an old hero. The monster told her that she knew very well that she could not save anyone. He convinced her that everyone in this place would die, like her former comrades. Haiwan will suffer and regret. She will destroy herself by blaming. She will end up being the one who kills herself. Young men, innocent citizens coughed up blood. This all happened in front of the first-year students. One by one, everyone started to die. Depression said that Hayawan had always been proud of being strong. The monster admitted that it was almost impossible for him to kill her, but he could easily kill everyone else. And now that Hayawan has lost her hero power, she won't be able to do anything. She is unable to save these people without killing the monsters. But Depression, as if playing a game, decided to give her one chance. The monster asked Hayawan to cut off his right hand with a sword. Then the rest of the people will remain alive. The monsters still hated her, but they respected her abilities and efforts. The woman lowered her head as if thinking about it. No hero will be able to overcome the barrier and get into the tower. The Depression gave her this chance as a sign of respect. The former warrior said that this irritated her. Knowing that it will be dangerous, the Empire is competing over politics. And these monsters use people as hostages. And Hayawan, who can't even show her abilities because of this threat, she was just going crazy. The monster said it was stupid, but at that very second time froze. Hayawan chose to attack instead of agreeing to the deal. Depression barely had time to recede. This attack kept the woman's emotions in check. Cut into pieces, the monster told the second disease that Hayawan was now in a vulnerable state. It's time to create a nightmare for this stupid former hero. Among the 4th levels, disease has the most brutal power. But instead of attacking, the masked monster's head fell onto the roof of the tower. Yurisoken stopped hiding. He appeared right in front of everyone, worrying about whether he would make it in time. It was the first time Hayawan saw him up close. When the time of the disease came, the monster was hovering in the air. He was about to create one of the most terrible incidents in history, when suddenly a voice behind him expressed admiration for the scenery. The disease took a sharp turn. Yurisoken said that he felt like he had seen this monster somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered the mosquito monster. This touched disease. She said that only the guy was buzzing around here like a mosquito. Yurisoken remembered the mosquito's weakness. He grabbed the monster by the mask and laughed. The monster said that the man continued to irritate him. Ricky recognized the guy he had fought several times. Hayawan visibly tensed up because she didn't know what to expect from this man in the helmet. By this time, Deus had also jumped onto the tower. He reported that he had sorted out the situation. The 4th level disease was dead. Yurisoken thought he came in time, but many people got hurt. It was only thanks to Jade's demonic sword that several of the boys were not hit. The knight asked the former hero directly what she thought. Deus wanted to butt in, but Hayawan made it clear that it would be better for him to remain silent. Looking ahead, the woman said that Yurisoken was right. The knight said that Deus needed to do something important right now. Head to the place where the audience is and cut the magical power of the people who are coughing. Deus asked if Yurisoken wanted him to harm the audience. Initially, people with symptoms should have been quarantined, but now it seems impossible because of magical attacks. The aura around Hayawan thickened, and she asked how Yurisoken knew all these details. He knew everything, from the cause to the treatment. The knight asked if it was important now. He'll take care of this guy. Ricky felt fear when he saw the 4th level rise into the air again. The disease told them not to let their guard down, because this was not the end yet. However, the monster himself shouldn't be distracted when he was in front of Hayawan. The circlet from the hands was finally broken. The viruses instantly went into the air. Before they could reach the tower, a magical attack cut them apart. Yurisoken told the mosquito not to be a coward and stop spraying, and fight fairly, one-on-one against him. Saya shouted that this was too reckless. Deus also thought this was a stupid act. He was ready to help Yurisoken at any moment. But at the same time, he wanted to confirm the real abilities of this guy. The disease did not understand the language spoken by the pests. But even so, Yurisoken made the monster feel extremely uncomfortable. The 4th level disease was discovered only 95 years ago in the city of Palton. Almost 6 million people lived in it. Pal Casas, who was the prominent ruler of Palton at the time, gave the order to kill the monster. Thanks to his clear instructions, the situation was quickly resolved. Casas prevented the destruction of an entire city, but about 5,900,000 people died. This was the most serious damage caused by the level 4 disease. However, what happens if this monster, which has the power to kill everyone, directs all its power at one person? Dios said in fear that the hands were uniting into one whole. It was incredibly dangerous. Depression laughed. The death of one, which can kill all, is a force that can kill at least 10 billion people, and disease was going to make it happen. Yurisoken asked if the monster was noisy just because it was a mosquito. He didn't seem to understand the seriousness of the situation. The disease repeated that it could kill 10 billion with this hand. Yurisoken chuckled loudly. He held out his hand and played rock, paper, scissors, choosing scissors. And scissors, as we know, cut paper. The giant hand split into 2 parts, and the monster itself along with it. A black spear fell from the sky to the 4th level. Yurisoken chuckled, saying that he won. Everyone who watched this game of hands was speechless. They stared at the guy. So easily he overcame the disease. The brave knights arrived as the barrier from the tower began to come down. Depression rose up on its hands. However, she also does not have long left. Ironically, depression itself felt depressed. It seemed to the monster that the former warrior felt the same way. The woman admitted that this was indeed the case. Doctors who ended up in the tower shouted about isolating patients. Many people were covered with a sheet over their heads. Dia swung his scythe, but people shunned him. The great Imperial Army has captured the 4th level. Haiwan turned to Yurisoken. She wanted to thank him. If everything had been as usual, the teacher would not have forgiven him for getting involved with her students. But this time she will pretend she didn't notice anything. Yurisoken knew he had come at the right time, but she could defeat them herself, so he asked directly. Why was Haiwan deliberately hiding her strength? She was grateful to him for these words. Now Haiwan could continue on this path. The hero did not ask her why she was hiding her power. The woman said if he answered the question, she would side with him in court. Yurisoken was going to court. Haiwan's eyes flashed. She had no intention of letting the guy go. Yurisoken stood on the edge of the tower and told the woman not to forget about it. He is the hero of today, and he will continue to be. He is absolute. Let her never forget that his name is Juris. The night disappeared before everyone's eyes. Haiwan was seething with anger, but very soon she walked away, sighing. The hero laughed as he lifted a huge boulder. Everything went according to his plan. Because of this, his life as a man who hides his power is ideal. Urien is the weakest student, and Yurisoken is a hero who saved everyone from a dangerous situation. Even though others look down on him, it is better for him to operate from the shadows. The boy threw a rock into the air, planning to camouflage himself and wait for someone to save him. The boulder fell back, pinning his body to the rubble. The guy stretched out his leg to make sure they were visible. 2 weeks passed and the friendly competition was cancelled. However, even after what happened, the citizens of the Empire were happy. They rejoiced that the great Empire had captured the 4th level. All this happened because the incident was successfully resolved. Lee Hebi, while dining with Bahru, said it was like a holiday. Bahru replied that it was because they had never encountered the 4th level. Rizik thought, glancing sideways at the boys. Riki and Ryusei, who encountered monsters, gave off a completely different atmosphere. However, Hebi was curious as to why people from the kingdom still remained here. The redhead frowned, looking at Urien. The hero had already eaten his fill, but he did not stop eating. The girl heard that he was crushed by a rock from the 4th level and was glad that her brother was okay. Urien was also happy that Ella was safe. He said he was unable to do anything. Ella told her brother not to blame himself too much. In his heart, Urien was jubilant he had managed to create the image of the weakest student. For Hebi, these two were too simple. He told Bar that he envied him because he fought with a commoner. Rizik thought that it was easy to defeat him, but Bakru shuddered. He laughed awkwardly, saying it was as easy as pie. Ryusei finally found Baru. She heard that a special student was the first to reach the summit. Hebi yelled, "Could it be that the guy lost to a commoner?" Ryusei seriously stated that the kingdom's greatest strength was the special student. He cut off the 4th level's head with his magic power. But Bakru was fine, so he remained a hero in her eyes. Hebi laughed so hard that his stomach cramped. Rizik said that they also saw information about this special student. But Ryusei was in no mood for jokes. The girl didn't know what reason Urien had for not showing his strength. Ryu stated that they lied that the special student could only heal, because she saw it with her own eyes. Hebi couldn't accept that such a simple guy could cut off the monster's head. The girl demonstrated how Urien then grabbed his head with words of regret. Hebi thought it was a stupid excuse, but that's what Urien said. He wanted to make a fool of himself. Bahru wondered if this was the same power the kingdom was researching. That's why Ryusei was worried about her comrade. Now she saw Bahra in a new light. The guy lied that he was also from the elite class, so he fought with all his might. Hebi believed this was the reason why Bahru was ranked 3rd. Rizik asked who would win if she fought a special student in a match. He believed that her true power surpassed Deus. Ryusei said she wouldn't last even 10 minutes. Lee Hebi suddenly stood up, asking if Urien was really that strong. Ryu stated that if the match was not held in accordance with the rules, she would not last even 3 minutes. Rizik suddenly fell silent, and Hebi decided that they should be grateful to the monsters. The girl asked them to pretend that the boys had not heard what she said to them. As soon as she said this, Urien suddenly stopped not far from her. Ryusei even stood up from her chair when she heard the special student's voice. Sweating, the girl said that she wanted to officially thank Urien that morning. After all, thanks to his self-sacrifice, she managed to save the princess. Suddenly Urien asked what the boys were talking about. The faces of all three changed. They were scared. The boy was as calm as a boa constrictor. Nearby, a man fell to the ground, coughing up blood. He always had seizures when he drank alcohol. The man lifted his friend and asked him to call a doctor. However, no one could help. Urien could not pass by. The man put his hand forward, asking the strange guy to leave. The hero healed this weirdo. The man came to his senses and was already asking for more drinks. The Imperial students could not calm down, especially after what they saw. Ryusei was all sweaty. Urien said that if he couldn't heal people, he wouldn't be in the elite class. After all, a magician must be able to use attack magic. Urien called himself pathetic, and Ryusei thought the guy was testing her. She said he would succeed. Jurien thought that everything was going as well as he had planned. The people in the square shouted, praising the Emperor. The girl called the situation strange, because the residents were happy despite the monsters. Zialeftin suggested that the Emperor created an atmosphere of calm for the citizens. It was funny for the girl. She called the Emperor quite stupid. If she had used the powers of the Empire, there would have been no need to deceive the people. The title of immortality was given to 4 people in the kingdom. One of them was her. The commander replied that they thought that the Imperial Army and Hai Wan would be able to stop the incident. The girl sighed and said that this woman could not do anything at such an important moment. Her eyes lit up. She wanted to hear more about Yurisoken. She assumed he was the next hero, but the commander said they knew nothing about him. Whether he is their ally or enemy, whether he is human, the monster invasion incident can also be called a shocking event. A well-developed city in the kingdom was suddenly invaded by 4th-level monsters. This problem could not be hushed up, because many knew that monsters could appear in the city at any moment. That's why people held an emergency meeting. The Emperor of the Bahan Empire himself, Jenny Runs Alps, took part in it and thanked them for participating in this meeting. The king of the kingdom of Lernet, Brehedin, believed that they should work together. The meeting was also attended by the Pope of the Holy Church, Armin Eris, who suggested that they pray first. The President of the Federal Republic, Munich Litron, reminded that this is an emergency situation. The Emperor suggested that we first decide on the direction in which the discussion would take place. Now they were here as representatives of humanity. This meeting was held to do everything possible for peace. Litron raised his hand to say something. The Federal Republic declared war, because people are wondering about the reasons for the takeover. As a free country, the President declared war on monsters. He believed that if they concentrated their attacks, the monsters would not be able to attack civilians. The king asked whether the President meant to say that the best defense is a good offense. However, the Emperor agreed with Litron. The problem was that humanity didn't have a hero at the time. The king said that for several years the hero was unable to kill the 5th level. Brehedin wasn't sure how much ordinary soldiers could do in this situation. The Holy Pope said that at such moments one must pray. The only way to protect humanity is to wait for God's mercy. Dad encouraged those gathered to think about their history, in which people have always been weak and lived under threat. And every time this happened, God protected them. To regain their heroic strength, they have no choice but to spend the day in prayer. The president asked if this meant they had not prayed enough. Or does Dad want to say that God will be upset and take back the power he gave him? 2 thick veins appeared on Armin's face. The Emperor expressed the hope that they would both put aside personal feelings for the sake of humanity. At the very least, this meeting should proceed without conflict. The Free Federal Republic abolished the class system. It was too tiring for the king to sit here and listen to this. Jenny Runs Alps decided to voice the reason why he organized the meeting. Humanity has fallen into a huge trap. There was one thing they learned from this incident. Monsters have a purpose. And this goal is God's blessing to Princess Saruti. The 4th level first appeared in the kingdom during the midterm exam for first-year students. And this time, during the team competitions of the first year as well. The Emperor wanted to say that the monsters knew in advance where the princess was. Every time monsters appeared, the students ran in all directions. In other words, there is a spy who has betrayed humanity. The president asked tensely how a human could transmit information to monsters. The Empire managed to find out who the spy was, and the king gasped. Yurisoken is a man who betrayed the kingdom. After all, the king knows when the princess was first threatened. Indeed, the threat to Saruti was during the entrance exams. According to the information received, Yurisoken threatened the princess. The president heard that Yurisoken was known as a hero. The emperor told the men to think carefully. On the lower floors, the imperial student managed to evacuate the princess. At the same time, the imperial army was on the verge of invasion from outside. If Yurisoken was truly a hero, was there a reason for him to hide? Dad heard that Yurisoken's power was completely different. He was sure that Juris was not a man, and it was completely blasphemous to call himself absolute. Then the king thought how a country where people believed that they were given strength directly by God could be considered superior. Yurisoken was a threat to humanity, and it was God's mercy to get rid of him. The emperor believed that if God came forward, there would be nothing to worry about. Armin said that they must not allow their blessing to be taken away from them. He added that Princess Saruti should be under the protection of holy mercy. Dad promised better living conditions. The king looked piercingly into Armin's eyes, and he narrowed his eyes in a smile. Brehedin thanked him for the offer but declined, explaining that his daughter would be kept under 24-hour guard in the castle. Then Dad asked to send student Jurian to their seminary as an exchange student. Armin admired his healing abilities. The king replied that they would think about it at an internal meeting. The emergency meeting was held for 3 days. Many opinions were expressed, and the conclusion was reached that the world had come to an end. 7 days later, the recruitment officer from the World Allied Forces, Allspurt, read out the order. Jurian was chosen for the Allied World Army for his outstanding talent. The man said that the student would be training as a reserve soldier for the next 2 weeks. Jurian was indignant, saying how could a child be drafted into the army? Allspurt tore the paper in front of the boy, thereby proving that Jurian would not be called to the battlefield. The World Allied Forces were created to protect the future of humanity. The man looked down at the black brooch and wondered how this was possible if the student clearly didn't fit in. Allspurt immediately turned around and said that he would report that the entry was cancelled due to lack of talent. Jurian was delighted and loudly thanked the employee. The hero smiled. Soon, Allspurt came with a report and said that recommending a commoner to the World Allied Forces was unacceptable. After all, the higher the status, the more magical power a person is born with, and vice versa. Magical power is a gift from God. Therefore, the status is transmitted by him. The Duke did not understand why His Holiness had personally shown interest in such a commoner. Then the Pope said that Cadet Jurian was different from other commoners. Their mages are working hard on their research, but the healing the young man demonstrated completely changed what they had learned. It's like magic from another world, and it's centuries ahead of theirs. Humanity has experienced this several times before. The appearance of a hero, a divine blessing, and a miracle occurs. Now complete instant healing was born. The Pope walked up to the Duke and grabbed him by the shoulders, insisting that they must make Jurian a citizen. The world's allied forces will initiate this, and Allspurt is obliged to enroll him. The Duke could not allow himself to agree with His Holiness. During the second conversation, Jurian asked to cancel the invitation due to lack of talent. Allspurt was not just shocked, but outraged. Jurian ran away, and the man shouted after him. He sincerely did not understand why the guy did not want this. He asked if he knew what it meant to be chosen. Jurian gasped tensely and said that he knew his place well, and a person like him is not suitable for this. The man closed his eyelids and smiled nervously. Faced with a position everyone dreams of, the guy kept his composure after being insulted about his lack of talent. Jurian passed the test not just as a cadet, but as one chosen by God himself. And so that very day has come. Day of entry into the training camp of the World Allied Forces. Instructor Kieran invited the proud young soldiers to come inside. He was born into the Empire and served in the world's allied forces. Siren's role was to nurture talent, and his boss is none other than Mrs. Sekris. She was the commander of the training camp. The girl looked out the window at Jurian. And I thought how one could look at being chosen into the world powers with such contempt. The hero did not understand why he ended up here. This place is reserved for the best of the best. He blamed Chris for it. It all happened ever since he defeated him. At the entrance to the building, Jurian sighed languidly, deciding to simply make sure he was kicked out. When he raised his head and looked inside, his breath caught in his throat. Inside, a banquet was being held with dishes never seen before. The entire table was filled with overseas food. The greeting of all those who are the future of humanity has begun. The cadets were introduced to Kithiatis, the person responsible for conducting this training. He was from the nation of God's grace, and also served as a commander of the Holy Knights. Jurian only needed one look at the man to know that he was on the same level as Haiwan. He remembered the teacher and thought she was wonderful. Kithiatis said the training would last 2 weeks, but he would appreciate it if the cadets considered the meeting social. Deos liked the sound of it, and Baga asked the boy why he was so happy. The man told the young people to enjoy the banquet. He dedicated the toast to all humanity in the world, to God himself. Jurian tried several types of meat and his mood changed for the better. Ryusei told the boy that he was eating with such energy, and Jurian was surprised to see the girl here. She said that the dishes here are prepared in real time. Jurian admitted that he wanted to leave early, but the food here was too good. It is not for nothing that they say that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Ryu said that being in such a place for food meant being strong, regardless of one's position. A guy approached the girl and recognized Ryu by her bandage. He smiled and introduced himself. His name was Shinchan. However, Ryu ignored him. After a short pause, she said that she was not interested in the weak. The boy laughed and asked who was standing next to her. The hero turned and introduced himself, mentioning that he was from the kingdom. It dawned on Shinchan that the person in front of him was that very special student. However, he didn't dwell on it and invited Ryusei to join their table. Jurian said that he also wanted to go with him, but the boy made a protesting gesture. Shinchan hoped that the commoner would adhere to the line befitting his status. The blonde looked at Ryu and said that this place only attracts the best. As they grow older, everyone will achieve their goals in different areas. Wasting his precious time on a commoner seemed too much to him. The blonde insisted that the girl go with him. Ryu turned to Shinchan and said that she wasn't interested. The blonde was stunned by this and said that Miss Ryosei had talent but lacked insight. She doesn't think that he is worse than some commoner. Ryu replied that whether the guy ignores Urien or not, the choice is his. She looked at Shinchan intently and gave him advice. If he let his guard down, he might lose his head. The guy chuckled and said he would be careful. Urien was more interested in why the others were talking and leaving the food untouched. Suddenly, his fork stuck into the same piece of meat as someone else's. The blue-haired boy looked up at the hero in surprise. He abruptly pulled out a piece of meat, leaving Jurian without food. The hero was so shocked by this that his hand with the fork froze over the table. Then the guy simply took another piece of meat, but even so, the food was stolen from under his nose. Right before Urian's eyes, they were chewing the meat that he had just stabbed with his fork. Johnny said after chewing that it wasn't really that tasty. A wave of unpleasantness washed over Urien. The stranger pricked the last piece on his plate with his fork. He raised it demonstratively in front of Urien. The hero lowered his head and released 5% of his power. As Johnny was about to bite into the meat, he discovered that there was nothing on his cutlery. Jurian looked at him as he took the last bite of the dish. Then he put it back on the plate. The boys looked at each other, their eyes sparkling. Johnny hurried to take this piece of meat. But what a disappointment. Urien grinned and said that the guy should eat more vegetables. Instead of meat, Johnny's tongue turned out to be filled with greenery. The hero, laughing, said that he would eat this meat. The blue-eyed man clicked his teeth and the green fell out of his mouth. A sharp change occurred in his aura. Urien licked his lips. Suddenly another cadet walked up to Johnny and slapped him on the head. Arini scolded him for using magic here. Johnny calmly replied that he needed the strength because he wanted to eat meat. Arini said that there was a lot of meat on the other tables too. But the blue-eyed man believed that the most delicious meat is the one you take from the strong. Shinchan commented that insignificant individuals spoil the holiday. Arini glanced at the blonde and clenched his jaw. Shinchan apologized. The blonde really didn't consider low-born people to be inferior members of society. He was concerned that the divine order had been destroyed. Electricity flashed in the air. Johnny released an aura, saying that their president was outstanding. Arini intervened and said with a smile that he was also concerned. He looked at the blonde and said that he didn't want to offend him. It's just that dogs can't do anything except pray. Shinchan was overcome with heat. He approached Arini and invited him to go out. Miss Sekris supported the cadet's idea. She pointed her finger at 5 people in turn. The girl ordered that they be assigned to the first squad. Johnny was surprised to see the immortal hero, and when Jurian heard, he asked what it meant. Arini replied that it was a title created by the emperor. A country that has a hero has an advantage, and this is inevitable. To avoid inconvenience, the empire created the title of immortal for the hero. The man wanted to object to the captain that the time had not yet come for initiation. But Kithiotis asked Sekris what she would do with the young people. Sekris, she personally intended to train this squad. The captain said that no one would object to her decision, but that she should be more gentle. The girl replied that it would depend on how the young talents performed. After the banquet, Sekris gathered the squad together. First of all, she wanted to choose the squad leader. She will choose the strongest among them. Sekris said that the squad must remember something within 2 weeks. The strong become winners and the weak become losers. Their goal is to bring together geniuses from different countries and develop teamwork. They didn't plan to kick anyone out, but that would have been too boring. The squad leader selection test starts right now. Shinchan whispered to Ryusei that the commander would be chosen from the aristocrats. He will be the strongest man. Smiling, the boy assured that he wanted to avoid unnecessary quarrels. But Ryusei ignored him and asked Urien if he was aiming for this position. The guy replied that he was too weak for that. Arini believed that if we were talking about the strongest, then none of them would be able to do it. The strongest among them is Johnny. Sekris laughed loudly, calling the guys funny. She explained that there was no need for them to fight each other. They will become comrades who will protect each other in the future, so division by nations and status was prohibited. The coach announced that they were starting a sparring match to choose a leader. She knew who the cadets were and what powers they had, but when they crossed swords, she would be able to understand them better. The girl pushed forward a magic wand with a red flower, and only then did the cadets realize that the sparring would be with an immortal. Johnny wanted to go first. Sekris told him not to be afraid, because it was just a simple test. The boy took out his folding weapon. From the compactly folded object emerged a saw, a kind of portable sword. The coach liked it. Sparring began from the first stage. It was simple enough. Sekris only released a fraction of her power. The blue-eyed man's saw sparkled as he filled it with magical power. And when the trainer moved into action, the portable sword cut the petals of the flower on Sekris's stick. Noticing this, she stepped back. If they had continued, she would have been torn apart. Johnny said that when you're cutting something, sharpness doesn't matter. The coach asked if this was what they called science. Arini commented that the transition from magic to knowledge is just around the corner. The trainer moved on to the second, faster stage. Johnny noticed this change. Sekira's eyes were shining. She was completely captured by the battle. At the third stage, her movements were so imperceptible that Johnny did not even have time to realize that she was behind him. He felt the wind behind him. It wasn't just about speed, but also about power. Johnny blocked a powerful attack that lit up the sky. Fifth stage. Sekira appeared next to Johnny and lightly tapped him on the head with her wand, calling for the next student. The guy shouted that he hadn't shown even half of his real skills yet. The trainer reminded that this was a simple test. Next was Arini. He considered himself not as strong as Johnny. During the first stage, he held firm. In the second stage, tension arose, and he had difficulty coping with the third. Sekira stopped the sparring at the fourth stage. The guy was upset. Arini was interested in how Johnny got to stage 5 and still remained disappointed. Shinchan giggled, calling it cute. He wanted them to look closely at his God-given magical powers. But he too only made it to the fourth stage. Arini said he saw his level. His thoughts on this matter were that God really does love everyone, whether it's him who doesn't believe in it, or the Shinchan fanatic. Next up was Ryusei. The instructor was waiting for her impatiently. The immortal told the girl to get ready. The stages quickly followed one another. Ryusei held out until the attack in the fifth stage. Then she took off the bandage. A powerful blow of mixing two magical forces rang out. Ryusei repelled the instructor's attack. Arini was amazed. The sixth stage is the ability of high-ranking knights. Both of Ryusei's eyes glowed yellow. At the sixth stage, the immortal's body was enveloped in a powerful aura. Ryu braced herself for the blow, but the instructor snuck up on her unnoticed. The girl jumped back, but Sekira was 2 steps ahead. Shinchan thought there were now 2 instructors, but Arini explained how the sudden change of direction worked. It was impossible to react to this. Sekira swung her magic sword and Ryu stuck out her elbow. Even Johnny was surprised. The instructor was impressed that the girl was able to block her 6th stage. She had a feeling that Ryusei had the abilities of an advanced knight. The coach was looking forward to seeing what Ryu would become when she grew up. The immortal stopped the sparring. She argued that it would be difficult for the cadet to continue with such a hand. The girl reminded that this was just a simple test. Sekira told Ryu to come see the doctor later. Next time, the trainer will take care of power control. Ryusei's eye turned black. She raised her hand and asked the coach for the 7th stage. The girl's aura darkened and intensified, and she created an absolute magical strike. Sekira said that if the cadet did not stop now, he would receive unnecessary injuries. Next time, she promises to give Ryusei a chance to shine. Urien praised the girl. He said that she had become stronger. With her head down, Ryusei asked the special student to show her true strength. She still needed courage, a good example. The boy told Ryu to call him Urien. The hero is the last one left in the squad who must undergo sparring. The blonde laughed loudly. He couldn't stop himself, and Arini called it rude. Shinchan was sure that a commoner would fail at the very first stage. Suddenly, Urien gasped, remembering that he had forgotten to take his wand with him. Sekira asked if he refused to take the test. The hero replied that no. Instead, he decided to use the regular branch. The blonde burst into laughter, so much so that his stomach twisted in pain. However, the instructor liked it. The first 2 stages were completed successfully. However, even he shut up when Jurien held out in the 3rd and 4th stages. At the 5th stage, the guy skillfully blocked Sekira's attacks. Arini said that Urien was at the 5th stage and Shinchan screamed. Ryusei didn't doubt the hero for a second. The instructor was pleasantly surprised that this cadet blocked even her false attacks. However, how does he do it with a regular branch? Urien originally planned to finish at the 2nd stage, but Ryusei approached him with a request. The question was why the girl asked him if he was the weakest. Ryusei must have been impressed by his healing power. Sekira's sunset-colored orange eyes turned crimson as she asked how Urien dared to be distracted. The instructor began to attack more quickly at the 6th stage. Urien dodged back as Sekira's wand almost reached his face. He raised his hand and squeezed his palm. The power of the immortal has faded. Shinchan asked excitedly what was going on. Ryu called it instant magical cancellation. Johnny said it was like the trainer's power had been erased. Arini shouted that this was impossible because magical power is energy. You can make it appear to disappear, absorb it, but not erase it. Shinchan was already nervously biting his nails. Johnny said that Jurien is the one their country needs. Sekira couldn't even imagine that the child would move on to the 7th stage. Urien asked awkwardly, "Is this really so surprising?" 7th stage. For a second, it seemed like they both disappeared from the battlefield. The attack caused the rocks beneath their feet to split and the earth to fly into the air. The cadets even stopped breathing for a moment. Urien blocked the 7th stage, but his branch broke. This meant the end of the test. Sekira was going to appoint a squad leader. During the sparring itself, Arini missed an attack. The blonde was so shocked that his eyes couldn't relax. Johnny got to stage 5, he said he was careless at first. Arini made it to 4th place, although he could have done better. Shinchan is 4th, he said he didn't even try. Ryusei survived the 6th stage. Jurian is the 7th stage. He was the most indignant, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. Sekris appreciated everyone's efforts. She eventually chose the squad leader, Arini. The blonde shouted that these were strange selection criteria. The guy was only at the 4th stage. He recommended Ryusei, who had reached 6th. Then Johnny interjected that there was someone who had reached the 7th. The trainer explained that the squad leader can be someone who knows how to lead and take responsibility. A strong but stupid leader will simply lead the team to destruction. She said that Arini seemed to her to be the most suitable candidate. Urian was glad he was not chosen for the role of commander. Ryusei thanked the guy, saying that it was impressive. Arini admitted that he is proud that Urian is on the same team with him. But Johnny still thought he was stronger than the guy. Arini grabbed his friend by the shoulders and pulled him aside. Urian found the team too noisy. Shinchan approached the hero and said that he recognized him. Urian asked not to pay attention to him, because it was just luck. The blonde man stepped forward and said that he was not such a fool. Thus the hero found himself in a disadvantageous position. When Urian entered his room, he immediately sat down on the bed. The boy fell on his back in his clothes after a hard day. He thought about what would happen if he screwed up and was expelled, and decided to continue training. And when he returns to the kingdom, he will spend some time with his sister. The next day, training began. The day started with a jog. Shinchan was breathing heavily. He felt like his heart was about to explode. Soon the morning run ended, and the blonde fell to his knees in a fit of vomiting, turning inside out. Sekris said that she had an appointment, so she entrusted the rest to the squad leader. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Shinchan asked why mages needed to do endurance training. Arini asked if the blonde even knew where his magical power came from. From blood. The quantity and quality of magical power depends on the base stamina and nutrition. Johnny asked if this wasn't a great exercise. Are they the only ones who do this? Only the first squad trained, although even Kithiatis said that it should be treated as a social event. Arini agreed that it was strange. If the purpose of this training is really to select talent and not to have a social event, 2 weeks is a long time. Considering that the kingdom was invaded by 4th-level people, they wouldn't have gathered people from all over the world for a 2-week event. The guys began to wonder what the other purpose of these trainings was. It was indeed suspicious. The commander came to His Holiness to report. The plan was changed a little because of Sekris, but it was nothing serious. The Pope corrected Kithiatis, calling the goal a blessing. The man asked for forgiveness. His Holiness reminded that one must have complete control over this training. They must definitely bring blessings to their country. The commander looked up from the floor at his dad. Armin Eris came very close, his face wrinkled, his lips chewed between his teeth. He demanded that the commander tell him how he would present it correctly. The original plan was to place Jurian in the 3rd squad. The Holiness yelled at Kithiatis, his temples throbbing. The commander quickly looked down at the floor and replied that he would fix it. The man explained that the fact that the boy ended up in the 1st squad was not a problem, because she was also assigned there right away. Armin thought. As if remembering someone, he gasped joyfully. He was the youngest member of the Holy Sword Corps from the secret organization, and she had already introduced herself to the guys, explaining that she had things to do, so she could not attend the ceremony. Shoulder-length black hair, gathered into 2 buns on top of her head, red eyes and a sweet smile. Meba. Her gaze changed as she spotted her target. The secret special organization completely hid its faces under a mask. The Pope believed that humans were not perfect and were not sufficient to follow God's dreams of utopia. It is impossible to find happiness without getting your hands dirty. Therefore, there is a special organization that is hiding from God, and the youngest agent of them is she. Arini initially doubted that she was also part of the 1st squad. Johnny was worried about this. Jurian suggested that as a sign of fairness, they should make the girl run in circles. The blonde boy had also never heard the girl's name before. Meba replied that she was a commoner, and therefore did not study at a magic school. She smiled and said it was an honor to be here. Shinchan held out his palm, as if interrupting the girl. There were only 2 aristocrats in the 1st detachment. They could not accept another commoner. The blonde turned to the commander and shouted for Arini to drive her away. The commander was not sure that he even had such authority. Then Johnny said that in order to join the 1st squad, the girl must pass a test. He decided to help her since he is the strongest here. The boy felt that Meba was giving off a threatening aura. The girl assured that she would try hard. Urian took some popcorn with him. Arini put his hand on Johnny's shoulder and said that he couldn't ignore the squad's opinion. He asked Ryusei to conduct this test, and the blue-eyed boy was indignant. The commander picked up the guy and threw him over his shoulder. The test is to determine the level of the opponent. Ryusei began with a greeting. The guys from other squads at the banquet under the tent heard the sounds of the battle. Meba countered the attack and asked if she passed the test. Ryu thought this move was pretty good, but it wasn't an attack, but a greeting, so the girl called Maba an idiot. Arini saw that the situation was getting out of control, and Johnny said, offended, that this is why he wanted to conduct the test. Urien asked if it was over already. Maba began to doubt that this man could be a new divine blessing. She got distracted during the test, and didn't notice the attack coming at her. The blondie called this hit wonderful. Urien once again thought that Ryu had really become stronger. What happened now was an attack. Maba didn't expect the girl to attack so suddenly. But even with the element of surprise, the girl repelled Ryu's attack. At first, Arini thought that Maba had missed the attack. Rather, her body reacted on its own. Arini said the test was over. The guy apologized to Maba for this cruel joke. Maba asked if they were joking. Could Ryusei attack her seriously? The girl lunged and a second later found herself under Ryu's feet. Ryusei dodged, repeating that the test was already over, and further fighting would be reckless. Maba's aura thickened to the point that it turned black. Ryusei instinctively felt fear. The guys in the squad, including the commander, felt it too. Ryu jumped to counterattack. Meibu was pressed into the ground. A pool of blood formed under her. Urien stood between the two girls. Suddenly, Ryusei felt a thirst for blood. Her body instinctively moved forward. Before she could figure out the situation, she attacked first after the change in her aura. And Meiba didn't defend herself at all. Ryu was stunned, and then she heard Urien's voice. He looked at the new girl and said, "She's quite the joker." The girl smiled and replied that she thought they liked jokes too. Meiba was sure that her flesh had been torn and her bones broken, but in an instant, it was as if it had never happened. He used instant healing. The girl became convinced that Urien was the very target that needed to be eliminated. The hero leaned towards her, asking if she was having trouble standing up. He noticed that the girl had a red face and asked if she was in any pain. The blonde boy couldn't see anything because of the dust. He decided that Ryusei had won. Arini never took his eyes off the battle. The guy sighed and said that he had a feeling that Jurien was from a more advanced civilization than theirs. Johnny suggested continuing the research. Meiba sat on the ground, safe and sound, smiling. Night fell in the forest, not far from the camp. There was a house. Inside it was no different from the others, but under the floor there was a passage into the room. That's where the secret organization carried out its activities. They communicated through a special device, without saying a word. The girl explained that she was finding out if the target had a blessing. As a result of the actions, instant healing was confirmed. The agent with yellow eyes approved of Meiba's proactive actions. The red eyes said that impulsive actions were forbidden. Every action must be coordinated. Let actions, not words, demonstrate loyalty. The agent with yellow eyes gasped. He handed the girl 2 flasks with different liquids. The internal competition was scheduled for the next 2 days. After the competition, Urien must be given a red potion. This potion is an aphrodisiac made from prohibited substances. The yellow agent said that the night after the competition, when the target drinks the potion, Meiba must make sure she becomes pregnant. Thus, Jurien will receive citizenship of their kingdom. But if something goes wrong and the agent fails, let him give Urien a blue potion. This is poison. It is made from a piece of level 4 disease and fresh depression blood. When someone with a blessing dies, their power is passed on to the next generation. The mission must be successfully completed in 2 days for God's sake. Already in bed, the girl thought about how God's followers always force her to deal with such situations. She had a choice: give birth to a child or kill. Meiba clutched the blanket in her hand. She didn't have any ill feelings towards Urien, but she couldn't get married now either. As a holy knight, she decided to definitely kill the guy. The next day, the banquet took place again. Urien piled a lot of meat on his plate. He cursed, deciding that he needed to eat more. Arini appreciated the hero's appetite. Some people continued to steal Urien's food. The guy noticed that Ryusei had become quite popular. She was talking to another squad. They were giggling about something. Arini said that since Ryu showed off her skills, everyone is now her fan. The blonde guy thought that Ryusei had always been a star, and Urien thought that Meiba demonstrated a high level of strength. Shinchan asked if the guy was joking. Urien said that it was much nicer to eat together, and walked over to the table where Meiba was sitting. When he saw his plate, he was outraged that his meat had disappeared so quickly. Meiba asked Urien not to look at her with pity. She was used to being alone, and didn't want to tie the guy to herself with unnecessary ties. Sekra suddenly opened the door and told the first squad to gather. The boys haven't even finished eating yet. Urien gasped loudly. He didn't even have time to touch the food. Still, the squad had to get out. Sekras was glad that everyone had gathered. Meiba apologized for being late. It was a great honor for her to train under the Immortal. There wasn't much information about the cadet that the coach could find, so she was very curious to know who she was. Meiba thought that there wasn't much information about a nobody like her. Seeing the puzzled faces of the boys, Sekras asked if they really wanted to train. She suddenly revealed that she had deliberately taken the squad away in the midst of the meal. The boys became even more puzzled, and the coach clapped her hands. They brought out a huge piece of meat. Sekras said that this is not ordinary meat. It is of the highest grade, and access to it on the market is limited. Moreover, the Empire's top chef, Ramobi, prepared it. The man didn't really like being sent to training camp. Sekras believed that students needed some kind of incentive. Urian was shocked when he learned that only rich people could eat this type of meat. Each cadet had a separate room waiting for them. They needed to open the chest. The chest is locked with a special magical lock, and to open it, the students must unlock its complex mechanism. How they opened it depended only on them. The guys were excited about this idea. The air sparkled with Urian's energy. He thought only about meat. The hero released 50% of his power. The main rule of the test is to open the chest within 3 minutes. Urian, dying of hunger, stepped forward. But Sekras refused him. She wanted the squad leader to go first. The boy obediently stepped out of line. Urian's tears came from anger. He was terribly hungry. Kieran prepared everything for the test. Arini was surprised that in this forest there was a house that was built for training. The trainer walked up to the door and invited the student inside. On the table in the middle of the room stood that very chest. It looked ordinary, but it was locked in a complex way. The guy extended his hand forward, releasing aura. Arini discovered that the lock used a triple locking system. A minute passed while the guy was thinking about what he should do. In the second minute, time was running out and the boy gritted his teeth. He eventually touched the chest directly. He broke the lid of the chest at 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Sekras counted this test for the guy. Immediately after opening the chest, he was seated at a table in front of a plate of high-quality meat. Urian, seeing this, almost swallowed his tongue. His heart seemed to jump out of his mouth. He stood over Arini's soul, licking his lips at the meat. Even though Arini had just eaten, the smell of meat alone awakened his hunger. All his organs wanted to taste this dish. The meat literally melted in his mouth. The boy blushed and froze. Urian screamed in despair. Ramobi said that behind the Imperial Palace there is a meadow where ordinary people have no access. Since the Emperor holds cooking in high regard, the chefs treat the ingredients with love and devotion. This meant that they had a chance to taste the dish that His Majesty eats. Arini ate every last crumb. Urian suffered. He told the instructor that it was his turn now. Johnny told his friend that Arini was using engine power. The guy with the scythe forbade Johnny from using it. Even with 3 devices, it's hard to handle the power. Sekras said it was really delicious. She named the next person to take the test, Ryu-sei. The coach asked Urian to wait his turn. Ryu-sei finished in 1 minute and 13 seconds. Now she too could enjoy the meat. Next was Johnny. Urian had already turned completely pale. He did it in 1 minute and 2 seconds. After tasting the meat, the guy noticed that it was delicious. Next up was Shin-chan. The hero was seething with rage. The blonde opened the chest with some difficulty in 2 minutes and 24 seconds. He dined with elegance. After him, Meiba came into the house, and Urian almost cried. The girl extended her palm towards the chest. At first it seemed to her that the chest's protection was 4-fold. A minute later, she was still wondering how to open the chest. She was afraid that if she opened it too quickly, she would reveal herself. When the girl saw the meat, her face blushed. Arini told her to try it while the meat was still hot. Meiba asked if she could wrap the dish up to go. Sekras didn't mind, but Shinchan said it wasn't worth it. There's only one student left. The coach invited Urian to come with her, but he had no desire to do anything. As the hero approached the door, Sekras turned to Kiren. She asked him not to tell her anything that happened next. The man understood everything immediately. Sekras said that as soon as Urian finished, there would be meat in front of him. The guy asked if this was the right chest. The coach confirmed this. On the very first day, Urian's abilities were not up to the level of a student. Perfect healing, canceling magic, a lot of suspicious things. And it is this chest that will reveal the secrets of Jurian. The guy decided to open the chest after some time, but he had never felt such magical power. After 1 minute, the hero did not open the chest. He soon discovered that the lock was not amenable to him at all. There was no breach in the chest. Urian wondered if he should take this more seriously. 2 minutes later, Sekras asked the guy what was wrong. Everyone else opened the chest, but he couldn't. 2 minutes and 30 seconds passed. Trying to open it caused pain in his head, as if the hero had been electrocuted. The magic of the chest was reflected. Another 10 seconds passed. Soon Sekras announced that there were only 10 seconds left. Urian turned to the table and froze in panic. In the end, the immortal thought that she was wrong. She thought that Jurian was better than other children. There's only 1 second left. The student said that he opened the chest. Jurian had only 1 second left, and the chest gave in to him. Sekras' reaction was shock, and she ran to the table. Inside the chest, the immortal saw a scroll. She turned around abruptly. In her mind, she headed through the forest to the training camp. Kithiatis felt this gaze across a great distance. Sekras seemed to ask the man himself where he got it. The instructor set up a barrier. The interior of the house turned blue. Sekras said that the first hero, when he died, left 3 chests to his descendants. Each one was protected by special spells, and until now his descendants have tried different ways to open them. But no one could except Jurian. The chests were stored in different places. Jurian turned pale. Outside, the guys began to notice that their friend was delayed. Shinchin assumed that Jurian had failed. And if he were in his place, he would be sweating profusely right now. That was true, but for a different reason. He was worried that he might be stronger than the hero. Sekras replied that Jurian had no need to be proud of it. The guy seemed to feel relieved. The guy asked why he was opening a national treasure. Sekras froze when she saw what was depicted on the scroll. She replied that she was simply interested in the chest. The immortal asked the student not to think about such trifles. She walked up to the student and hugged him, encouraging him. Jurian objected. He believed that it was not just something. Sekras asked not to tell anyone what she would say. The first hero left a message, and she must pass it on to the one who opened the chest. Jurian backed away. He wanted to leave. He didn't think it was normal to be involved in this. However, for Sekras it was a blessing. After all, the chest is already open. She insisted that the chest could not be opened by force, although Jurian did so. The hero's power is the inherited magic of the first hero, not a gift from God. The hero passes on his power to his descendants. The scroll in the chest said that the power would disappear after the 5th generation. Sekras thanked Jurian for finally helping her understand a little bit about everything. The instructor revealed the secret to him. Haiwan is the last heir to this power. It was obvious to Kieran that it was all over. The house has disappeared. The barrier spell created the illusion of disappearance, and the man was delighted by it. Kieran reminded himself to keep smiling and watching. 4 years ago, the level 5 elimination operation began under the leadership of Haiwan. Sekras then called the leader careless. Because all the participants in the operation are very tired, they must stop this and return. She said that not everyone has the strength of a hero like Haiwan. Kane counted that out of a total of 60 people. 4 members of the hero's group and 23 knights had died. A depressed Nelly said that everything was not as they expected. However, Haiwan claimed that this operation could not be stopped. Sekras shouted that we should only do what was necessary, but they won't pursue the 5th level in this state. The knights could not catch their breath after the battle. But if you don't kill the 5th level, it will become a problem in the future. Then the sacrifices of friends and knights will be in vain. Sekras didn't understand why Haiwan was in such a hurry. Jurian already knew the rest. The hero's power would soon disappear. The hero was surprised that the instructor knew teacher Haiwan. After the test, Jurian enjoyed the meet. Sekras also told him something. Namely that he and Haiwan are former comrades. But the hero no longer thought about this. Irini enjoyed today's training. Jurian dreamed of eating this meat again. When Ryusei asked the boy what he was going to do at tomorrow's training, Goliath sat down next to them. As soon as Jurian saw this man with the bangs, he forgot all the words for a moment. It was the first time they spoke to each other like that. Jurian turned pale. Goliath guessed that Jurian did not know his name. Then the Chelcast reminded that he is in 10th place in the ranking. Goliath said he didn't think there was a place for him here. Jurian objected. Because if the guy was here, then his younger brother was too. Chelcasti regretfully reported that this was not the case. Hina was with him. And Raizo. Jurian asked what the selection criteria were. Goliath thought the guy had proven himself good enough to be chosen. Suddenly the boy chuckled, calling Raizo quite funny. Whenever training camp representatives came, he would loudly declare that he was the strongest. He was not chosen because they did not see his performance. Raizo decided to show off his strength by attacking the knights with his fists. Goliath laughed at this situation. Jurian called Raizo crazy, and Ryusei asked who was in the 2nd squad. The guys answered that it was them, Deus, the commander of the 2nd squad, his rival Baga, also Goliath himself, Hina and Raizo. Laryl from the elite class was also with them. Jurian called him Larry and the boy went crazy. Laryl's heart skipped a beat when the boy's calm voice called him the same way. Deus told him that Larry should not dare raise his voice. Sweat appeared on Laryl's face. He clenched his fist and replied, "Okay." Jurian was shocked when Laryl also apologized. Deus said that in the past, Laryl almost beat up Jurian. Laryl was hypnotized at the time. Jurian's mouth opened in amazement. Deus continued that Laryl attacked Jurian and then ended up in the hospital. During treatment, he realized that his memory at that time was inaccurate. Laryl admitted it was an unpleasant feeling. The class that day was originally going to be about theory, but it suddenly turned into a monster hunt. Deus froze as a silhouette flashed past him. Johnny asked the boy to stop telling boring stories. If he wants to stay alive, then let him fight. Deus was amused by the sight of the new weapon from the Free Republic. He was not averse to trying it, and Johnny smiled. Ryusei approached Laryl, asking if this weak rat really wanted to beat up Jurian. The guy closed his eyes and said that he decided to live a righteous life. Then he suddenly pulled out the dagger and screamed at that stupid bitch to listen to him. A fight broke out. Baga tried to dissuade Deus, since the match would start tomorrow, but Deus was already set. Arini slammed the table, shouting at Johnny. Blue Eyes told the commander not to worry. Arini cursed because Johnny needed to be watched closely. Ryusei heard that Laurel single-handedly defeated all the students in the Empire in last year's competition. The guy corrected that he was Mr. Laurel for such a brat. Goliath grinned as he watched the two conflicts that had arisen at once. Urien hoped that these skirmishes would not get him into trouble. Johnny was wearing a hair clip that increased mana, and was holding a device that compressed mana and released it. Deus decided that the boy was using technology to make up for his own lack of mana. However, Johnny did not like to waste time talking. An explosion of mana clot flew towards Deus. He finally understood why the teacher emphasized the importance of knowledge. Deus suddenly pulled out his death scythe and slashed at Johnny's body. He said no amount of technology could defeat raw talent. At this time, Laurel said that he also knew little about Ryusei. After all, they call her a genius who is born once every 100 years. The girl waved her hand, starting with a greeting. Laurel asked if Ryu knew how he managed to stay in school despite all the troubles. He suddenly activated the numbness ability. Laurel walked up to the girl and tripped her. The guy wondered if Ryusei would have been given the same title if she'd been born in the kingdom. Arini cried out in fear. Deus explained that he only reduced Johnny's mana supply. The match is tomorrow, and this was just a small introduction. The commander shouted at Johnny not to do it. The guy came almost right up to Deus. Johnny said that this hair clip doesn't increase your mana, it decreases it. Usually the hairpin is used as a booster, but the boy was born with much more mana. Without this device, Johnny was putting a lot of strain on his body. Laurel felt this powerful flow on himself and turned around. Ryusei hasn't yet fully understood how Laurel's power works. It seems he channels magic through his eyes and reboots the opponent's brain. Laurel casually asked, "So what?" The girl wished she could be as weak. Laurel smiled with all his teeth. Deus's eyes sparkled. Suddenly the door swung open, and one of the trainers loudly asked from the threshold what was going on here. All four froze. The man asked if everything was okay. It seemed to him that there had been some kind of fight going on here. Deus replied that there was no way. The coach asked the boys not to overexert themselves. Urien managed to erase the guy's power in time to avoid any trouble. Laurel was scared when his mana disappeared. Baga saw this with his own eyes for the first time. Deus told Johnny that they would have to postpone the rest. Johnny replied that nothing would stop him tomorrow. The second squad headed towards the exit of the room. Watching the squad appear out of nowhere and leave made Urien think. This is what happens when children gain powers. The hero didn't notice how he grew up a little. Arini gave Johnny a flick. Johnny said that Jurien is stronger than they imagine. Maba thought that all these guys were only children in the family, so they were not given the ability to understand her feelings. She planned to eliminate the target as soon as the competition was over. The girl did not want to conceive a child with the help of an aphrodisiac, and while she was thinking about it, Urien immediately asked what she was thinking about. He leaned over to her and told Maba not to worry about tomorrow. The girl blushed. This guy was too close again. The door swung open. Ella came to see Jurien. Sekris had no idea that there was such a place under the palace. She found out where level 4 depression had been all this time. The immortal came down here to ask the monster one question. Ella didn't come alone. Her brother and sister from the orphanage came with her. Urien was delighted. Ella said she was allowed to take the two of them on a tour. The hero was pleased to see everyone together again. The boys ran up to him. Ella preguntó si Urien estaba cansado, ya que había estado entrenando desde la mañana. But these two were eager to see him. Putting his hands on the boys' heads, the guy asked how Ella was doing at school. In fact, things have become a little dark in the kingdom. Princess and Lady High One are currently in the palace. It's a little cruel. Urien remembered Cheruti, who had tried so hard to escape from the castle. Ella admitted that she was a little sorry that everything turned out this way. Urien said it would only last 2 weeks. Ella rió, cubriendo su boca con su mano. She asked him to return safe and sound. Ella me pedí que le prometiera esto en mis dedos pequeños. Urien held out his little finger. The girl said that he had better keep his promise. A loud scream distracted the boys. Urien didn't know there were other people here. He wanted to look behind the screen to find out who had quarreled. The woman was crying, covering her face with her hands, and Maba's father asked her to listen to him. The girl shouted that they didn't understand anything. She shouted for them to never look for her again. The father tried to stop his daughter, but she was adamant. Urien asked Maba what happened. Her face twisted in anger. Urien looked down at the table and saw a box with that same meat on it. The next day, the hero, as always, stocked up on food before the match. But there was no one in the dining room. He decided that the entire hall was at his and Maba's disposal. The girl raised her head and frowned and asked why he sat there. Urien replied that food tastes better in company. The guy kept asking what happened. The girl replied that she was irritated because her parents called her. So she left. Urien mumbled that her parents said the meat was delicious. Now he understood why she asked him to wrap it up. Urien called Maba a good person, and she hung her head, blushing as a lobster. The hero smiled. Maba asked Urien who came to see him. The boy said that they were his only family. He explained that he grew up in an orphanage. The girl stood up from the table, smiling. She told him that they would see each other later. As she left, Maba was lost in her thoughts. A deft movement of a gloved hand on a metal object. Maba recognized the frequency immediately. An agent from a secret organization asked the girl if she enjoyed spending time with her family. Maba asked what happened. The agent said plans had changed. The plan to conceive a child was cancelled. She will eliminate the target during the competition. Maba must get rid of the red potion and use another one. The target can only use its healing ability 3 times per day. Having delivered the message, the agent dived into the water and disappeared. The girl grinned. This was good news for her. These two were in completely different states of mind. Later, Commander Kithiatis announced the start of the team competition. The squad leaders were ready. Baga looked at Ryu. Raizo grabbed Johnny by the collar, asking him to repeat what he had just said. Laurel didn't understand why the long-haired man got into a fight. Hina didn't want to train at all. Her only desire was to see the princess. Urien was warming up. He smiled, thinking that this match was a great opportunity to show how weak he was. Deus asked the boar if it would be fun, and Baga replied that his name was Nuzag. Miss Sekris was nowhere to be seen. The blonde boy was beaming with anticipation. The man explained the rules of the competition. Each player will start at a certain point and must make their way to the center of the forest. The squad that first destroys the stone pillars in the center wins. The posts are specially reinforced, so at least 3 people will be needed. The second squad made guesses about this. Arini thought that their chance of winning would increase dramatically if they gathered 3 participants at once. He told Johnny that they could find their way through the forest. But the blue-eyed man suggested meeting in the center. Ryusei had no doubts about Urien. Shinchan was glad that the time had finally come to prove himself. He told Maybe to try her best. Deus appeared at his starting point. He was curious if Ryu knew where to go. The girl came out from behind the spruce tree and flashed her gaze. Deus couldn't resist a fight. The blonde boy screamed for them to watch, feel, and despair. To see the all-consuming power given by God. These rock explosions raised dust and reduced visibility with smoke. The guys didn't want to fight, but the blonde guy did. The guys from the second squad didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. The blonde insisted that they turn to face him. Goliath assumed Shinchan would be weak because he reminded him of Chris. Baga was walking and met some guys. He asked them how to get to the center. Shinchan immediately changed his shoes and suggested that they go there together. Laurel and Raizo came across Johnny and Arini. Johnny thought these guys were weaklings. Arini was lucky to meet Johnny. But meeting these two is not very good. The commander had 2 options, fight or flee. He activated his skills to perform the calculation. The calculation was completed. Arini told Johnny to choose. They will cope in both cases. The guy turned around and said that he wasn't interested in weaklings. Arini realized that his comrade had chosen the second option. Laurel found himself between the two in a second. He didn't tell them they could leave. Urien hasn't bumped into anyone yet. He looked around to see which way the center was. The hero was called by Maba. Her face was covered in blood. She fell to her knees in helplessness. The girl said with difficulty that Yurisoken had attacked her. It goes without saying what Urien's reaction was at that moment. Maba asked the boy to heal her. Jurien healed her. The bleeding stopped and the wounds healed. She managed to escape from Yurisoken. The instructors are now dealing with him. Maba said that Urien needs to get out of here. There is a shelter behind the house. She turned and ran to check if there was anyone else there. Urien raised an eyebrow, digesting Maba's words. Someone snuck up behind him and struck him. The blade broke. The agent failed to approach the target unnoticed. Urien asked what Maba was doing. Hadn't she just left? The agent was exposed. The girl immediately thought of saying that she was Yurisokun. Urien asked how someone's name could be Yurisokun. The agent said that camouflage magic could be used. Urien didn't know such a thing existed. Then why did he wear that knight costume at all? The girl lunged. Urien grabbed the blade that was attacking him by the tip. Maba has revealed herself, so she can stop this prank. How could Urien think this was a joke? She asked if the guy really thought she was playing with him. Urien smiled and naively asked, "Isn't that so?" At this time, Deus was swinging his scythe like he was scalded. Ryusei turned out to be quite strong, and he liked it. The girl demonstrated her explosive power. She said that she had previously despised this power, and it had driven a wedge between her and her mother. And the more she used it, the more it seemed that the power was taking over her. So Ryusei could only gather this power and throw it out. She decided that she would not run away anymore. Ryu's hand was illuminated with such a bright scarlet light that Deus froze. The Knight of the Empire ordered the cadets to stop, and the competition was suspended. He told us to follow him immediately to evacuate. Deus asked what was going on. Shinmi reported that they were under attack from Yurisoken. The cadets will be in the house on standby. Johnny found the knight's reaction to be quite quick. Arini thanked Sir Shinmi for quickly evacuating them. He clarified whether Urisoken was the only attacker, but if it's just him, then the knights will surely resolve everything quickly. Arini, as a commander, was concerned about the safety of his other comrades. The guy was impressed by how quickly it all happened, so much so that it sounded very ineffective. If Urisoken appeared on the outskirts of the forest, it would be wiser to gather everyone in the center. This would be much more expedient. The knight said that there was no guarantee that there was not another enemy hiding in the center of the forest. It is safer for each cadet to remain in the nearest secure area. In any case, the decision remained final. Arini approached the boys. He said that something didn't add up here. It would be more logical for the knights to ensure safe passage. Raizo guessed that they had split the squads on purpose. Johnny assumed that this had to do with the true purpose of this boot camp. Raizo asked what this meant. Their target may be a specific cadet in that competition. Laryl supported this, because if one of them had disappeared when they were all together, they would have started looking for him. The knight shouted for the cadets to be quiet. He screamed that it was an emergency. Laryl smiled, saying that they seemed to have touched a nerve in him. He turned to the boys and asked whether they would confirm their suspicions or not. Laryl, by the way, was against it, but it would be interesting if one of the cadets died. Raizo said that disobedience would guarantee expulsion. It would be a great shame. Arini remembered Mrs. Sekros's words, that a commander must take responsibility to the end. He told the boys that they didn't have to go with him, but he was determined to protect his comrades. This was the only answer the guys needed, and the three of them attacked the knight. Arini didn't expect it to happen so soon. Johnny said that revealing the truth is more important than pride. Raizo came here after defeating the knight. He was bored. Laryl wanted to kill Urisoken. Urien grabbed Maeba's hand. He squeezed her tightly, using nullification magic. Urien said that they would discuss everything face to face. Maeba didn't know that this ability could lead to such a result. Urien said that masking magic is still magic. Maeba asked the guy to stop showing off and finally let her go. Urien said he would let her go if she promised to talk. The hero didn't consider her a person capable of such a thing. The guy let her go. Maeba heard a member of the secret organization call her. Peeking out from behind a tree, he said that this was her chance to kill the target. Something fishy was going on at the training camp. Urien insisted that the girl talk to him. Maeba asked the boy to come closer. As soon as he approached her, the agent plunged a spear into his stomach. Liquid began to pour into the wound. Urien felt it. Suddenly blood rushed to his throat. The heartbeat quickened, and the eye began to bleed. Maeba said he didn't know her. Killing was her job. The guy recoiled back. That same thirst for blood was awakened in Maebe. She attacked Urien and started hitting him with her fists. Urien reached out and grabbed the girl's fist. He finally realized that she was not ready to talk yet. Instant healing. The agent jumped back. Urien used healing for the second time. He will force Maeba to talk to him. However, everything went according to the girl's plan. There was one more spear left, coated with potion. Now Urien could only heal once. Maeba felt no remorse. Kithiatis came to His Holiness in the forest with a report. The squad members were separated. Cadets and instructors were stationed further away. However, His Holiness spoke about Sekros. At present, Sekros was in the Empire. They didn't know when the Immortal would return, so they had to make sure the operation was successful. Armin asked if they were sure that the operation would bring them a blessing. Cardinal Magnus was confident. This is what God told him. Something was bothering the commander. He heard that Agent Maeba was getting close to her target. The captain of the Sacred Swords did not consider this a problem. Not even that, she can't betray them. His Holiness laughed contentedly. After all, Maeba is a very good girl. She was born into a very ordinary family. The parents waited a long time for the child. The girl grew up in an atmosphere of loving parents. One day she saw a ladybug. She stretched out her little hands towards her. The mother exclaimed that the bug was dirty, but Maeba considered it a precious life given by God. The woman hugged her daughter tightly, calling her a good girl. She promised to do everything to protect her daughter's kind heart. The woman prayed that her daughter would always remain the same. Then Maeba couldn't harm even an insect. She lay on the grass, her arms wrapped around Urien's neck, a spear sticking out of his stomach. A drop of tears appeared under the hero's closed eyelids. The agent confirmed that the target's heart had stopped beating. He said the girl had no problem taking someone's life. Now they had to go back. They and Urien will be reported as victims. Maeba stood up from the grass, memories crashing into her head. The agent suddenly mentioned that the target had found out that Maeba knew perfectly well what this meant. When an agent's identity is threatened, he must be removed. But since they are grateful for the success of this operation, they will settle the matter. Maeba saw her mother fall onto the grass. The second agent complained about the woman's weight. He said that the girl should be grateful to him. The first one asked that she should leave immediately. The agent told her not to let little things like that get her down. Her father is still alive. The girl screamed. asking what the hell he had done. The agent grabbed the girl by the head. He hit her with all his might on the ground where the stone was sticking out. The agent told Mabe to act like a member of the order, and don't get angry over such a trifle. Mabe was born into an ordinary family with an extraordinary amount of mana. One day a girl saw a kitten on the street. The parents were worried that the animal might bite her. Then they appeared in front of the girl. The father asked the representatives of the empire what they needed. The man assessed the amount of mana Mabe had. It was too much. Magic is a gift given to aristocrats by God. A commoner cannot possess such an amount of mana. The knight ordered her to be burned because she was a witch. The parents were horrified. The man repeated his words more irritably. He thought it was funny that a commoner had such abilities. For the first time in her life, Mabe saw her parents' sadness. She said she was not a witch and asked for a chance to prove it to them. The knight ordered the fire to be released. His Holiness called the girl the most adorable little lamb. He decided to give her a chance to prove that she was not a witch. His Holiness called the girl with him and told her to take the kitten too. Mabe was ready to do anything to make her parents happy. Armin told the girl to kill this kitten first, because it belongs to a witch. The girl was scared. This cute, fluffy kitten she called her friend. Horror crept into her heart. Mabe clutched her dress in her hands. She didn't choose this path. The Holy Sword said that Mabe should remain silent. The girl asked why they brought her mother here. The agent thought that she would want to see her in the last minutes of her life. Seeing Mabe's reaction, he laughed out loud. The agent asked if she killed that kitten because she had a reason to do so. The girl got her hands dirty because she didn't want to see her parents sad. The reason she joined them was not because of God. Mabe rose from the ground and found herself behind the sacred sword. She screamed that it was for her family. The agent said that disobedience deserves punishment. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the sky. A huge yellow sword sparkled in the air. Divine magic pierced her body. When the smoke cleared, Jurian was holding the girl with his hand. He heard everything from beginning to end. The red-eyed agent couldn't believe what he saw. Jurian asked if the agent really thought he would die of cardiac arrest. The agent with the yellow mask pulled out a long dagger. Jurian looked at him intently and told him to get lost. With just one glance, the hero made the bastard's body thrash from side to side. The hero carefully laid Mabe on the grass next to his healed mother. The woman was on the verge of being unable to heal Jurian. He approached the second agent and said that they had crossed the line first. With a touch of his finger, Jurian made a huge hole through the agent's body, and then immediately healed him. The sacred sword gasped loudly in pain. Jurian told him to get up. He had just started. This illusion was of a very high level. However, this does not last very long. He asked Jurian if this was all he could do. The hero suggested talking somewhere else. The agent was pulled to the side. The ground began to move on its own. He shouted that God was angry. Jurian told the agent not to be so scared. As soon as Mabe came to her senses, she leaned towards her mother, hearing her breathing. Indeed, the woman's heart was beating. She was alive. The agent that Jurian had spun around the sky also came to his senses and told Mabe that the target had escaped. He saw that the girl's mother was completely fine. Mabe rose from the ground and stood in front of her mother. The agent ordered the girl to kill her mother to prove her loyalty. Mabe told him to shut up. He told her to think rationally. This is an order from the holy people. If by some miracle Mabe defeats him here, the sacred swords will still destroy her bloodline. And to turn away from the sacred swords means to turn away from God himself. The girl lunged. She never liked it when this agent talked so much. He said he respected her, but it was time to meet God. 4 more sacred swords appeared from behind the bushes. An elite secret unit of the Holy Kingdom. Jurian trusted Mabe until the very end. She released such a thirst for blood that the sacred swords became sick. The reason Mabe joined the sacred was because her bloodlust was driving her to hallucinations. When a person is faced with a strong thirst for blood, his mind begins to hallucinate in an attempt to figure it out. Nothing remained of the girl's sweet features, only huge, glowing red eyes. Mabe launched an active attack. One agent's body became covered in blisters and literally burst, disintegrating into pieces of flesh. The Holy Sword claimed that such a valuable talent was wasted on a commoner. However, it was impossible to face the sacred swords alone. Mabe was a stubborn girl to them. Sprinkling the grass with her blood, the girl rose up. She looked at her mother and thought that this couldn't be, because Jurian had given her this chance. An agent's foot stepped between her and her mother. He told the girl not to worry, because the target would join them in hell. The agent raised his dagger. Mabe screamed in horror. Sekras intervened in this act. She told them enough. The immortal called this girl her student, and if he touches her, he will die immediately. The sacred swords visibly tensed. The agent thought that Sekras was in the Empire. The immortal asked what the Holy Kingdom's special forces were doing here. They were caught red-handed. The Holy Sword ordered these fools to stop. They shouldn't even try to attack Sekras. Rarely have knights been found who possess the strength of an entire knightly order. Throughout history, Less than 60 people have ever achieved the rank of Knight Hero. A yellow flower blossomed in the air behind Sekras. The core of the flower sparkled. One sheet fell and stood like a seal in front of the agents. Their bodies were shredded in that very second. Sekras turned to the student and asked if she was okay. Maba shouted that Jurian was in danger. The coach asked to tell the details later. A smile peeked out from behind the white mask. Maba must know the power of agents wearing red. He was once a heroic knight. Right now, the sacred sword wanted to show Urian something interesting. Both Sekras and Maba saw a bright light. The lightning belonged to Rakel, the former second in command of the Holy Knights. Maba pressed her fingers to her temples and screamed. She started to cry. Sekras leaned towards the girl and tried to calm her down. The yellow agent said that the guy's body should have turned to ashes. Not to mention he wouldn't be able to heal himself properly. The Holy Sword prophesied that Jurian's death was inevitable after the strike of light. Thousands of lightning bolts lit up the blackened sky. The agent gasped, calling the sight merciless. He spoke thus until the head of the former commander of the Knights slammed onto the ground. This is all that is left of him. No one could create lightning properly. Fire, water, wind, natural magic taught by spirits has developed greatly. But lightning is the original magic. With such power, he reached the position of agent, but not a hair fell from Urian. The guy said that lightning should be more shocking. Then the sacred sword decided to play for high stakes. A thunder sword, hammer, and axe appeared. 3 types of weapons combine into one and shine even brighter. Urian was blinded by their bright light. All 3 weapons combined to create the Thunderlord's holy sword. The agent shouted for the target to disappear from this world. Urian said that this magic is harmful to the eyesight. The hero raised his hand up to make this holy weapon disappear. When it dissolved, Urian could open his eyes. The red agent froze. He thought it was an illusion. The teenager said that using blinding magic was dangerous. Urian demonstrated what the real phenomenon looks like. The agent, in desperation, screamed that Maba was a cruel killer. Urian uses force to protect the killer. The Holy Sword shouted that he could cancel the mission to kill Urian. The guy said that Maba got her hands dirty for her family, and he uses his power for those he wants to protect. And so it happened that the head of the red agent was cut off. Sekras had a few questions for the girl. She asked directly if Maba was a member of the Order of the Sacred Swords. The student did not resist and answered positively. The immortal asked if Maba was the one who carried out a mission, or was guided by feelings. The student firmly answered that she wanted to save Jurian. Then Sekras summed up the situation. First, the Order of the Holy Swords tries to kill Jurian. Secondly, this was a planned situation by the Holy Kingdom. Sekras decided to save Urian first and listen to the Holy Kingdom's excuses later. The agent tried to stop Sekras. Sekras believed that Urian was still alive. She released magic, asking the agent if he wanted to stop her. The Holy Sword understood that if Sekras went there, the Order's plan would fail. Suddenly, someone's voice shouted that Sekras had stolen meat from the Imperial kitchen. That's why they have to keep an eye on her. These 2 were immortal. With red hair was the season of summer. His name was Solanter, a smaller hero. In winter, named Morin. It just dawned on Sekras that the Empire was interfering in this. She asked the immortals what deal the Empire had made with the kingdom. Solanter turned away, pretending not to know, but Maroon decided to tell her. The boy asked Sekras to stay with them here. They don't want to hurt her. The agent shouted for the immortals to kill Sekras and help them with Urian. The body of the sacred sword instantly froze. It was a powerful ice magic that could freeze everything in an instant. Imperial Knight hero Morin froze the agent by squeezing his ball. The immortal asked Maba to find and protect Urian. The girl immediately understood and began to carry it out. Sekras asked the heroes if they could leave the girl alone. Solanter hesitated, but Maroon assured that they were ordered to stop only Sekras. Then the immortal completely relied on Maba. Solanter gasped because the girl eventually left. The red-haired man meant that this child did not need to go to certain death, because the leader of the Order of the Holy Swords has taken action. He surpassed the hero knight who used lightning magic. The leader of the Order of the Holy Swords was unofficially the strongest in the kingdom, and Yuri Soken appeared before him. His holiness was immediately informed when things did not go according to plan. The knight immediately came running when the sacred sword of the Thunderlord was spotted in the middle of the forest. The leader explained that it was a disaster magic that Agent Rakel could use once every 4 years. Usually he couldn't use it without his permission. But if the agent did this, then the task is completed. The knight said that when the sacred sword appeared in the sky, it disappeared before it could touch the ground. The cardinal exclaimed that only God could have accomplished such an event. Cathodus concluded that something seemed to have happened there. His holiness punched the commander in the face with all his might. He bit his lip in anger, asking what could have happened there. They collaborated with the fools of the Empire to gain control. Armin asked the commander if this was true or not, hitting his head with his own. Despite the emergence of the 4th level, the Empire insisted on holding the competition, resulting in the deaths of influential people. To avoid responsibility, the Emperor made Yurisoken a traitor to humanity. The Holy Kingdom did not side with the Empire to be in their debt. Armin explained that it was to bestow a blessing on the people. But now Kithiotis doesn't know what's going on there. The leader of the Order explained that Agent Rakel had used the Master's power without permission, meaning something had happened there. He said he would go and personally take care of the target. His Holiness smiled and said that he was counting on the leader of the Order. The commander exclaimed that it was dangerous to go there alone. So the leader met Yurisoken, who asked him if such clothes were really in fashion now. The leader of the Order asked how this unknown person survived, and Yurisoken replied that he killed him. The agent realized that this was the incident. The leader of the Order created an angel bottle to erase Yurisoken from this world. Long ago, people wanted to be closer to God. They envied the angels who could see him. That's why they smiled every day. Out of envy, people kidnapped the little angel. They locked the baby in a bottle. For over 100 years, the blood and tears of an angel in a bottle became a curse. Those who used the angel bottle would suffer eternal torment, which was suitable for the head of the sacred swords. A child's cry was heard from within the bottle, and a drop of tears rose into the air. It was she who the leader of the Order was going to attack. The drop froze in the air and directed its beam at Yurisoken. The agent decided that he had dealt with the incident. All that remained was the target. However, Yurisoken remained unharmed and called the angel a poor thing. He waved his sword in the air, telling the agent to just let the angel go. From a great distance, Yurisoken cut the jug. The angel was finally freed from captivity. The leader of the Order grabbed his arm, which was hit by Yurisoken's attack. The poison he used was not as strong as the one Meiba tried to kill him with. Yurisoken asked the agent what the poison was made of. Holding his shoulder, which was burning in agony, the leader guessed who was standing in front of him. Traitor to humanity and warrior, the Order leader stood up, activating the super-accelerated mana accumulation speed and full enhancement. He swung his fist, but Yurisoken successfully dodged it. Then the leader of the Order shouted that everything his hand touched would be erased. He pounded the tree with his fist. Indeed, that is what happened. A through hole formed in the barrel. Right now, Juris has let his guard down. The leader of the Order struck. What Yurisoken blocked was just a magic tool, but he didn't block it. He decided that there was no trace left of the enemy. But how wrong he was. Juris dodged the attack and used the dust to hide. The leader became interested, because his opponent was different from the small fry. Juris, at least, could show a few techniques. The hero jumped into the air, cutting through space. There was a blinding green flash, and from it comes a magical flow of energy. Yurisoken repeated the agent's words, saying that the leader was indeed different from the small jays. He blocked the attack, but he couldn't stay on his feet and fell to his knees. Blood seeped through the mask. The leader of the Order began to crawl away from Urien, asking him to wait. He started to beg for it, but the hero told him to stop wasting time and come to him. The agent loudly asked why Yurisoken suddenly intervened. Did he really want to destroy the Holy Nation? But it was not Juris who attacked him first. The guy thought for a moment and suddenly said that the reason he came here was to express protest. He thought he would become a hero if he destroyed the 4th level, but they made him a traitor to humanity. Juris's body was illuminated by green magic. The leader of the Order screamed, his eyes bulging. Yurisoken told the agent to take him to the top. He has many questions for them. Meiba ran towards the magical light. The knights turned around. The students shouldn't have been here. One of them wanted to give her instructions, but Meiba ran at him with her fists. The second knight ran at her with a spear. Every second counted. Meiba glanced at the knight, ordering him to move. The man who came out from behind the building smiled and said it was noisy here. He was not alone, but with an entire defensive support unit. The man gasped as he saw one child single-handedly defeat 2 knights. He wondered if he should praise her for her bravery, or punish for disobeying orders. The knight ran up to her and grabbed Meiba by the shoulders, demanding to know what she was doing there. If a girl is just walking around here, then they are not obliged to protect her. She must immediately return to the house. Meiba released her bloodlust and screamed for the knight to let her go. The man raised his head, his face turning blue. He broke out due to the mental pressure the girl was putting on him. My eyes started to water and I couldn't breathe. The elder knight fell to the ground. The unit began calling for reinforcements. Meiba heard the yellow agent whisper, asking her if the target was dead at the moment. After all, she knows that he is weak enough that he no longer has access to instant healing because of her. Even during his final healing, he was unable to fully recover to protect her and her mother. The red agent whispered that the one pursuing the target was Rakel, so the target is already dead. And Meiba's father will also die right now at the same rate. They spoke, interrupting each other, affecting the brain, but Meiba hit herself hard with her fist. The girl sighed, calming down. The fact that the redhead fell from the sky meant that a new monster had appeared in front of Urien. He must be either level 4 or a commander. Meiba hoped that the one who appeared before the boy was only a level 4. for the more dangerous enemy was the commander of the Holy Knights. Right now he was quickly crawling down the slope on his knees, with Yurisoken sitting on top of him. Out of breath, the leader of the order did not understand why he was running like a beast. Juris said it was too slow so he would go alone. Then the agent exclaimed that he would run faster. The leader didn't understand why Yurisoken appeared now. They mustn't let him get to Dad. Yurisoken, as if reading the agent's mind, said that if he did not behave obediently, he would kill him. The one who tried to kill the hero with Meiba tried to put all the blame on Yurisoken. This is quite disgusting. The leader, crawling on his knees, decided that he would behave properly, while Juris wondered why he had been set up. He shouted at the agent, calling him a boy, to gallop faster. Meanwhile, Raizo decided to lead the attack. The knights asked the students to stay inside if they did not want to be punished and expelled. Arini said that he could not obey. As the commander of the squad, he was going to protect his comrades. The man chuckled at this bold act, and he asked if he had attached that knight. Raizo said that it was his doing. The knight hit the cadet sharply in the face. He said that they would grow up and understand everything, but for now they should stay where they are. Arini became afraid for Raizo and asked the knight why they were resorting to violence. The man's eyes flashed as he continued to insist that no one would be able to get away. They should not underestimate him. Raizo hung in the air with his head thrown back, wondering if he would be like this when he grew up. He straightened up abruptly and jumped and hit the knight on the head with his forehead, shouting that he did not want to grow old. The man's helmet cracked and his forehead turned purple. Raizo, adjusting his hair, said that even if he grows up, he won't become as weak as him. The guys froze. Johnny called the long-haired guy a thickhead, and Laryl grinned. Arini, sweating, said that the knight's attack must have been a serious blow. Raizo had already grabbed another man by the head. Johnny said they should see where that flash of light came from. He had a feeling it would be fun. Soon the knight came running to His Holiness with news. The Pope hoped that it was good. The man announced that the commander of the Holy Knights had disappeared. Kythiotis said that it was dangerous to walk alone, and Armin's face twisted in anger. Magnus was shocked by what was happening outside. Namely, the angel bottle was destroyed. The commander disappeared with the enemy. His Holiness gave Kythiotis another good slap in the face. The knight said that this fool called himself Yurisoken. All three turned around. His Holiness broke out in a cold sweat. Kythiotis couldn't believe that Juris was really so strong that he could even defeat the leader of the order. The cardinal jumped up from his chair and screamed. They must kill Yurisoken at any cost. He claimed that the Almighty had just spoken to him. They must kill Yurisoken today so that the blessings can be returned to humanity. The cardinal, like a madman, echoed that their enemy was a demon. Kythiotis objected, because if the rumors about Yurisoken were true, then he was powerful enough to cause irreparable damage. The cardinal shouted at the commander not to blaspheme. After all, he just heard the word of God, and it is the law. Magnus sought support from His Holiness. He claimed that he knew about Yurisoken and Urien before they appeared because he hears the voice of God. Armin said he never doubted the cardinal. But today they were aiming at Jurien, and things turned out this way. God wouldn't put them in such danger. Magnus decided that His Holiness had wavered in the face of Satan's temptation. He swung his arm, indignant that His Holiness had dared to disobey God's holy word. Kythiotis grabbed the cardinal's arm. He was not going to stand by while Magnus attacked the Pope in his presence. The knight had been watching their squabbles all this time and only thought that there was a terrible mess going on here. His Holiness decided to resort to the help of the immortals. Fortunately, he had 3 of them on his side. And the Empire, more than anyone, needs an attack on Yurisoken. And if they require help, the immortals will immediately provide it. His Holiness ordered Knight Sindri to make efforts to block the information and deal with the story in one go. If what happens here leaks out, it will cause great damage to the Holy Kingdom. His Holiness said that it was not a long or complicated story, and the knight understood everything perfectly well. A white bird landed on the knight's shoulder as he said that they had received new orders. They sent quite a few soldiers there, so they should have enough time to capture the intruders. The young knight suddenly realized what had been said and asked again if he had understood the order correctly. Knight Ari also heard it clearly. Kill all the children in the forest. The man grabbed his head in confusion, because their job was to protect the children. But this was the order of the Pope himself. It must be the will of God. Now the knight seemed to understand why only knights from the Holy Kingdom participated in this mission. Shinjo put his arm around Knight Shinchan's shoulder, saying that he had a child the same age as the child soldiers. He understands that Shinchan is not married, so he can't understand this. But he has to hear that the child is an angel in his heart. The knight tried to stop the two. There was no point in arguing with each other. Meiba ran up to the house that was being watched by the reconnaissance team. The first search unit noticed the child. Shinjo asked Meiba what she was doing here. The girl replied that she was wounded and was heading to the medical center. Then the question arose, why did she come out of the bushes? Meiba hesitated. She said she was lost. But that didn't stop the knight. He brought down the pillar of justice on her. Sinsdi shouted at him. The knight made a mistake by attacking. Saliva began to flow from the men's mouths. The knights of the division were formidable opponents, but the Order of the Holy Swords was a far more dangerous organization. Arini saw this and told the girl that this move was good. The girl thanked him. She decided to go further. Arini asked where she was going. Rizzo was about to go to shelter, but someone's hand pulled him by the hair. Johnny said that acting alone is dangerous now. One knight told Maba that it was not safe to walk in the forest. Arini said that the girl was not the only one who fought them, and they definitely tried to kill them. But now Maba was suggesting that they go to shelter. Something didn't add up here. The girl asked if he always jumped to conclusions. She was about to leave, but Deus intervened. The guy asked her to tell him everything she knew. Arini supported him. They are not here to interrogate her. The girl agreed to tell. She sincerely asked for help and then told the truth. It was all hard to believe. It was shocking for Deus to learn about the secret organization that his father had told him about. This training base was made just to kill the commoner. Rizzo felt as if he himself had become a secondary character. Ryusei wanted to attack the girl, but Rizzo stood in front of her. Ryu screamed that Maba was here to kill Urien. Rizzo said that Maba is also a victim. Ryusei accused the girl of trying to push them apart in order to kill Urien. He used healing 3 times because of Maba's lie. Urisoken had climbed the hill by this time. Maba told Ryu that if she was lying, then let the girl kill her. Ryusei said that if something happened to Urien, she would kill her. Ryu suggested going to where the light appeared. As they ran, he asked Maba what was in the direction where Jurien had disappeared. Maba assumed that the leader of the order was there. Deus became seriously tense. However, he thought that it was too late to save Urien. After all, the guy had already used healing. Deus was unsure whether he should go there. Suddenly, he shouted for everyone to stop. All the guys froze in front of the ominous magic. Urisoken appeared in front of them. Deus recognized him. Ryusei didn't understand how this happened, because Urisoken's rumor was a lie. She asked Maba to explain herself. Maba was more annoyed than them right now. Deus summoned the Scythe of Death. Johnny activated his hairpin. Urisoken laughed when he saw how lively the boys looked. He asked if they wanted to fight him. Suddenly, the boys found it difficult to breathe. Arini asked what hope there was for humanity if someone like him had betrayed them. Leril cursed loudly. Deus told the boys that he would buy some time. He went forward because he had fought Urisoken before. Ryusei countered that they should fight together. Juris asked the guys to stop. He wanted to protest. So he accidentally stumbled upon them, but Ryu didn't believe it. She asked aggressively why in this particular forest. Juris said there was a separate reason for this. Ryu wanted to hear the reason. Arini came up to her from behind and tried to calm her down. Urisoken probably had to act secretly. The commander was sure that Urisoken had no reason to kill them. He asked where Juris was heading. The knight said that he would be the first to ask questions here, whether they tried to block his path. Arini was quick to reply that they were not trying to detain him. Urisoken called these words pleasant, but the guys didn't seem particularly interesting to him. After all, the little boy he met before them could only heal. Maba and Ryusei were frightened. Ryu concentrated a powerful stream of explosive magic, cursing at Eurus. Deus didn't let her get any closer. He wanted to find out and asked if Urisoken killed Urien. The knight replied that he had saved him, and this boy, who can do nothing but heal, is safe. Maba's legs gave way when she heard the news. Ryusei laughed in relief, saying that Urien doesn't run away from strong opponents. She said that he was stronger than all of them. Deus suddenly asked if Jurien had seen anyone with a red symbol on their mask. Urisoken said he killed him. Then Maba hastened to ask if the knight had met anyone with the black symbol, captain of the Order of the Sacred Swords. Urisoken calmly replied that he rides well on black. Maba asked what he meant, but Juris wasn't going to answer any more questions. He had no time to waste. Suddenly, Urisoken disappeared. Arini said that their search for Urien could put him in greater danger. Johnny called Urien a smart guy who has brains. The eagle sat on the elbow of the Order leader, who was using transmission magic. Urisoken stood on the Sacred Sword's head and asked what he was laughing at. The agent became frightened and immediately got down on all fours like a horse. Urisoken told him it was time to go. Meanwhile, Kithiotis listened to his holiness. Armin always thought of the commander as an important figure deep down inside. He is his main shield. His holiness believed in him. Kithiotis shouted that he would protect him with his life. Now, it was time to meet the worst man in human history. And with those words, a hole appeared in the wall of the house. The leader of the order is on all fours. Urisoken is on horseback. Apparently they were expecting him. The Empire's mages surrounded the knight and erected a shield. Kithiotis told his holiness to be careful. It seems Urisoken has a powerful mental technique. To drag the captain of the order here in this way is impudence. The cardinal cried out to the high priest to destroy this Satan immediately. His holiness asked Magnus to cool down, as Urisoken was trapped by the strongest barrier. The leader of the order ran out of the barrier. Kithiotis was glad to have the sacred sword back. The commander was impressed that the leader of the order was able to escape from the mental attack. His Holiness has officially declared that Yurisoken's actions constitute an attack, and if he does not leave this place immediately, he will incur the wrath of God. But Yurisoken is here to protest, so the first question he asks is whether Dad is the most important one here. His Holiness, as if hypnotized, said that Juris became a traitor because the Emperor personally asked for it. Kithiotis was sweating, he was scared. Yurisoken listened as the Empire tried to absolve itself of responsibility. For him, this story was quite predictable. His Holiness was frightened, but most of all he wanted to take revenge for this reception. Therefore, he gave the order to the guards to execute Yurisoken. The magicians activated the sacred barrier and expanded the space. The holy arrows were at the ready. The Imperial mages drew their bowstrings. His Holiness has inflicted debuffs on himself. Cardinal added magic drain, fear of death, and overcome resistance. Kithiotis ordered the fire to be released. The holy arrows flew towards the barrier and pierced it. They passed inside, piercing Jurian's body. His legs gave way. Since ancient times, there has been a reason why humanity has not become extinct until now. They excelled in hunting, using the strength and magic given by God. They hunted enemies that were much stronger and larger. Once trapped in the barrier, a person will not be able to escape until death. The Cardinal reported that they had completed the complete sealing of Yurisokun. His Holiness declared that from now on, this area is declared a no-go zone. He gave orders to launch arrows 7 times a day and charge the sacred barrier 3 times a day. The Cardinal will assume this supervision for 7 days. During this time, Juris will not be in the best shape. Kithiotis smiled, thinking that the matter was settled, and the leader of the order asked when the immortal empires would arrive. The commander replied that they should arrive soon. Kithiotis joked that the leader had not yet fully recovered from the mental attack. The Holy Sword shouted that there was no way they could seal Yurisoken with such a low-level spell. They should just drop everything and run away from here. Urian extended his hand towards the barrier and squeezed it sharply, absorbing the magic of the Reapers. His power was in the air, sparkling and intimidating the members of the Holy Kingdom. Kithiotis had never seen anything like it. Yurisoken created a giant magic circle. He was only interested in 3 things, namely why Yurisokun was a traitor, who ordered to kill him with Laurel, and whether he tried to do it with Maba. His Holiness ordered the Cardinal to activate the national magical weapon. Magnus activated the artifact. A huge light creature emerged from this magical object. The heavenly warrior soared above Juris's green magic circle. This seraph looked blinding to the hero. That's why Yurisoken created the Sword of the Apocalypse. Space has been distorted to a universal level. Thus His Holiness saw hopelessness. Yurisoken broke the sacred barrier and destroyed the seraph. The knight covered the Cardinal's old face with his hand. The answers were within Magnus. The Cardinal, in horror, called Juris Satan. His body became uncontrollable. A second later, a bright yellow eye with a bestial pupil revealed itself. A dark shadow began to emerge from the old man's mouth and eyes. The 5th level man appeared before the mortals and promised Juris the completion of his path. The monster emerged from a dark clot that crawled out of the Cardinal's body. Everyone's breath was taken away and their legs felt like lead. But not for Kithiotis. He was going to buy some time for His Holiness. The commander told him to go to a safe place immediately, but Armin couldn't run. He wanted to slap him. Every cell in Dad's body felt death in front of this creature. Kithiotis said that this is nonsense. There is only one 5th level. This is time. The 5th recognized in the hands of Kithiotis the sacred sword of the Holy Knight. If it weren't for this sword, the commander would have wet himself long ago, like a frightened dog. The man laughed and said that he was the source of the information. People knew that they had encountered the 4th level, because that is what it called itself. The levels that people used to describe monsters were invented by him. Armin seriously wondered why he hadn't found this strange before. The monsters called themselves that, so why did people think it was natural? It turns out that all the information that people know about monsters was obtained from the monsters themselves. The man said there was information he was not told. Armin wondered since when monsters had been manipulating humanity. The 5th asked if he should reveal other truths. However, Yurisoken only wanted to know why man was targeting the weakest person in the world, Urian. And why did you portray Yurisoken as a traitor to humanity? Juris instantly closed the distance between them. The 5th level answered with confidence that from the kingdom to the empire and the smallest states, they are all under his influence. He is alone and he is everywhere. The 5th released a huge stream of blinding power. The earth shook under this bright beam, and the house and the forest were erased from this place. The 5th was content that these people had acquired the form of non-existence. But Yurisoken turned out to be a really fast beast. He took with him everyone who was in the house and tried to kill him. Armin asked why Juris saved them, but it wasn't that he liked them. He just liked level 5 even less. Kithiotis and His Holiness were moved to tears. Juris barely made eye contact with the man before his body was covered in deep cuts. Now Kithiotis and Armin were afraid not for themselves, but for Juris. Yurisoken finally realized that the very poison that Meba had coated the spears with had entered his body. Level 5 was a little surprised that Juris was standing confidently on his feet. It was unpleasant for him, because it was like watching an insect twitch even after being sprayed with poison. The 5th level hit with his staff. He created Apocalypse number 3. A dark clot of oily liquid slid across the grass towards Yurisokun, who thought it was oil. The dark liquid enveloped everyone and everything. His Holiness shouted that this was a river of death. Soon a poisonous fog appeared, causing coughing. The forest and the sky were covered in darkness. The leaves fell, the earth began to die. His Holiness asked heaven whether this was the future that he had predicted. Tears flowed from his eyes. He turned to God, swearing faith and praying for salvation. The 5th level said that God had abandoned them. Weapons started falling from the sky. Apocalypse number 4. The shadow of the rocket fell on His Holiness. Yurisoken summoned the Sword of Apocalypse. Space was distorted. The ground was once again covered with grassy fields, and the trees were dressed in leaves. Juris told the 5th level not to summon missile-like objects into the world of sword and magic. This creature could use technology from the future. It was outraged. The knight struck with the Sword of Destruction, creating a huge hole in the 5th level. His Holiness's jaw dropped. He shouted, encouraging Yurisoken. The 5th level said that Juris has a rather strange power, therefore he is not from this world. The man asked if the goddess Herzia had sent Juris here. Yurisoken did not hide this. On the contrary, he confirmed it. It goes without saying what happened to the commander and Armin's reaction when they heard about this. His Holiness blamed himself for not realizing this sooner. After all, it is precisely this powerful magical mastery of the sword that humanity should strive for. The realization came to him that Yurisoken was a messenger of the gods. Kithiotis was horrified by the grave sin they had committed. Armin began to pray to the Lord for mercy. The 5th level laughed loudly, calling the goddess Herzia truly stupid and greedy. He said that this woman is a supporter of the apocalypse. Juris replied that he had not come for such a trivial reason. He came to enjoy the hidden life full of power. The 5th level thought it was stupid. Juris decided to reveal the secret. He is here to protect what he wants. The 5th level thought this was arrogance and asked with laughter whether Yurisoken would be able to protect not only people, but also monsters. Juris saw nothing impossible in this, and said that if the man behaved like an obedient dog, he would think about it. The 5th level's eyes lit up. Their forces clashed with each other. Being in the same space with the two of them, His Holiness felt as if he was about to die. Level 5 struck Juris's helmet with his staff, and very soon he saw the sky. Jurian cut off his head with an ice sword. The 5th said that even after Herzia sent this creature here, she continues to talk about balance. The man she loves so much will surely be destroyed by their god. He wished Juris would not be so self-confident. Dissolving into particles of light, the monster prophesied that the hero's power and his group were sacrificed to seal time, and his resurrection is just around the corner. His Holiness decided that Yurisoken had killed the 5th level. However, the monster said that it was everywhere. Its main body could be hidden. All three of them, Armin, Kithiotis, and the leader of the order, bowed at Yurisoken's feet. His Holiness echoed that they had committed an unforgivable sin. Kithiotis added that they were deceived by monsters. The leader of the order wished that the death of these two would free Juris from his disappointment in humanity. The two men glanced silently at the sacred sword. Juris replied that he was not a messenger of God. He protects those he wants to protect. His Holiness exclaimed that Juris's position was in accordance with the will of the gods. Those who do evil will stand trial, but those who do good will receive blessings from heaven, and they have done evil. His Holiness took out a dagger and put it to his throat in order to pass through the last judgment. Kithiotis was about to follow His Holiness. Yurisoken snapped his fingers and the swords crumbled into sand. The commander decided that the sword turning into sand was a miracle of God. But the head of the order had clean hands. There is not a single grain of sand on his hands. Dad did not understand how they could be forgiven for such a grave sin. Yurisoken said that the threat of monsters is already close, according to the 5th level. And since His Holiness is closest to God, he must take responsibility for protecting people. Armin asked what he needed to do to get rid of his grave sins. Yurisoken said that for now, Dad needs to focus on nurturing talents. During his stay here, he saw many talented young people. His Holiness got down on one knee and promised that he would try his best to nurture talents. Juris said something else about Jurian's child. His healing is quite useful, but it is not a blessing, so they don't have to worry about trifles. Yurisoken was a little worried, but everything went according to plan, rather even too good. Juris decided to take his leave. Finally, he said that when they become those he wants to protect, he will appear again. His Holiness promised that he would definitely live up to expectations. The knight called himself Absolute Juris and rode off into the sunset. His Holiness gasped, calling the name truly beautiful. Kithiotis thought he had decided to shorten his name because Yurisoken sounded awkward. Armin rose from his knees and for this again hit the commander in the face. He was concerned because only for them the knight allowed himself to be called Juris. His Holiness was ready to shout how merciful Mr. Juris was. He gave them a chance to atone for their sins. Armin decided to call a world meeting. The leader of the order wondered if the mission of the sacred swords was over. The immortals never arrived to help. Sekras showed them the first hero's open box. To reveal the truth, Maruna was amused that Sekras had stolen this from the royal family as well. Solanter grabbed his head, screaming that he would go to jail. Morin asked with interest how she opened it. The girl answered syllable by syllable that it was an accident. Mother Maba's body was covered in green light. Suddenly the knight reported a big problem. The 5th level has appeared. Everyone turned to the knight, amazed, and asked where he was. He reported that the 5th level had appeared under the Holiness, but Yurisoken had repelled the attack. Solanter didn't understand who Yurisoken was. Sekras said that the immortals will be at the meeting. She was sure that she would drive Haiwan out with the box. A few days later, the commander of the knights came to see the princess. He said that he would now guard Saruti. Haiwan asked if he was late because of his recent level 5. She found it funny. The one she had to kill was time, but it wasn't just him. Haiwan wanted to thank Eurus for saving her, feeling incompetent. Zialefdin said no one would call her determination incompetent. The princess slapped the table in agreement, because Haiwan was amazing. Whatever they say, she is the greatest hero. The teacher smiled and thanked her. Zialefdin said that the meeting would take place in their kingdom in 3 days. Haiwan laughed. She would finally escape from the boring castle. As she left, she said that she was leaving Teruti in his care. Emperor Bahana laughed hysterically. He asked why Yurisoken appeared now. He was informed that the church had changed Yurisoken's title from traitor to messenger of God. Now, insulting Yurisoken is the same as insulting God. The emperor swore loudly. He considered it a trap. The speaker added that the goddess Hersia granted Yurisoken his strength. The emperor stood up and swung his fist. He saw no point in it. He decided that he needed to make a plan before the meeting. The Federation soon learned the news too. Litron considered it base to kill a child for God's blessing. The church agreed with the empire in exchange for control of the camp. The finance minister said this would give them control over the world army. The foreign minister believed that the emergence of the 5th level was more important. The minister of the interior agreed with him. The vice president said humanity should no longer suffer. Both countries must answer for what happened. The president recalled that at the last meeting they only created a united army. Now he will make sure that every country declares war on the monsters. In the magical forest, the 5th level told Time that his resurrection was inevitable. He ordered the goddess of curses to watch her favorites die. Meanwhile, the goddess Hersia called upon her spirits. They traveled a long way to meet her. The great spirit of fire, Al, said that she would always answer her call. Vi noticed that Al still had the habit of chatting sweetly. Al asked if Vi was talking to her now. The great water spirit Ying asked them not to quarrel. For the spirit of darkness Fur, the meeting with the great spirits was emotional. Gercia said that 2 years had passed since Fur became a great spirit. 4 years later they gathered here again. Countless lives were about to be lost, and the question was whether the great spirits would stand on the side of humanity. Al said that they follow orders without question. Vi, in order to help humanity, immediately declared that she would save Ricky and Karyun Pin. The water spirit gasped. She had been helping the elves lately. However, Fur was against helping because they were here to maintain balance. Helping people would be unfair. She asked Hersia for forgiveness, as expected from the spirit of darkness. In gasped, asking how she could so openly refuse the goddess. Al flew up to the spirit of darkness and stood opposite him. She reminded Fur that they were born thanks to the goddess Hersia, and the spirit of darkness used the power of Rub, the spirit of the earth. However, Fur reiterated that they must maintain balance. The spirit of darkness was only 2 years old, and Al wanted to show the difference between them. Fur chuckled. 2 years ago she was indeed afraid of the fire spirit, but now, with 6 wings, she was not afraid. Vi said they needed to stop. The girls immediately came to their senses and asked for forgiveness from Hersia. The goddess was hurt when they argued. Gercia saw nothing wrong with Fur refusing her request. Vi suddenly asked if it could be that the goddess had given up all her power. Gercia laughed. She could not deceive the eyes of the wind spirit. For the sake of preserving peace, the goddess entrusted her power to him. The spirits were outraged, they were shocked. Hersia felt sorry because the story about the goddess of a past life was a lie. She used all her power to summon Urien into this world. Otherwise, without him, it would have faced destruction. Joint army training has been temporarily cancelled. Ricky couldn't imagine that they were returning immediately after the visit. Ella arrived early to be with her younger brothers and sisters. Urian said that it would be great if they rode in the same carriage together. The guy didn't expect so many people to come. He thanked the guys. Muv was disappointed that not only the two of them were here, but Sia came with her sister. The white-haired twin complimented Urian's uniform. The hero scratched his head, wondering if he would put it on again. Ricky said that if monsters appeared in the Holy Kingdom, humanity would be in danger. Muv decided to check if there was a fourth level this time too. Urian gasped, wondering if he should even talk about it. He explained that he had not encountered this monster from the very beginning. He had simply heard it. This time it was level 5, and the guys reacted instantly. Sia threw herself on her sister's shoulders, and Muv said in fear that it was a lie. Urian told them not to worry too much. He explained the whole situation. Jade's head was spinning at the news that Urisoken had defeated the 5th level, which turned out not to be time at all. Ella became worried. Urian asked seriously, "What about food? Would there be meat on the battlefield?" Muv laughed loudly, and Sia twirled her finger at her temple. Ricky smiled. It was only natural that Urian would talk about food. The cart rocked sharply. The driver barely managed to stop the horses to avoid hitting someone on the road. Urian jumped out of the cart and saw a girl with horns on the ground. Her wound was serious, and he decided to help. Sia got out of the carriage and shouted at the boy to wait. This child was a demon, but Urian didn't care. At that time, they did not know that this act of applying healing would lead to a serious conflict. The girl's eyes opened. It all started with her being chased through the forest to be killed. The demon knew that if anyone found her, she would be dead. Her chances of dying were much greater than her chances of surviving. But she had no fear. She only asked her mother to wait a little longer. When she woke up, she never expected to see a person in front of her. She noticed that all the wounds on her body had healed. The girl pulled Urian towards her. She had been looking for him for a very long time. They were separated by Ricky's sword. He told her to answer their questions first. He asked the first question, "Why is the demon on human territory?" The girl saw the wind sword and decided that this man was the strongest in the world. She called herself Lagnis, the youngest daughter of Zekras's 13th wife. The twins both widened their eyes when they heard the name Zekras. He was the Demon King's trump card, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Ricky asked what Zekras' daughter was doing here, and Lagnis said that the hierarchy of demons was determined by strength. However, her mother was weak from birth. Urian was thinking in the right direction. Other family members were trying to kill them. Lagnis nodded and said that Shabilda, the second wife's eldest son, had tried to do so. Her mother was seriously injured trying to protect Lagnis. That's why she, risking her life, came to look for Urian to cure her mother with the help of his magic. Urian asked if his healing was really that strong. Jade confirmed that this was the case. The boy thought that Urian didn't notice that he had prevented the damage by eliminating the 4th level magic. Jade sent the carriage back and assured them that they would not remember anything they had seen here. Now, the guys were faced with the question of what to do with this demon. Ricky understood the situation and asked Lagnis to answer his questions without lying. The first was whether she came here only to cure her mother, and the girl answered that yes. Second, did she know that this man had healing magic? He pointed at Urian. Lagnis knew about this. Third, did she know in advance that Urian would be here? The girl knew, and Jade was outraged. Ricky decided that humanity was in much greater danger than they thought. Muv suggested either killing this demon here or arresting him. Ella asked where Lagnis's mother was, and the girl told her that she was in the Demon King's territory. She couldn't bring her mother here, which meant Urian had to go to the demons. Lagnis began to beg, assuring him that it was only for this one time. Ricky said that the journey into demon territory itself is already dangerous. Urian, as if nothing had happened, said that he would help her. The demon was delighted. Urian decided that if that was the case, the boys would return first, and he would heal her mother and catch up with them. Ricky knew it would happen, and Jade grabbed Ella's hands, asking her to come to him if it got too dangerous. Muv said that it was exciting to secretly enter the demon territory. Sia shouted that they needed to be stopped. The sister said unequivocally that it was Urian. Ricky drew a simple map and showed with a stick where they were now. Nearby was the place where Lagnis's mother was, which was very close to the border. The demon confirmed that everything was so. For safety, Ricky set conditions first. If the lie was discovered, the operation would be stopped second. Within 24 hours, they would return to human territory. He decided to help the demon. Ricky looked at Urian and asked him if he could comply with these conditions. Urian did not resist. Jade called the hero a fool, because he always puts himself in danger. Urian has already broken one promise he made to Ella that he would return healthy. Jade quietly told the boy not to think he had accomplished it just by coming back unharmed. Healing made that a given. But let him think the opposite. What if Ella puts herself in danger? Urian thanked his friend because now he realized something important. Ella llamó a los chicos. Empezaron a mudarse, y Sia estaba enfadada. Thus the day gave way to night, the sunset caressed the sky with its last warm rays, and cool twilight set in. Lagnus fell to her knees from exhaustion, for they had covered a 16-hour journey in 6 hours. Jade was amazed that the trees in the Demon Kingdom were actually purple. It seemed to Urien that they folded the ground in half and ran across it, all with Ricky's help. The guy said that all this time he was not just messing around. He could already control 2 wings. Sia glanced at Ricky. Muv asked if the demon's protection wasn't very strong, but Lagnus replied that they were protected by the Demon King's power. She was already looking forward to meeting her mother. There was only a little bit left to run, but suddenly she crashed into the barrier. Lagnus began to knock on it helplessly. Sia said the barrier is strong enough. The demon couldn't believe it. This barrier wasn't there before. Ricky assumed it was either an attempt to stop them from escaping, or an attempt to stop them from entering. Jade called the demons merciless, even towards the daughter of the Heavenly King. Lagnus screamed that right in front of her. Her mother was on the other side. She remembered the times when she lived peacefully with her mother. The woman was surprised every time that her daughter collected herbs. Lannis assured her that they could be eaten. She boasted about how she had recently found a rare mushroom. The woman regretted that her daughter was born from Lord Xerxes, because of her, who has 1 horn, Lagnus is forced to collect herbs. But Lagnus was happy. She preferred to be her daughter than Lord Xerxes' daughter. That was until her mother was attacked. This was created by Shabilda. Lagnus dug her hands into the barrier, screaming Shabilda's name. Her hands were rubbed raw and bloody as she raised them non-stop to strike. Urien stopped her. He asked her to stop. Lagnus fell helplessly to the ground. She began to cry, asking for forgiveness for making the boys go all this way. Demon consoled herself with the hope that everything would be okay with her mother. She decided to stay here and thank the people for meeting them, even though it was short. It was a bit of a surprise to Ricky that Lagnus decided to stay here. He thought she would go inside with them. Urien said she could come inside. He walked up to the barrier and cast instant full nullification. In all the joy, Urien suggested sneaking in unnoticed, breaking down all barriers. Lagnus was delighted, believing that the destroyed barrier here had destroyed all the protection in the kingdom's territory. Jade walked up to Urien and lifted him onto his back, and the boys rushed forward. Jade, with full optimism, Sia, cursing at Urien, and Ricky asked Lagnus to lead them. The demon ran forward. Mr. Michelin grinned. He was informed that the barrier had been destroyed. They didn't know how Lagnus was able to do this, but she most likely destroyed it and escaped to human territory. Michelin said that she was still the daughter of the Heavenly King. The demon raised his hands up, insisting that their father was great. How strong must he be? The demon asked Michelin what to do. Michelin believed that Lagnus would die on her own. The gentleman asked if he had killed an even more insignificant one. The demon extended his hand, and the clot dripped onto the ground. In its place, a giant fish head appeared. The mouth opened and Mother Lagnus appeared in the ball. The demon reported that the woman was here and alive. Michelin was pleased and ordered not to kill her yet. His mother's birthday is coming soon. The brother offered to give her head as a gift. The idea seemed brilliant until Lagnus intervened. The demon turned around and ordered her arms and legs to be cut off. His servant rushed forward with an axe. Zed wondered why the barrier had fallen. The girl clenched her fist, gathering all her strength. It was important for an elite fighter to obey orders. He started with his right hand, asking for forgiveness. Zed struck the ground with his axe. Ricky stood up for the princess. At first, they watched the demons from the bushes. Sia suggested going back, since it was impossible to simply grab them. Ricky estimated that the barrier would be restored in 2 hours. Lagnus understood from the conversation that her mother was alive. She soon became convinced of this herself. The demon's heart began to beat wildly. Ricky noticed a purple glow coming from her hand. She jumped up and the guy tried to stop her. Lagnus was too impatient. Sia suggested leaving while the demon was distracted. After all, they invaded the Demon King's domain. Ricky reminded them that if the lie came out, they would leave. Lagnus felt she could fight again. Ricky grew wings on his back. The guys joined in. Michelin ordered Zed to keep this creation. And do not interfere in the fight. Zed clicked and the fish's mouth snapped shut. Michelin's eyes sparkled with the desire to kill. The demon laughed, releasing power. Jade summoned a demonic sword. Michelin wanted to continue his father's work, and this inspired him. Jade lunged forward, trying to press the spiral into the demon's face. He shouted for Michelin to remove the fish. The demon caught the attack with his hand and ordered to call him master. Jade jumped back and Michelin didn't like it. His power illuminated the man's face. The clenched fist was eager to strike. Urien compressed and nullified the magic from a distance. Jade thought it was a great job. Urien could not forget his friend's words about the danger for Ella. Jade was right. If his sister is in danger, he will wipe everyone off the face of the earth. Michelin shook his hand. He didn't know what they did, but he appreciated their skills. but they cannot escape a painful death. Jurian threatened the demon with death if he did not return the fish. As if hypnotized, Michelin ordered Zaid to pull out the fish's head. For demons, strength is law, the weak is wrong, the strong is right, and the demon fell into a stupor. He felt the power of a man and felt tiny. Michelin's face was sweating. He had never experienced anything like this before. Zed entered into battle with Ricky. He followed the order and lowered the fish. Michelin was annoyed that a man was telling him what to do. He had already felt such power once. He first felt this when he met his father. It was a beautiful horror. Zekris, seeing 2 horns on each of his sons, ordered them to be escorted to the exit. Michelin grinned angrily. The demon shouted for the man to try to take the demon if he could. Urian thought this bastard was willing to cooperate, but he was wrong. He leaned forward, concentrating his strength. There was no choice. Zed swung his axe. If you kill everyone, including those behind, the problem will go away. Zed decided to deal with the 4 that came forward. Ricky asked if the demon had had his eyes closed the whole time. In any case, the demon pulled out the fish. Everything went according to plan. He suggested that Lagnus attack from 2 sides. Zaid, swinging his arm, asked her to wait. First, he would cut off her legs and arms. This attack was twice as strong as the previous one. She rolled to the princess's feet. Ricky raised his windshield and declared that he was Zaid's opponent. The demon calmly asked if he was the enemy who could resist him. Ricky saw his shield crack, but he remained intact. Lagnus ran up, worried about him. He said the mission was more important than 1 wounded man. Let her help Urian, and he can handle this himself. Lagnus turned and ran in the other direction. A truly monstrous force. Ricky didn't plan to use it now. The demon repeated that he could not be his opponent. Ricky called out to V, and the wind spirit said that he had finally accepted her. The mage's wings disappeared and new ones grew. Zed told the master that it was time for them to leave. The man possessed the power of the Great Spirit. The demon saw Michelin unconscious on the grass. Jade, without turning around, asked Urian what all this meant. Jade started getting irritated 10 minutes ago. Urian admitted that he doesn't know how to use offensive magic. Jade promised to help with that. Urian created a green ball and said that he was counting on Jade. The boy's body was enveloped in the power of Urian. Both had an answer. Only the demon decided that it was a weakening, Jade. A strengthening. Both were right. They froze, and the hero cursed mentally. Their reaction was expected. After the disappearance of the 5th level, Urian sat in the room, lost in thought. He reproached himself for playing the hero too often lately. It was like that at competitions. And now it's like that at training camp. What he was aiming for was not to be the protagonist, and to those who appear when the main character is in danger. When the hero is surprised by the appearance of a weak magician without talent, unable to sense danger. Urian was also concerned that his friends were failing too quickly. They were supposed to ignore him forever, but they always lose first. Suddenly the guy had an epiphany that he could simply make his friends strong and his enemies weak. He even sat up in bed, remembering the magic of weakening and strengthening. As long as he doesn't make these abilities too strong, these spells will be a help. They will help Urian hide his power. So, having received an audience with the king and attracted attention due to his healing, he developed new spells. But the first time he used weakening with strengthening in the present tense, Urian already regretted it. He was scared because the spells were still in the development stage. The guy was sure that this was a bad idea. In Urian's imagination, the demon and Jade were laughing at him in his soul with the name of the skills and pose. He blushed with embarrassment and even panicked a little. However, that wasn't why Jade froze. Urian's magic was too strong. Enhancement magic temporarily increases the target's abilities, and it is usually considered normal to receive 3 to 5 enhancements. If you get more, it will put more strain on the body, but a student in the Empire could withstand 8 times the amplification. He has increased all his stats for endurance, but even an 8-fold increase is not enough to do this. To increase all stats, you need to reach level 14, but even the greatest heroes have failed. Today, for the first time in history, a person appeared who received a boost to all of his characteristics. Jade felt it as a sharp surge and a rush of power, so he froze, knowing that the enhancing magic should only increase 1 stat. The boy, his eyes wide with shock, slowly turned to face Urian. The hero tensed up and asked not to pay attention to it. To Jade's surprise, Urian was worried about the pose and the name, so the hero became even further from his friend, although definitely stronger. In order to go with Urian, Jade will have to try hard. He chose the 5th level sword form, a mace. Michelin's breathing became heavy. The demon did not feel his magical power at all. He was amazed that people had already become capable of possessing such skills. Michelin clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't afford to lose. The demon told them to attack. The humans don't think that they became equal to him only because of some kind of weakening. Jade swung his mace, and its spikes landed right in Michelin's face, knocking the demon back. He crashed into a tree with his back. At that moment, Lagnus ran up to the fish's head and hit it. The animal's mouth opened and the shell cracked. The demon princess asked Urien to heal her mother. The guy immediately applied healing. The woman's body glowed green, her broken horn completely restored. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw in front of her was Lagnus. The girl ran into her mother's arms. Zed raised his axe over their heads, asking for forgiveness. He came to take the arms and legs of Princess Lagnus and the head of his 13th wife, Lady Himmim. Ricky intervened, slashing at the demon in mid-flight with his wind sword. The guy repeated that he was his opponent. Ricky landed next to the demons. He created a tailwind, and all the boys, along with Lagnus's bewildered mother, ran away. The plan went a little wrong, but fortunately the result was good. That's what Urien thought, until Ricky stopped and mentioned an emergency. The evacuation team had made it all the way here, and that meant only one thing. Sia was ready to kill at any moment, but Muv stopped her. Ella held her sword in front of her at the ready. Shabilda saw a stunning sight before him. This is the reason why the girls moved from their place deeper into the forest. The woman visibly tensed, and Lagnus ran forward, standing in front of her mother. Now Urien knew that they had encountered the very same guy who had done harm to Lagnus's mother. Michelin shouted to his brother that this was the same man. Shabilda told him to shut up. He didn't want to hear excuses. After all, the brother almost missed his mother's birthday present. It was the first time Shabilda had seen someone's horn grow back. But it was okay, he could break it again. Jade became wary when he saw the Demon King's eldest son, and he was on a completely different level than the one they had recently fought. He exuded a power that spread throughout the entire forest, his eyes sparkling demonically. Urien stood in front of Ella and asked her to back off. The demon felt sorry for Lagnus doing such things. He wished her that in her next life Lagnus would behave more decently. All the students of the kingdom were faced with a power they had never seen before. Urien guessed that what was in front of them was an area of effect magic attack that could be quite dangerous. Lagnus stepped forward and stated that she was her mother's daughter first and a demon second. She apologized to Urien for putting him in danger. Lagnus wanted to buy some time so that the boys could escape. With firm confidence, this girl suggested to her older brother that they fight together. Himmim started to run towards her daughter to stop her, but Jade didn't let her. Lagnus asked Urien one last time to take care of her mother. Shabilda didn't understand what she was talking about. He wouldn't let these toys leave alive. The demon struck the ground with a magical dark ball. The attack aimed at Lagnus, but Urien grabbed the girl by the shoulder. He would like to encourage her courage, but they must go. Ricky, sheltering from the powerful gusts of wind, shouted to Urien to come back. Urien was about to nullify the demon's power, but Shabilda knelt down, holding the magic nets in his hands. He immobilized them all. Urien tried his best to make his entrance cool, so he demanded that the demon attack. Lagnus gritted her teeth. They were bound by Lord Zekris's magical item, something only the two best sons could obtain. This barrier is a spatial network. The size of the network can be easily adjusted, and it is capable of moving everything inside it to another dimension. Once you enter this space, escape becomes virtually impossible. Jade tried to break through the barrier, but it wouldn't budge. Ella was going to cut through it with her sword to come to Jurien's aid. Lagnus asked if Shabilda was afraid to fight her. The demon told her to stop these pathetic provocations. Saya stopped her sister, saying that this barrier was dangerous. Muv looked straight at the eldest son of one of the 4 heavenly kings. The demon called her a human girl, and quite a smart one at that, because she was worried about how strong he was. Muv thought not very much, and Shabilda liked that she was picky. The demon offered her to become his bride. The girl was offended by this. They were going to join forces with their sister to kill this bastard right now, but Jurien stopped them. Princess Lagnus tried to attract Shabilda's attention. Zed said that she should have just let her arms and legs be cut off. Even the elders came. They welcomed the great eldest son from the second wife. They were members of the elite unit of the 4 heavenly kings, Mira and Irai. Mira blushed when he saw that incredible weapon in Mr. Shabilda's possession. He wanted to take a closer look at the magical artifact created by Mr. Zekris. Irai asked about Mr. Shabilda's new toys. The members of the elite unit glanced at the people caught in the net. Zed was nervously excited by their appearance. They were masters who became leaders of special forces solely due to their abilities. Irai asked if this was the demon accompanying Lord Micklin, and Zed immediately bowed and introduced himself. The demon said that he would punish him later for not caring about his master's safety. The demon propped his cheek on his hand, shouting at his brother to hurry up and finish off these bastards quickly. Shabilda was in no hurry. He was enjoying giving Lagnus 2 choices. First, she will rot in this space along with her mother and people. Second, she will make her mother a birthday present. If she chooses the second option, the demon will forgive her for her previous disrespect. However, he will take people with him, and Mira admired the kindness of the master. Michelin ran, laughing. This was the punishment of the people for daring to contradict the great demonic race. Irai asked Lagnus to choose the second option. Lagnus shouted that she would definitely kill Shabilda. The demon said that he was very scared, and then hit the ground with the net. All those caught in the net disappeared. Mira admired the artifact in action. Michelin, like a child, joyfully jumped from foot to foot, shouting that this is what they deserved. The demon said that it was impossible to pull people out of space yet. Irai called Shabilda excellent, and then remembered his brother Michelin, and said the same about him. Mira believed that the master could obtain the status of the eldest son of the first wife. It was only a matter of time. For demons, strength meant justice. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Zekris, even ranked the wives according to strength. Shabilda considered himself the living embodiment of the future of demons. Mira was happy for him, and Urian, who appeared next to him, called it crap. In many ways, it was impressive that demons defined family intimacy through struggle. And Urian also asked if Shabilda was too self-confident. Besides, he has terrible pronunciation. The guy didn't even understand what the demon was mumbling. Shabilda was not surprised by Urian's appearance. Maybe it would have been better if he had remained in captivity with the others. After these words, the demon tried to hit the guy in the face. But Urian dodged and directed a stream of magical power at the demon. Shabilda's arm was torn off. He arched and screamed in pain. Zed held out his hand in front of Michelin to keep him from moving. But the demon fell into a stupor, wondering how a man could control his father's magical artifact. Urian held the demonic net in his hands. He spun it and figured out how to free everyone back. He told the demons that he would take her for himself. Shabilda, holding his hand, ordered to kill this bastard right now. Irai drew his super vibration-cutting sword. He even wondered how much time had passed since he last used it on a person. Mira activated the mirror with absolute reflection, and a magic ball piercing through everything from above. The demon said that the sound of this ball hitting the mirrors would be the last requiem that Urian would hear in his life. 2 of the elite 4 heavenly kings attacked at the same time. Urian parried their blows, hit them in the face and threw them away. He didn't go to another dimension for no reason. He wanted to return to the kingdom quickly and teach Shabilda a lesson. Approaching him, he explained that it did not matter whether the demons knew about his power. In the Palace of Freedom, Munich Litron calculated that there were 2 days left until the meeting. Despite the tight deadlines, the preparations were successful. The Vice President and the Minister of Foreign Affairs were pleased. The President decided to sum up the results. He said that everyone was exploiting the Empire's weaknesses, but the Republic gained power over world forces. The Holy Nation gained control of the camp in order to obtain Jurian's disciple. Following the incident at the tournament, the kingdom took a neutral position. The Empire escaped responsibility. In the end, it was transferred to Yuri Sokun, declaring him an enemy. Just when it seemed like everything was decided, a 5th level appeared in the camp. Although it was discovered for the first time, the monster had lived in this world for a long time. Humanity was now experiencing the most dangerous moment in history. The Empire had lost confidence, and the Holy Nation, under the control of the Cardinal, was heading towards self-destruction. The kingdom has lost a hero, and a free republic will become the leader of humanity. Everyone applauded after the president's speech. He declared that the time had come to lead humanity to the destruction of demons. But 4 years ago, the heroes and knights sent to fight the 5th level almost all died, except for Hai Wan and Zekris. Humanity lacked strength. People always turn a crisis into an opportunity. Dragons, elves, and demons, together they will create a great alliance. And with this union, the demons will be destroyed. The condition is the right to extract resources in the demonic forest. The Home Secretary believed that security was more important than resources. But the question was whether other races would join in. The Foreign Minister explained that participation in the alliance would bring benefits to the races. They will have no choice. The minister added that human neutrality would cause less negativity among races. Shabilda, beaten, fell to his knees along with the rest of the demons. Jurian demanded 3 promises from them. The first is not to take revenge. The second is not to talk about this day. The third is to forget everything that happened. He warned that if they violated even one rule, everyone would die. Shabilda nodded, and Urian, taking the net, was about to leave. The demon thought that as soon as he recovered, he would lead troops against the people. Suddenly, his father's gates lit up before him. It was an artifact that cut through space. A pink head with horns, a clawed paw, and an elegant leg emerged from the gate. Then came Ketra, the eldest daughter of Zekris's first wife. She has almost reached the level of a heavenly king. Ketra walked past the man. She stopped in front of Shabilda. She found it funny to see him here without an arm after his bragging. Oh yeah, their father said that his mother is now the 12th wife. Ketra stood next to Urian, wondering how this little guy could do all this. He didn't look particularly strong. Suddenly, Ketra announced that he was a student of Lernet, a first-year student, specializing in healing. And also, the fighting skills are almost 0. but Maiklin shouted that this was a lie. He instantly mastered their father's artifact, surprising Ketra. The artifact obeys only the strong, which means it is worthy. Ketra said she wanted to marry him, but first he will take him with him. Urien apologized, saying he had to go home. Ketra reminded him that his friends had illegally invaded the demon lands. They also stole the artifact and attacked the second wife's sons. She added that this could lead to a declaration of war. Urien was surprised where she got so much information. He refused to go, reminding her that he could hit her too. Ketra walked out of the portal, wondering whether to take him or kill him. There was a thirst for murder in her eyes. Shabilda recognized his strength. The boy was at the level of a knight hero. But he's just a kid. Shabilda thought that Jurien had decided that the whole world belonged to him. Ketra couldn't hold back and attacked. Her claws left a mark in the sky. She was told to bring him alive, but he died so simply. It looks like she won't find a groom again, but she was very wrong. Urien gasped. He missed, but promised to hit the target next time. Ketra blushed. She found her first husband. She wanted to attack in earnest. Urien said she had just done something stupid. Michelin was sweating. Both were stronger than them. Shabilda was happy because someone would definitely die, and maybe both. Suddenly, Ketra stopped and promised safety to Urien and his friends. She would have fought him, but she was ordered to bring him immediately. She insisted that it would only take a short conversation. Urien asked who wanted to speak and why. The answer was simple: the Demon King. Muistal, the fourth king, captured 40% of the continent and was the strongest. After the war with the Dragon King, he disappeared for 65 years. Zaid tensed when he learned that the king wanted to speak to a human. Who is Jurien, really? He just wanted to heal and go. Then he asked why the Demon King needed him. Ketra didn't know, but she promised to protect him and his friends, and the conversation will be short. Jurien sighed heavily and agreed if the promise was kept. Ketra smiled and promised. The hero entered the portal. There his retinue and huge gates awaited him. They were guarded by Hesi and a smiling Ukwal, and also Shadownick and Zekris himself. Ketra was amazed that Jurien didn't faint at the sight of the Heavenly Kings. She thanked her father for the artifact. Ukwal admired the objects, especially the bell and the net. Seeing the artifact on the man, he joked that with 4 horns he would become the head of the Heavenly Kings. Zekris praised his daughter and approved of ignoring the words of lower beings. Ukwal rebuked him, and Hesi called Jurien. She reminded that the Demon King had graciously invited the intruder. Therefore, he should choose his words carefully. Shadownick invited him in. The gates opened and Ketra told them not to lie. Urien found all this a burden. He wanted to leave. Even Ketra didn't meet the king. She was proud of Jurien, but her father wanted to take the network away. 10 minutes passed, and he was still alone in the empty hall. He was outraged that he was invited, and that they were creating problems. He didn't like the empty room. It was hard to walk, so he broke through the wall. Urien was afraid that he would have to pay, but the Demon King replied that there was no need. Muistal thanked him for accepting the request. He also thanked for the invitation. She said she watched him fight, and she noted his skill with the sword, but even more, extraordinary talents. His healing, cancellation, and enhancement magic is beyond normal. Urien countered that amplification was just ordinary magic, but Muistal said that his was for generations to come. He sweated and admitted that it might just be a normal enhancement. The king agreed if it would make him feel better. Then she said she wanted to ask 2 questions, and Jurien remembered Ketra's warning not to lie. He said that the demon knew a lot about him, although he had not been in the camp for long, and asked for an explanation. Muistal's eye lit up. She said she would explain it. This was the eye of the true Demon King. It allowed one to see the city of Jurien and penetrate into the hearts of people. She also saw him fight a level 5 like Juris. Urien chuckled nervously, considering this to be cheating. He thought that she probably couldn't use her eye all the time. The king smiled and promised that he was safe. Then she asked the second question. I asked him to share his support magic technology. He refused. He said that he himself does not fully understand everything. The king understood and respected his answer, and then asked if he could heal her wound. 65 years ago, she was bitten by a snake, and this is what happened. The wound continued to spread as if trying to engulf the entire body. Urien guessed that they were talking about the Dragon King, but he wondered out loud about the fate of the snake. Muistal replied that she killed her by cutting her in half. Urien said he would try to heal the wound. As he approached, he was horrified by her condition, but Muistal did not expect anything. She knew that healing was impossible. This was the last spell of the Dragon King, in which he burned his soul. And yet she placed her hope in the young man who was worried that it had been hard for her to live in such a state all these years. The king said it was hard, but for demons, 65 years is a short time, because they live longer than a trust. Urien noticed that even a long life does not relieve pain. Muistal said that he had a charm that was impossible to hate. Urien thanked her and raised his palm over her wound. He cast an instant heal, and the Demon King's hand glowed. However, the wound did not heal. Muistal was not particularly upset, as she expected this. The king threw the mantle over her arm and said that this was enough. Jurian would be escorted on the way back. As promised, he and his friends will be safe, and what happened today will be treated as something that never happened. The guy at this time thought that the healing had definitely gone properly, but something remained inside the hand. The king smiled. She thought that this stubborn lizard should have just died with dignity. But in the end, she takes her body with her. Suddenly, Jurian asked Muistel to wait. He asked if he could try again. The Demon King appreciated the man's intentions, but she told him that everything was fine, so there was no need to blame himself. Jurian quickly explained that it wasn't that. There was something in the wound. If the cause is removed and the healing is applied again, then recovery will be possible. Then Muistel threw off her robe and politely asked Jurian to do so. The boy once again directed his magic at the affected area and asked the king for forgiveness. He squeezed the source of the problem in his palm, nullifying its magic. After this spell, Muistel noticed how the wound stopped moving and began to heal. Jurian was pleased with the result. The Demon King's hand glowed even brighter than before. Now Muistel was completely healthy. She bent her arm at the elbow and joyfully exclaimed that this was wonderful magic. Jurian felt relieved. He was glad that everything turned out the way he thought. He sincerely congratulated the king on his recovery, but Muistel suddenly said that she had tried many ways to heal the wound. She placed her hands on the young man's shoulders and called him amazing, thanking him with all her heart. Muistel felt that she was now in his debt. She thanked Jurian again, but this time on behalf of the Demon King. The woman suddenly stood up from her throne and approached the young man, saying that he had won her heart, which meant that she could fulfill any of his wishes. If he wishes, she is capable of destroying all human countries and making him king of the people. At first, Jurian exclaimed that she should never do that, and then asked if he could ask for 2 things. She had no objection, and the guy's first wish was that the fact that he was Juris should be kept a complete secret. Muistel guessed that the fact that Jurian could use healing more than 3 times was also a secret. The Demon King promised to keep his secrets and asked if he wanted anything else. So Jurian asked to take the net with him because his friends were in it. Muistel gave his permission, and from now on the network belongs to him. Jurian felt relieved, but the Demon King was ready to grant one more wish. The hero replied that as long as they could return safely, he needed nothing more. But the Demon King insisted, for he had done her a great service. But the guy really doesn't need anything. Muistel flashed her eyes to confirm this, but Jurian was not lying. So the Demon King asked him to accept the gift from her. The woman raised her finger into the air and created a summoning of Veros. A small puppy appeared in front of Jurian, wagging its tail but with an aggressive look. Muistel said that this was her reliable and loyal subordinate, Veros. The Demon King assured him that he would not disturb Jurian, so he should not refuse to accept him. But the puppy was already causing trouble, constantly repeating the same word, Vero. Muistel suggested that the young man go out together. The 4 heavenly kings bowed to the Demon King. She asked everyone to stand up, and Zekris held his breath when he saw the king's hand. Muistel looked at her and said that after so many years with a healthy arm she felt unusual. Hesi rushed to the king with congratulations. The Demon King said that her benefactor, Jurian, saved her. Then the heavenly kings began to thank the man. Ketra covered her face with her paws, mentally admiring her dear #1 husband. And besides, this was her first time meeting the Demon King. Muistel thanked Zekris for suggesting bringing Jurian here. It was an excellent choice. The Demon King said that she gave his network to Jurian. She asked if he had any objections, but Zekris had no complaints. Muistel praised Zekris, and he promised that he would try to live up to her expectations more. She suddenly waved her hand and loudly declared that Jurian, by healing her, had made the future of the demon race even brighter. Now they are in his debt, and the heavenly kings bowed. From that moment on, Muistel declared Jurian to be the benefactor of the demon race and ordered all demons to treat him as a brother. The boy froze in great amazement and looked questioningly at the heavenly kings. Thus, the events in the demon territory ended, and thanks to the healing of the Demon King's hand, the incident passed as if it had never happened. The way back was shown by one of the heavenly kings, Zekris. Now it was time to say goodbye to Lagnus. Their safety with their mother was guaranteed. Looking at the demons, Jurian smiled. Now he could not worry about this small family. But even in her sleep, Lagnus quietly whispered for him to hide behind her back. The hero smiled good-naturedly and suggested that Lagnus meet again. In his mind he had a feeling that they would see each other again. Jurian waved the demonic net, and the boys, not understanding anything, appeared in the forest. Ella felt like time stood still. She asked Jurian if he was okay and if anything hurt. And the hero, like an actor accustomed to playing a role, said that they got out. Zekris asked these young people if they had come to their senses yet. All the boys were simultaneously gripped by fear when they saw one of the 4 heavenly kings, except for Jurian. Zekris had a heavy aura about him, and he seemed frightening to them. Jade had already started summoning the demon sword. Ricky summoned the power of the spirit, glancing sideways at the demon on Zekris's shoulder, who was the guardian of the gates of the Demon King's castle. The strength of this puppy was on the level of the 4 kings. The tension was running high, but Zekris asked the young men to remain vigilant and refrain from any foolish actions. The king looked at Jurian, who nodded quickly and tensely, afraid that no one would notice the movement. They agreed in advance how they would behave when Jurian freed his friends. Sia cursed under her breath because she had said that helping demons was a bad idea. Zekris slowly raised his hand, and Ricky and Jade almost convulsed in fear when they saw the king move. But the king calmly pointed his finger at them, saying that if they went in that direction, they would end up in the kingdom of men. Zekris also said that these people were a great source of entertainment for the Demon King. Before releasing the people from the network, the demon looked at the piece of paper with the script and said out loud that he should say this. Jurian explained that if the king gave them a convincing reason, it would arouse less suspicion in the boys than if they were simply let go. The boy also thought that it would be a good idea to explain the reason for the mercy, since it would be difficult for others to understand how a weak person like him could heal the Demon King's wound. At this time, Zekris thought that the guy was pretending to be weak, although his abilities had never been a sign of weakness. But he agreed with his plan, so he told the boys that the Demon King was bored after the war, so she was amused by their actions. And because they gave her a moment of joy, the Demon King granted them, the jesters, safety. Sia had heard that the Demon King was an unstable person, but she was glad that things turned out this way. Zekris said that it was all because of the weakest of them, because despite his lack of fighting skills, Jurian stepped forward and acted like a buffoon. So he will receive a gift, Veros, the most loyal subordinate of the Demon King. And Zekris demonstratively threw the net, saying that he didn't need anything that a person had touched, so he can take the network too. Ella couldn't understand how the Heavenly King could give them the artifact that they were locked up with. She had never even heard of such a magical artifact with such characteristics. Ricky said they don't need it. They don't trust demon gifts. Zekris raised his head and asked who this young man was. Ricky introduced himself as the firstborn of the Count's house, which serves the great wind spirit Vi. The demon glared and said calmly in his low voice that Ricky had courage, but if he disrespected him again, he would never serve Vi again. Jurian blurted out that he accepted all of this. He had never refused gifts since he was little. Zekris, continuing to play along with the hero with a slight smile on his lips, said that Jurian was quick on the uptake, otherwise he would have killed him. This gift was just an expression of goodwill, so the demon hoped that the young man would not have any unnecessary doubts. The Heavenly King said this, and abruptly turned in the opposite direction, briefly saying goodbye to the people. Ricky asked Vi to show them the way, and the wind led in the same direction Zekris showed them. After making sure it wasn't a trap, the boys were about to leave, but Move doubted that it would end that simply. Jade also felt like something was wrong, since it hadn't even been a day yet. Besides, the problem was with the artifact and the dog, but Jurian didn't want to leave the puppy here. Ricky said it was a big relief if the guy didn't mind, but also warned him to be careful. After all, the dog was demonic. The boy summoned 5, and wings grew behind his back. Ricky reminded the boys to keep everything that happened today a secret from the others. It was obvious to Saya, because if anyone found out about their illegal invasion of demon territory, it would be the end. Jade, swept along by the wind, asked if Lagnus would be okay. Jurian was sure of it. A few days after the appearance of the 5th-level human, the global meeting in the Kingdom of Lernet finally began. Munich Litron was ready to give a speech. Next to King Brehidin sat the former warrior Hai Wan. The Bahan Empire was represented by Emperor Alps himself, the immortal Sekras and Morun. Sekras's eyes glowed red with anger. She considered Hai Wan's presence here to be impudent. Morun calmly told the immortal that she would have time to speak once the meeting began. The door swung open and a voice came from within, thanking everyone for being here today. The Pope of the Divine Nation greeted those gathered at this extraordinary meeting. Along with him came Kithiatis and the leader of the Order of the Sacred Sword. The President of the Republic noted that they looked quite cheerful, despite the fact that the Cardinal was controlled by a monster. Armin Eris replied that it was thanks to God's messenger, Juris, who had granted them mercy. Dad explained, seeing the confusion over the name mentioned, that he was talking about Urisoken, but only they were allowed to call him Uris. The president didn't care about his name, but rather how the Pope felt about this person, since he was, after all, an enemy of humanity. Dad frowned and said that was not true, and they would explain when the meeting started. King Briadin declared the meeting open, now that everyone had gathered. Armin cleared his throat and expressed his gratitude to His Majesty for providing this place. There were 3 points they had to understand. First, the past. Long before this, monsters penetrated human society and manipulated information. Secondly, the present. The actions of the monsters have become more daring, and now they appear even in the center of cities. Thirdly, the future, the revival of the 5th level, time, was just around the corner, and this news sent a chill down Haiwan's spine. The Pope continued that there is no doubt that humanity is currently in a hopeless situation, but they can still smile because their prayers reached God. This is Yurisoken, the divine messenger with the beautiful name who saved the cardinal from the control of the 5th level and personally defeated him. The reason Armin called this meeting was to convey the words of God's messenger, Eurus, and with tears in his eyes, the Pope of the Holy Nation conveyed that they must develop their talents, getting rid of the class system. It was incredible for the president to hear this statement from a pope who believes that magic is a gift from God. Munich Latron, on behalf of the republic that guarantees freedom, welcomed the pope's message with open arms. They were ready to fully support this vision, but before that he wanted to ask the pope one question. Namely, can His Holiness prove that he is not a level 5 monster, human? Kithiatus shouted at the president to take his words back immediately, but Armin assured him that everything was fine. The president justified his doubts by saying that the 5th level controlled the Grace Nation. The cardinal deceived the pope, and as a result the nation seized control of the camp. And in this training camp they tried to kill an innocent child, Jurian. The Republic had heard that there were level 5 copies hiding in their community, perhaps even one among them now, at the meeting. While Sekros frowned, looking at Haiwan with disdain, Morun said that if the monster had been in their company for so long, they currently had no way to identify it. Haiwan suddenly asked if Sekros wasn't paying attention to the meeting. They were talking nonsense right now, and she continued to stare like that. The woman also asked if Sekros was really so happy to see her that he was behaving like that, and the immortal screamed. She suddenly announced that the 5th level hiding among them was Haiwan. The king stood up for the former warrior. He pointed out the title of the woman who is trusted, and calling her a monster is outrageous. If Haiwan had been under the control of a monster, she would have already destroyed humanity while she had the power of a hero. The king asked what the emperor thought about this, and Alps asserted that Sekros would not have said such a thing without a reason. The immortal mentioned that Haiwan carried out an operation to eliminate the 5th level 4 years ago. During this mission, 58 people died, including the members of the hero's squad. These knights were the core of humanity's forces. Dad said that as tragic as it was, their sacrifice led to many years of silence from the monsters. Only Haiwan and Sekros survived the surgery, so couldn't Sekros's words today have been clouded by personal feelings? In response to this question, the immortal slammed the box left by the first hero on the table. Everyone present was taken aback. He-One's eyes widened and she asked how Sekros got hold of the box. The immortal ignored the question and said that there was a scroll inside the box and a message was written on it. The message states that the hero's power, which they believe to be granted by a god, is actually a transfer spell created by the first hero. Dad jumped up from his chair and shouted that it was impossible. Or were they really trying to say that the first hero had transferred his power through magic? The emperor read the scroll and said, shocked, that it was true. Sekros also stood up from the table and said loudly that the truth was that Haiwan already knew about it. The woman calmly replied that those who wear the hero's coat of arms receive the will of the first hero at their disposal. Sekros leaned towards her and started yelling that Haiwan should have revealed the truth and acted according to a clear plan. But because of her, all her comrades died. However, the first hero wanted to hide the fact that his power was limited, which is why they, the former heroes, decided to hide the truth. Morin believed that the former heroes valued the will of the first hero more than their own comrades, which was heartless. Sekros was furious. She couldn't believe that Haiwan actually let everyone die for this reason. She silently prayed that this woman would say something more in her defense. But Haiwan asked her if the other boxes were open, so the king intervened and said that the one in the kingdom was closed. The Pope grabbed his head and said that the one they had not opened either. And Kithiatus began to worry about the condition of His Holiness. Haiwan said that she was only telling the truth. She apologized to Sekros with her head down. The immortal became even more furious because Haiwan knew that the hero's power would soon disappear, then started the operation just for her own glory. The emperor supported Sekros's opinion because the monsters are cunning and smart. It is easier for them to come up with such a scheme. The king agreed that there were casualties, but it was they who sealed the 5th level and stopped the supposed activity of the monsters for a long time. Haiwan's loyalty to humanity proves that she is not a monster, but if anything, the imperial warrior who sowed discord here is acting like one. The president offered to stop all this. He also apologized to His Holiness for doubting him even for a moment. Dad replied that everything was fine, but the more shocking truth for him was that the hero's power was, in fact, the magic of the first hero. Litron said that they cannot understand whether someone is under the control of monsters or not, when and to what extent they have penetrated human society. But if they allow doubt and mistrust to destroy unity and fail to move in the right direction, they will live up to the expectations of monsters. Now they must move together, with one heart and one mind, heading along the right path, in order to drive monsters out of this world. Monsters are the true enemies of humanity, and if humans can drive them to extinction, they will achieve unlimited progress. Unless those present here are under the control of monsters, they should follow the president to the right path. Munich Litron asked if there were any people present who were against the extinction of monsters. The emperor said tensely that if they were people, then of course they would not object to the extinction of monsters. However, during the previous operation, 17 hero knights were killed. Now there are only 14 left. They don't have the strength to drive the monsters to extinction, so the president said that's why they'll borrow strength from other races. They will turn to dragons, demons, and elves, and they will form a great alliance with other races to wipe the monsters from the face of the earth. Kithiodis objected that other races would not agree to such a thing. Suddenly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic announced that they would do it. The main stronghold of the monsters is the Great Forest located in the center of the world. This place contains many resources. The president continued that they would use these resources to create a grand alliance, and those who joined would have the right to extract forest resources. And those who do not want to join will be left behind and lose influence. Papa Armin felt like his head was about to explode from all of this. The president argued that just as His Holiness had broken down the walls of class inequality, they must form an alliance. The Pope knew this because Juris had said the same thing, namely, that they should pay attention to the progress of humanity. His Holiness and King Brahiden supported the alliance. The Emperor was a little disagreeable but joined them. The president sincerely thanked everyone for their support, because their decision will serve the future of humanity. He then announced that within a week they would prepare letters to the dragons, elves, and demons, and that in a month the great ceremony would take place, and then they will immediately start a war with the monsters. The emergency meeting ended without problems, humanity was finally united, and the remaining 2 boxes began to be closely monitored. Haiwan headed towards the exit of the hall. Sekris told her in her back that as soon as the war began, this woman would be on the very front lines. And if she does anything suspicious, the immortal will kill her without a second thought. Haiwan replied that she still planned to fight on the front lines. Even if the hero's power disappeared, she would still remain a hero knight. And if she is destined to die, she would rather be killed by Sekris than by monsters. The 5th level man looked at the moon, grinning at the coming end. 3 days after the emergency meeting, the boys returned to the kingdom to their usual lessons. As soon as Urian and Ella entered the elite class, Jade greeted them. He whispered in the girl's ear, asking if everything was okay, but things were great. Even Chris stood up to greet the commoner. Red didn't miss the opportunity to mock, saying that Urian was sent as a child soldier, but was eventually released early. Urian suddenly clasped Chris's palms together with his own and exclaimed that this guy was the best. He missed him. Muv felt like it had been a long time since they had gathered together in this classroom like this. Hina was upset that the princess was still not there. And Goliath said that there was nothing to be done. She needed to be in the castle for some time. Raizo noticed the puppy on Urian's shoulder. So the heroes returned to normal life. From a friendly tournament to a training camp. From the 5th level and even up to the Demon King himself. There have been many important events, but finally everyday life has returned. Urian was worried that he had only caused his sister trouble, so now he should try to have some fun. Teacher Chi Li greeted the students of the elite class. Urian was surprised to see her, and Jade told him that while the hero was at the camp, their teacher had changed. It was discovered that the monster's target was the princess, so Teacher Haiwan went to the castle to protect her. Chi Li confirmed Jade's version. She suddenly blushed when she saw Urian. She greeted him and said that she wanted to see his magic with her own eyes. This behavior was strange to Urian, but he did not argue. Chi Li suddenly said that she had an announcement. Their rating has changed. It was compiled based on the efforts the children had shown so far and the assessments of other teachers. Chi Li took the magic ball and illuminated the current ranking with it. Ricky's place hasn't changed. He remained in 2nd place. Moved from 5th place to 3rd, believing that if she didn't place first, it was all due to her individual assessment. Xia's rank did not change. She remained in 4th place. Raizo advanced from rank 8 to rank 5, and was upset that the training camp was cancelled before he could demonstrate his abilities. Urian, on the contrary, was scared, because his level was not 11th on the list, but already 6th. Jade, on the other hand, dropped from 3rd rank to 7th. Ella also dropped from 6th to 8th. Goliath reached level 9, moving up a notch. Hina was upset that her rank dropped from 9th to 10th. Chris instantly turned pale when he saw that he had taken Urian's previous place in the rankings, 11th. Chili explained that the ranking changes depending on the tests or grades, so the kids shouldn't be too disappointed. So, after the rankings were announced, Jurian and Chris were shocked for different reasons. The hero asked his sister if she was okay, and the girl assured him that she was, and Jade asked them not to talk during the lesson. The blonde-haired boy blushed and whispered to Ella that they were sitting next to each other so they could talk quietly, and the girl laughed. Urian thought the boys would be upset about their rank being lowered, but they both turned out to be fine. While the guys were concentrating, the hero wondered if Veros was nocturnal, since he had been sleeping for a long time. But in reality, Jade was trying to calm himself down, not to get hung up on the rankings. He suddenly felt a magical force nearby and turned sharply to Ella. She was twirling magic in the air with her finger. The girl could control magic and change it. Ella was looking forward to the next test. Hina raised her hand and told the teacher that her rank had been lowered, so she was sad. She asked when the princess would return. Goliath quietly told the girl that she was embarrassing the teacher, but Hina missed Charuti terribly. Chi Li replied that world leaders had announced that they were preparing for war against monsters. Until this war is over, the princess's return seems unlikely. Then Goliath raised his hand to ask if they could visit Charuti. Chi Li awkwardly said that it was usually forbidden, but since they were from the elite class, she would ask about it. Hina's face brightened, she stopped crying and hope settled in her heart. At sunset, Jurian dined with Ella and set a separate plate for Veros. He felt a certain awkwardness, since he and his sister had not eaten together for a long time, but Ella said they ate together during the visit. The girl asked why her brother had suddenly become like this, but he was still tormented by those words of Jade. His heart sank then, as if Urian had committed a crime. He said that he wanted to tell his sister something. The guy admitted that he couldn't keep the promise he made to her during the visit. When she asked him to come back safe and sound, she really meant not to do anything reckless. Urian said that at the training camp, when his comrade was in danger, his body moved on its own. It wasn't that he forgot about the promise he made to his sister. It was just that Urian slightly overestimated his ability to heal. The same recent request from Lagnus that put everyone in danger because he made the wrong choice. Urian felt sorry and promised that next time he wouldn't make her worry. Ella exhaló y se sonrojó. Puso su mano a su pecho, admitiendo que estaba muy preocupada. After all, he is her precious brother, but he is too kind, so he continues to try to sacrifice himself. She wished he would become a little more selfish. That was what always bothered her. While they were talking, Veros ate all their food and sprawled on the table with his full belly up. Urian scolded the dog for sleeping so shamelessly after eating everything. Ella couldn't help but laugh. She asked Urian to remember one thing. He can use excellent support magic, but his attack magic is weak. The brother and sister shared their true feelings with each other and became even closer. A meeting was held in the Palace of Freedom in the Federal Republic, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs reported on the dispatch of letters. The Minister of Finance said that once a great racial alliance was created, the Free Republic would reap enormous benefits. The Minister of the Interior was confident that the world would want to use their innovative magical technologies. But for this to happen, the Great Alliance must come together without problems. Failure will bring trials. They expected that the demon race would not cooperate, for they are barbarians who believe that might equals justice. However, the elves were also an exceptional race, and it would take a long time to establish a real dialogue with them. The finance minister thought they really needed to focus on the dragons. They are a wise race with a much longer history and deeper culture than humans, and they can certainly be reasoned with. The president agreed with the minister. Humanity destroyed the 4 major level 4 monsters. Urisoken destroyed the plague and disease, and the man who made a contract with the Great Spirit Vi eliminated the depression. The last of the 4 monsters was currently in the Empire's custody. So, out of the 8 4th-level monsters, they dealt with half. If the dragons help them, they will be able to completely destroy these monsters. But the question of who Urisoken really is was still open. The Grace Nation calls him God's messenger. Juris himself calls himself the Absolute, so the Republic still had to figure out who he really was. Urian was beaming, giggling to himself from time to time, and Jade noticed that the guy was acting strangely. In fact, the hero was happy that he finally talked to his sister, and all the weirdness with the 5th level and the demons ended. The guys gathered at the place where the entrance exam was taking place. Chi Li happily announced that there would be a test of magical power today. This is where they held the entrance exams in the very beginning, and here the special student used his amazing water shot. Chi Li said that today's test was like an entrance exam. You just had to destroy the targets. Since the kids were from an elite class, the teacher increased the difficulty level. She snapped her fingers and summoned her magical doll, Golem V. He was very strong. The boys were delighted to learn that Chi Li made it herself. Ricky was the first to be called to take the exam. He summoned a wind sword, and with one movement dealt the golem multiple cuts. The doll really turned out to be durable. Not a single damage remained on it after the attack. The golem standing in front of Ricky is made of a material that is highly resistant to wind magic. Chris shouted that this was a disgrace to the elite class. Now Ricky would be last in the ranking. Ricky was the kind of person who didn't give in to provocations. He spread his windy wings with calm and a bit of composure. This impressed Xia. Soon after the friendly competition ended, Ricky was training hard. He practiced his skills for days on end under the scorching sun. Xia, who was watching him, guessed that he felt guilty. She kept telling him it wasn't his fault. It was level 4. Xia stood there too and couldn't do anything. But if her sister was with her, they would have destroyed the monster in the blink of an eye. But still, Ricky is not strong enough to feel guilty. The girl thought that it was too much. Ricky, breathing heavily, told her then that it was not guilt, but disappointment. There is a big difference between what he couldn't do and what he didn't do. Ricky could have done something, but he didn't because he was scared. There is no knight who fears death, but he is a knight. And now, gathering all his will into a fist and his honed skills, Ricky cut the doll with a wind blade. For this cut, the guy earned 100 points. Chili praised Ricky for his work. Now he knew how to use Vi's power. The teacher remarked that Professor Kang Ryun Ping would be delighted. Next, the teacher called Mev and Xia. Going in order would be too boring and would put pressure on those at the end. So Chili suggested that Ricky choose who would take the exam next. The guy asked if the two were being tested together behind his back. The teacher replied that they could only use their true power when together, so she chose them as a pair. Raizo asked to choose him. He was going to smash that damn doll and go back to his room to rest. But Chili recommended Urien. She wanted to see his incredible magic again. Ricky looked at the boys. His choice fell on Urien, and Xia said that Ricky was teasing her. Jade and Ella wished the guy good luck. The guy noticed that Urien looked relaxed. They had confidence in him. However, Jurien himself was burning with impatience to suffer a collapse, falling spectacularly before everyone's eyes. Today, he was really going to enjoy the life of the strongest in the shadows. Mev told her sister to watch more closely, because there was a reason why she kept running after him. Chris prayed hard that Jurien would screw up, he repeated under his breath. Hina didn't understand why everyone was so focused on this commoner. And teacher Chi Li was waiting impatiently to see what kind of magic Urien would demonstrate this time. All attention was focused on him.